Hello friends. This is Fiction Quest. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto reincarnated in the world of DXD and fell in love with Rias Gremory. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now, without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. Down in a dark alley lied an unconscious blonde man. He looked to be in his teens, mostly around 17. He has long spiky blonde hair that slightly covered his eyes. He has 3 whisker-like marks on each cheek. He wore an orange and black jacket, which was unzipped to show that he wore a black shirt underneath it. He also wore orange pants and black sandals. The blonde's eyes opened to reveal that they were purple-colored and that they had a ripple-like pattern. The blonde sat up and looked around to see blood everywhere, along with dead bodies lying around. Getting back up to his feet, he looked around once again. His eyes were narrowed to show that his face shows a bored expression. Where the hell am I? The blonde thought. He walked out of the alley to see several vehicles crashed and on fire. Looking to his left, he saw a school board that said, Fujimi Academy. He saw that the gates were forced open, and as his curiosity caught the best of him, he walked towards the school. A group of people, 2 males and 4 females, were running through the halls throughout the school. One of the students was carrying a metal bat. This student's a boy at the age of 17 with an average height and build. He has brown eyes and spiky black hair. He wore the black school uniform with a red t-shirt underneath. His name's Takashi Kamuro. Another student was carrying a wooden sword. Her name's Seiko Busujima, age 18. She has long, straight purple hair with a triangular fringe at the front that barely touched the ridge of her nose. She also had blue eyes and her lips were shiny and pink like sakura blossoms. The next girl was carrying a mop handle. She has long, light brownish hair with bangs and 2 strands sticking out above the rest of her hair. She had reddish eyes and a slender figure with ample breasts. Her name's Rei Miyamoto, age 17. The third girl has long pink hair, which she mostly keeps in 2 ponytails on either of her head. Her hair also has 2 thin, long bangs at the sides, 2 thin strands of hair over the left side of her forehead, and a spiky larger portion of hair covering the left side of her forehead. She has fierce orange eyes and furrowed eyebrows. Her name's Saya Takagi, age 16. Next was the only adult of the group, a tall blonde woman that was carrying a bag full of medical supplies with waist-length hair and hazel eyes along with ridiculous curves. She was wearing a white dress shirt and brown skirt that was ripped at the sides. Her name's Shizuka Marikawa, age 27. The last one of the group was carrying a nail gun. He was a slightly short and chubby boy with shoulder-length dark hair and bangs reaching down from the side of his temples, stretching outwards and obscuring the sides of his face. And of course he was wearing the standard male student uniform of his school. His name's Kota Hirano, age 16. They all came to a stop and got up against the wall. Takashi peeked around the corner to see a small group of the dead just roaming around. He turned back to the group and whispered, "Okay, I'm going to throw something that'll draw their attention so that we can get out of here." He looked at the nurse. "You have the keys, right?" The busty nurse nodded. "Okay," Takashi whispered, as he picked up a shoe that was lying nearby and threw it back from where they came from, which ended up hitting a locker. The dead all picked up the sound and walked towards the source of the sound. Takashi beckoned the group, as they all ran out the doors. Once they all got outside, they all came to a sudden halt. They froze and could not believe what they were seeing. The whole parking lot was over-flooded with several of them. Takashi shook it off. "We need to get to that bus." The bus he referred to was not too far from them, but it was blocked by a lot of them. "Come on," Takashi shouted, as he and the others all ran towards the bus. Takashi, Seiko, and Rei managed to make a path by knocking down any that stood in their way. Kota, on the other hand, was smiling like a madman while he shot any of them from a distance. It wasn't long till they made it to the bus. "Miss Shizuka, the keys," Takashi called out. "All right," she replied, as she opened the door and got in, along with the others except for Takashi and Seiko. The 2 decided to stay out to buy some time for the nurse to get everything ready. Takashi kicked one of the dead back and swung at another one against the head. He spun around to face the one he kicked and swung the bat down on the top of its head. The bus powered on, which gave them the word that they were ready to get out of here. "Takashi, they're ready. Let's go." Seiko said, as she whacked her wooden sword across the head of one of them. You go, ladies first, he said. Seiko smiled slightly and quickly got on the bus, followed by Takashi. Wait for us. Takashi looked out the door to see a group of people running towards them. Who's that? Takashi asked. That's Mr. Shido, the teacher of Class 3A, Seiko answered. Rei's eyes widened. Shido, she said quietly. We can go now, Shizuka announced. Wait just a bit longer, Takashi replied. Rei quickly looked at Takashi. They're in front of us. Any more and we won't be able to drive through here, Shizuka said. Just run them down, Takashi stated. Saya folded her arms across her chest. If any more crowd around in front of the bus and we were to run them over, it might just flip the bus, Saya mentioned. Takashi gritted his teeth and made his way to the exit. However, Rei quickly grabbed his arm. We don't have to save him, she said. Takashi stepped out and looked at Rei. Jesus. What do you mean we don't have to save him? We don't have to help him. He deserves to die, Rei shouted. They're alive and no one deserves to die. Takashi barked back and turned back around to look outside. However, he looked at a different area and saw a blonde boy around his age. Who's that? Everyone looked at what Takashi was looking at. I don't know. I haven't seen anyone wearing clothes like those around the school, Seiko answered. The blonde watched the group of people running to the bus. Then he realized that two of them were behind. One, which looked like the leader to him, was standing and looking down at an injured student. Then, the leader of that group kicked down at the student's face and left him, as he made his way to the bus. The blonde kept that same bored look on his face, as he looked at the student that was left behind and saw that a few of the dead were closing in on him. He slid a metal rod through his jacket sleeve and instantly vanished. The people at the bus were completely shocked. What the hell? Takashi asked. No one had a clue what to say. Let's go, we need to get out of here, Shido called out. Takashi shook his head. Not yet. They looked at the defenseless student, but then they saw the blonde appear right next to his side. The blonde grit his teeth and hefted the boy up along his shoulders. He could literally smell the breath rolling off the dead students at the close of a distance. The dead lunged at the blonde, but he ended up stabbing the rod through the head of one. The others grabbed onto the blonde. Shinra Tensai. He muttered quietly. Only the boy on his shoulders would have effectively heard it. It was then that the 6 creatures that had come to surround the two were viciously blown back. This wasn't the "please move from the doorway" Shinra Tensai as he liked to call it, such as the one he used earlier against the abomination in the school. This was a full-fledged, bone-crushing, organ-melding forceful push that was used for combat. The creatures rocketed off in all directions, down to all of the onlookers as over in the bus. One of the monsters had propelled right into the school. One of them ended up slamming hard against the constructed walls, impacting with enough force to make an actual crater in it. Another creature blew off in another direction, rocketing at the fence before spring-boarding face first crashing into the cement. What on earth was that? Rei asked. Shido and his group witnessed of what happened, and even Shido himself was lost for words. They all kept their eyes on the blonde, but then he vanished once again and ended up reappearing before their very eyes. The blonde stood outside the bus, while Takashi quickly helped the injured student in the bus. He sat him down in the seat behind Shizuka and looked down to see the blonde just standing there. Get in. The blonde looked behind him to see several of them coming and decided to get in the bus. Once he stepped in, the doors shut, while Shizuka stared at the horde in front of them. They're not human anymore, she said to herself and finally pushed down on the pedal, as she began to run them over. Naruto stood at the front of the bus and looked at everyone, but then his eyes came to a stop on the man that tried to kill one of the students. He walked towards him slowly, while Takashi and his group, except for Shizuka, along with the injured student that was saved by the blonde, watched him. Shido sat in his seat and had fear showing in his eyes. The blonde continued to make his way to him, but then a student from the other group got up from his seat and stood in front of the blonde. This student has brown and yellow hair, wears the male Fujimi High School uniform, and unlike the other students, he wears slippers instead of regular shoes. Under his uniform he wears a blue high-collar sweater that is unbuttoned slightly. His name's Sonoda, age 17. Go sit down, he yelled. The blonde, as usual, kept that bored look on his face and didn't say a word. I said go sit D. The blonde grabbed the student by the face and lifted him up off his feet, as he looked up at him. Some of the people gasped and were completely surprised about this boy's strength. The way he simply lifted Sonoda up with one hand by the face was not normal by any other student. He didn't say anything and instead, he simply tossed him back to his seat and walked up to Shido. The teacher was starting to shake in fear, as the blonde stopped right next to him. He looked closely at him to realize how long his hair was, which managed to cover his eyes slightly. However, Shido managed to see his strange eyes. "W, who are you? And W, what are you?" he stuttered. The blonde grabbed the collar of the teacher's shirt and lifted him out of his seat. Shido grabbed hold of the blonde's wrist and struggled to get free, but the blonde's grasp was too strong. "If you ever try to leave anyone behind again, I'll kill you," the blonde stated. Shido's eye widened, but was placed back in his seat roughly. The blonde turned back to see that all eyes, except Shizuka's, were on him. "My name's Naruto Namikaze. That's all you need to know," the blonde said, as he walked back to the front of the bus and sat down next to the student he saved. Shido saw that all eyes were on him now. Everyone, even his own group, was disgusted with him leaving a poor student behind. Shido's group consisted of 9 people, 6 males and 3 females. Sonoda, Shido himself, and Kaji as well, but who knows if Kaji wants anything to do with him anymore. Kawamoto, age 16, is one of the girls from Shido's group. She's a red-headed girl with golden brown eyes. She has only been seen wearing the female uniform of Fujimi Academy. Under her uniform, she wore a pink tank top. Taniuchi, age 16, is another girl from Shido's group. She has magenta-colored hair and blue eyes covered by a pair of glasses. She has always been seen wearing the female sailor uniform of Fujimi Academy. Miura, age 17, is a male student from Shido's group. He has messy brown hair as well as eyes of the same color. Under his Gakuren jacket, he wears a red-orange shirt. Yamada, age 18, wears a long white-sleeved shirt. He has short black hair and light brown eyes. Kurokami, age 17, has long black hair that grows over his eyes. He does not wear the black uniform jacket over a long-sleeved white shirt. Unlike most students with these shirts, he wears his untucked. Yuki Miku, age 18, has short light orange hair and uses a hairband to keep her hair back. She also wears the female uniform of Fujimi Academy. She was known to be the sexiest student throughout the school. Naruto grabbed the medical bag that was sitting on the ground and opened it. "What's your name?" Naruto asked. The boy replied with a stiff lip, "Kaji Saito." He answered in a deal of pain. Seiko was sitting on the opposite side of the bus from Naruto and a couple seats back. She watched him and admired his work. "Busujima-san, I'm assuming you're the leader of your group." Seiko turned around and looked up to see Shido asking her. She also noticed that Shido was keeping a close eye on Naruto at the same time. "No, we just worked together." "That's no good. Every group needs a leader in order to survive," he replied. Rei tightly grabbed Takashi's arm and glared at him. "You'll regret saving him," she whispered. "It's like I said, it's only going to be dangerous if we keep going. What if we run out of gas in the middle of nowhere? What are we going to do then? Why don't we find a safe place?" Sonoda shouted, as he stood in the aisle. Kurokami nodded. "I agree with Sonoda. We should just find a safe place with food and drinks to keep us alive for a few days and barricade ourselves inside." The bus came to a screeching halt and nearly threw Sonoda off his feet, but he held onto a chair to hold his ground. "That's enough. I can't focus on driving with all of this commotion," Shizuka shouted. "Yeah, whatever," Sonoda said. Naruto examined the 2 hair-colored teen and saw that this guy was on the verge of a mental breakdown. "Tell me, what is it you want to do then?" Seiko asked the teen. Sonoda gritted his teeth. "I just can't." He then pointed at Kamuro. "I just can't stand him." Kamuro got out of his seat. "What did I ever do or say to you?" Sonoda lost it. "You bastard." He charged at the teen. The scene before the blonde started to remind him of an old friend of his. However, it was over when Rei got up and hit him hard in the stomach with the mop handle. She muttered. Clapping drew everyone's attention, as they all saw Mr. Shido now standing. "Bravo," he began. "That was outstanding teamwork, Kamuro-kun and Miyamoto-san. However, at any rate, a conflict such as this only serves to prove my point." He grinned as he leaned forward to the 2 shorter teens. "We need a leader." Oh, so we've only got one nominee? Saya asked. The teacher looked at the young girl. I'm a teacher, Miss Takagi. And you are all my students. Shido looked at Naruto and the nurse. Except for your nurse and him, he said. So, that alone makes it very clear who's more qualified. I'll make sure we all survive. Naruto gave the man some props since he did have some deal of charisma. However, he knew that this man was dangerous. He knew that if it came down to a situation similar to him and Kaji back at the school, that he would kill whoever was in his way. Shido's group stood up and clapped at his pointless speech. I suppose that it's decided that I'm the leader from now on, by majority vote. Rei was just about to get up and leave, but before she did, she watched as Naruto got up. The blonde held his arm up in front. Bansho Tenin. He whispered, as Shido came flying towards the blonde. Everyone went wide-eyed seeing more of the blonde. Naruto caught him by the neck and slid another metal rod from his sleeve. If anyone should be leader here, it's defiantly not going to be you, he said in a cold tone. Shido struggled once again in the blonde's grasp. Seeing that Naruto got his statement through, he thought that was enough and simply tossed him to bus. Seiko for once showed the slightest of fear in her eyes. Just what is he? Where did he come from? Takashi began to wonder. Kota on the other hand was in fact smiling. He's like some badass from some manga. I want Naruto as my leader, Kaji announced. The blonde looked at the student he had saved. I also want Naruto as our leader, Kota said. Before anyone else could say anything, Naruto shook his head. I'm afraid I cannot lead you all. Kota stood up. Why not? Naruto couldn't come up with an answer and he didn't want to tell them exactly why. I vote for him. The blonde pointed at Takashi. Hey, why won't you want to be the leader? Saya asked. Yeah, the way you saved Kaji and how you easily took care of those dead students. You should take up on the position, Takashi said. Kamuro's right. Seiko mentioned. Naruto just stood there, while everyone started to say things about him and how he fits being the leader. It was too much for him, as his head started to ache. He placed a hand on his head, as his head began to get worse due to memories of him being back in his world came to him. So, who's going to lead our group? Ambushing Kabuto isn't going to be easy, Sai said. Tsunade sat at her desk, as she looked at Sai, Sakura, and Kiba. I have already decided who's going to lead. Right when she said that, the door opened to show Naruto wearing an Anbu outfit. Naruto. Why didn't I think of that sooner? Kiba asked himself. Naruto here will lead you, but please do remember, you four are to capture Kabuto alive and bring him back so we can get more information about Madara out of him. This is an S-ranked mission. Yes, Lady Hokage. Kiba and Sai said. Naruto was smiling. This is what I've been waiting for. Missions like these to sneak in and capture the enemy. He smiled sheepishly, while Sakura punched the top of his head. The blonde squat down and rubbed his head. Baka. This is nothing to be joking about. SS Sakura, why do you always have to hit my head? He whined. Naruto fell to one knee, which everyone from Takashi's group got up to their feet and rushed to him. Naruto-san, are you okay? Seiko asked. The blonde showed no sign of answering and shortly went unconscious. We need to find a place for him to rest, Takashi mentioned. Oh, we can go to my friend's home. It's not too far from here, Shizuka mentioned. Okay, then can you take us there? Takashi asked. Shizuka nodded and got back in the driver's seat, as did everyone else, while Seiko grabbed the unconscious blonde and pulled him with her to a seat. She sat next to the window and placed his head in her lap, even though his legs bent down the side of the chair and rested in the aisle. She looked down at his face and looked closely at the whisker marks. You're obviously hiding something from us, Naruto-san. Shido looked down the bus at Seiko's position. Hey boss, he's out cold. Sonoda whispered, as he took a seat next to him. Yes. I know. Are you thinking what I'm thinking? Yes. When we get to Ms. Marikawa's friend's home, we will kill him when he's resting. Naruto stood across from the last member of the Akatsuki, Madara Uchiha. The two of them were both exhausted and pretty beaten up. You have two things that belong to me, boy. The 9 tails and the Rinnegan that Nagato gave you. I'm still shocked that he sacrificed himself to bring back those that he killed back to life. One of the wounds on Naruto's chest began to bleed again, which caused him to fall on one knee. His body began to feel a little light due to all the blood he was losing. I will protect this world. And I will. He got back up to his feet slowly. Keep my promise. Madara looked at Naruto's Rinnegan eyes, and saw that the blonde held his arm out in front. Bansho Tenin. He said, as Madara's body came flying to him. Naruto held out his other arm, as a Rasengan formed in his hand. When Madara was in reach, Naruto slammed the Rasengan, but it ended up going right through Madara. The blonde stumbled forward a bit, but kept his Rasengan formed. He turned around to see Madara with his Susanoo summoned. Susanoo raised its fist up. Nagato, the blonde thought, as his Rasengan began to change color. Konan-chan. It began to grow bigger within his palm. Pervy Sage. It was no longer blue and instead, took on a mixture of crimson and black colors. Naruto charged at the protected Madara, while Susanoo attempted to punch the blonde. I will keep my promise. The two attacks closed in. The 9 tails is mine, Madara shouted. Naruto held out his Rasengan. Mada. Naruto's eyes shot open, as his body shot up on its own. He was breathing heavily and looked around to see that he was in a small room. He looked down to see that he was covered up by a white blanket and lying on a pallet. Looking around one last time, he realized that there was nothing else in here. He leaned forward and looked down the sheet. How did I end up in this world? He quietly asked himself once again. He threw the blanket off him and got up to his feet. He then heard a thump sound just outside the door and walked up to it. Turning the knob, he opened the door to see Shido sitting on the ground along with Sonoda right next to him and Seiko standing in front of them. The three of them looked at Naruto to see that same bored look on his face, while Seiko smiled. You're up. Are you feeling better? Shido and Sonoda began to sweat like crazy seeing that they were now sitting in between Seiko and the blonde. Yeah. What's going on here? He asked. These two were trying to sneak in. Seiko answered. Sonoda and Shido shot up to their feet. No, we were just wanting to come in and check on you, Sonoda said. Seiko cocked an eyebrow. Then why were you two whispering when coming over here? Shido shrugged and turned to face Seiko. Why Busujima-san? To simply not wake him up, of course. Naruto rolled his eyes and had enough of hearing them. He shoved the two men aside and walked past Seiko, but stopped behind her. Thank you, he said, as he continued. Seiko smiled and followed him back to the living room. Once the two were out of sight, Shido banged the wall. Damn it. Busujima-san is onto us. What now? Sonoda asked. We'll just have to wait for a good chance. Naruto walked into the living room to see Takashi and Kota trying to force open a safe. Just before Seiko could join him, she was pulled aside by Rei and Saya. It's our turn to use the bathroom to freshen up, Rei said. Seiko looked back at Naruto then back at the two. I was going to. You can talk to him later. You need to clean up anyway, Saya said, as they dragged Seiko to the restroom. Naruto plopped down on a nearby chair and watched the two boys try to break open the safe. Come on, Kamuro, Kota said, while Naruto sat there watching the two trying to break open the safe. Seiko, Rei, Saya, and Shizuka all stripped down their last clothing. Rei and Shizuka stepped into the warmed-up tub and sank in, as a moan escaped their lips. Seiko and Saya sat on a bench that was placed in front of a mirror. Sensei, they're so big, Rei announced. Yes, I've been told that a lot of times, she replied, as she grabbed her breasts. Rei just watched the nurse play with her breasts. Shortly after, the teen growled, then with a large splash, pounced on the older female, grabbing her large chest and squeezing it tightly in her hands, gaining a loud moan from the teacher. Saya washed her hair while enjoying the warm water. This is what I needed. No more, Shizuka moaned, as Rei continued to play around with her large breasts. Sheesh, I think Rei's being a bit abusive, Saya mentioned, as she quickly glanced at the comical scene. I still don't understand why we have to take showers together. Seiko glanced at her as she washed her long slender arms. You already know the answer to that, Takagi-san, the violet-haired beauty commented. Yeah, but still. She was silenced, as a blast of cold water assaulted her sensitive skin. Ugh. She moaned loudly, her voice becoming hot at the sudden. Conned her head down a bit. Wow, your voice is more attractive than I thought. You must drive the guys crazy, the older girl commented with a small chuckle. Saya glared at the older girl, as she filled a tub of cold water, then she quickly dumped it down Seiko's back. The violet-haired beauty gave a soft and quiet moan at the sudden contact. She sounds more womanly. Saya thought, as she gazed at the older teen with a stupefied expression. Suddenly, it became awkwardly quiet. They all began to think about what they should talk about next. Then one of them had a mysterious topic. What do you think of Naruto-san? Rei asked. Shizuka pursed her lips. Now that you mention it, I'm also curious about him. Saya nodded. I've never seen him at school or anywhere around town. I'm wondering where exactly he's from. That too. But I'm more curious about his abilities, Seiko mentioned. You're right. Did you see how he blew back a few of them back at school? That's not normal, Rei said. Yeah, and his clothing is strangely odd, Saya mentioned. No normal being can do that. What if he's not from this planet? Shizuka asked. Do you think we should ask him? Rei asked. I want to know more about him if he's going to be around us, Saya said. Seiko nodded in agreement. She's right. We know everyone in our group pretty well, except for Naruto-san. Okay then. So, we'll all. Shizuka was interrupted, as Rei once again attacked her breasts. Shizuka moaned out loudly. One more time. Koda said, as the two of them pulled on the crowbar, which seemed to do the trick, as the safe was forced open. Takashi fell backwards, while Koda looked inside and started to drool, as sparkles lit his eyes after seeing all the guns. A Springfield M1A1 Supermatch, huh? It's only semi-automatic though. That's perfect. The M14 series is fully auto. This is less wasteful when it comes to ammunition. His grin grew in size. This is a 20-round magazine. This is fucking illegal in Japan. He laid the gun down softly and reached for the other one. Oh hell yes. A Knight's SR equipped with a scope. He stated. Wait no, you can't get that kind of thing in Japan. So it must be an AR-10 that was modified from top to bottom. He cried loudly. There's even a crossbow here. Naruto tilted his head and walked to the safe. He bent down and grabbed one from the safe. What's this? The blonde asked, as he pulled out a big gun and stood straight up. Koda looked at the gun and instantly squealed. That's an Ithaca M35 riot shotgun. It's a badass shotgun designed by the Americans. Really popular during the Vietnam War. Takashi grabbed a silver handgun with 2 extra clips and an adjustable barrel and pointed it at Koda, who started to freak out. Yo, Koda. What's this? He asked. The shorter boy grinned. That my dear friend is one of the most popular pistols. The Desert Eagle Mark 19, it lets you switch between all 3 calibers. He finished. Naruto examined the shotgun that he held and placed down with the other guns. I have no use for whatever these things are. Koda went wide-eyed. You don't know what guns are? Naruto looked at the shorter boy. No, he stopped, as he started to remember when he was only 13 and remembered the mission him and his team were on back in the snow country. The guards there wore chakra armor and used guns that fired kunais. He closed his eyes. Never mind. He said, as he walked out of the room to leave the two messing around with the weapons. Stopping at the entrance, he looked back at the two to see that Takashi was listening to every word Koda was saying about the weapons. The blonde blinked once and then felt a pair of arms around his neck, but not just that. He could smell the scent of liquor. Turning around, he saw Yuki wearing a black and red lace bra with black panties. She also had a faint blush on her cheeks. Naruto-kun, she moaned. You've been drinking, haven't you? The blonde asked. Yuki smiled. No, Naruto blinked once and was starting to get annoyed. Where's Shido and the others? Yuki placed her right hand on his chest and slid it down to his pants. Before she slid her hand into them, the blonde quickly snatched her wrist. Where are they? Yuki giggled slightly. Why don't we have some fun? As she used her other hand to slide up his shirt and feel his hard abs. Oh my, she said. Seiko came from around the corner with a towel wrapped around her body, as she tied her hair with a ponytail and saw a drunk Yuki hitting on the blonde. She realized that she wasn't seen yet and decided to watch what would happen. Naruto grabbed her other wrist with his other hand and brought her hands in front of her body. Where are they? He asked once again. Yuki frowned. You're in. They're downstairs. Naruto let go of her and walked right past her, and when he did, he saw Seiko standing there. The towel she had wrapped around her hugged tightly around her body and showed her luscious curves, not to mention that it showed a good amount of her cleavage. He stopped in front of her and noticed that her hair was different. Naruto-san, can we? Not now, he said, as he walked past her. She turned around with a sad frown on her face and saw that he was headed for the stairs. Naruto came to the only room that was downstairs and could hear music playing inside. He opened the door and saw the rest of Shido's group inside. The scent of liquor roamed around the room and he was disgusted of what he was seeing. He saw Taniuchi completely naked ing Sonoda's hardened cock, while being fucked by Miura. His eyes glanced a few feet to the right of them to see Kawamoto completely as well. She was ing on Yamada's cock, while Kurokami was fucking her. The blonde walked in and spotted Shido sitting in a chair completely knocked out. Naruto came to a stop and looked at the group of guys each being pleasured or pleasuring the girl. Get up. Everyone except Shido were startled, as the blonde stared at the girls. Put your clothes on. Taniuchi and Kawamoto nodded and quickly put their school uniforms back on, while the guys pulled their pants back up quickly. Naruto looked over at Shido to see that he was still out. The blonde held his arm out in front. Bansho tenin, he said, as Shido's body was now in the blonde's grasp. That's all you have to say? Sonoda asked. The boy with two different colors in his hair held his arm out in front and had his hand face the blonde. Bansho tenin, he said, but nothing happened. Sonoda looked at his arm, then up at Naruto with a dumbfounded look on his face. Naruto grinned and held out his other arm. Bansho tenin, he said, as Sonoda was now in the blonde's grasp as well. You're a funny one. Sonoda grabbed the blonde's wrist. Let me go. Shido's eyes opened and saw that he was being held in the air by Naruto. What the hell? Naruto looked at Shido. Ah, it's good to see you up. What's going on? The teacher asked. You and your group are going to leave now. What? Why? Miura jumped in. I don't want mindless people in my group. What if we refuse? Miura asked. Naruto grinned, as he dropped both Sonoda and Shido and performed a few hand signs. Everyone had no clue what the blonde was doing, but then the blonde slammed his hand on the ground, as he acted like he grabbed something from beneath the floor. He pulled his hand up, as a perfectly clean and sharp sword came out from under the floor. Once he pulled it out from below, he whipped the sword to his side. Then allow me to go ahead and end your lives here. Shido and his group were beginning to panic that the blonde was willing to kill them all if they refused to leave. Naruto lifted the sword up and pointed the very tip of it right in between Shido's eyes. So, what's it going to be? Naruto turned his head to the door after hearing gunshots from above. He snapped his head back and glared at Shido. You all stay here, he said coldly, as he left the room. Naruto ran into the living room to see the door to the balcony opened and heard another gunshot. He quickly ran out the door to see Kota Shuichi. The blonde looked outside to see several of the dead walking towards some home not too far from their position. His eyes locked onto what they were after and saw Takashi fighting off a few of them trying to protect a little girl that seemed to be around 7 years old. Not just that, but there was a little dog with them and kept barking, which kept drawing the walkers' attention. I'll use the term, walkers, every now and then, which refers to the zombies. Damn it. Naruto said to himself, as he vanished in an instant. Kota didn't react to the blonde's actions and focused on protecting Takashi and the girl. Naruto appeared right in the middle of the horde, but they were still going after Takashi and the girl. The blonde placed his thumb and pointy finger in his mouth and whistled loudly. The horde all came to a stop, while Takashi smashed the head of one with his bat. Then he realized that they stopped coming after him. The horde all turned to the blonde's direction and all started going after him. Takashi didn't quite see who it was, but knew that this was their chance to get out of here. He held his hand out to the little girl. Come on, we're getting out of here. The little girl wiped her tears. But, what about Daddy? She sobbed. Takashi looked at the girl's father lying there in blood. His eyes narrowed, as he grabbed a sheet that was hanging on a wire and placed it over his body. Looking around once more, he saw a few flowers and picked 2 purple flowers, as he gave one to the little girl. They walked up to the girl's father and both placed a flower on his body. They stood there for a few seconds, but then seeing that they were there long enough, Takashi held out his hand to the little girl again. Let's go. The little girl nodded, as she grabbed his hand. Takashi walked out of the yard and saw a clear path back to the house. They picked up the pace hurrying to get back, while the dog was close behind. Naruto was slicing heads off of the walkers one by one. Every time he thought he was getting close to being done, more just kept appearing before him. Damn it, they just keep coming. He sliced the head off of another one, but one grabbed his jacket from behind and started to pull him. Naruto struggled, but then he slid his arms out of his jacket, letting his jacket being taken. The blonde fought back the walkers, as he looked to see that Takashi and the little girl, along with some dog, finally reached the gate. He saw that the gate opened and that they made it back inside. Once they were in, the gate quickly closed, which caused the blonde to smile weakly. Swinging the sword in a full 360-degree spin, several heads of the walkers flew up in the air. Blood splattered all over his body, as some of it also managed to get on his face. He looked around again and saw that they were just not letting up, as more and more just kept coming. Looks like I won't be able to get any sleep tonight, he said to himself, as he looked up at the moon. Naruto fought against an army of Zetsus and saw that Sakura, Sai, and Kiba were getting tired. He remembered that their mission was to ambush and capture Kabuto. If they kept going on like this, they wouldn't be able to complete the mission. You three go on ahead, I'll handle all of them, Naruto shouted. They all looked at the blonde. Are you crazy? There's way too many, Kiba yelled. Kiba's right, Naruto, you can't just take them all on, Sakura said. The blonde's lips formed into a small smile. Don't worry, just go and complete the mission. We can't, Naruto. We're not going to leave you behind, Sakura continued. Naruto looked at Kiba, which the Inuzuka looked closely in the blonde's eyes and saw that Naruto wasn't playing around. Kiba nodded, as he grabbed Sakura's arm. Come on, he yelled, as Sakura began to run with Kiba by force, while Sai was close behind. Naruto! Sakura screamed, as she saw all the Zetsus closing in on the blonde. However, she saw that sheepish smile on his face and saw that he was waving at them. A pain struck the blonde's head. Damn it, not now, he said to himself, as he sliced the arms off of the walkers that were near him. He fought back the memory and remained on his feet, as he managed to grab the incoming hand from one of the walkers. He held onto it tight and swung his sword up, which cut that arm off. Naruto was starting to get annoyed with this and vanished, as he reappeared a few yards away from whence he stood. Several heads flew up in the air again, as blood shot up like a fountain. He looked around once again and saw that they just kept coming at him. Takashi and the rest of his group went back into the living room, as they walked toward the balcony deciding to see how it looked outside. They could still hear Kota shooting at them. Kota, how's it looking? Takashi asked, as they joined in. Not good. They just keep coming, the short boy answered. Seiko, now wearing nothing but an apron and a black thong, looked around back inside. Where's Naruto-san? He's down there somewhere, Kota answered. Yeah, when I went to save the little girl, I heard a loud whistle, but I couldn't find out who it was. But it has to be Naruto since you said that he's down there, Takashi said. Rei's eyes widened. Then shouldn't we go help him? Rei was no longer wearing her school uniform, and instead, she wore her pajamas, which she wore a tight light pink-colored tank top and white panties. Kota shook his head. I don't think we should. It's more likely that we'll just get in his way. However, a new presence joined in with the group. You all should just get some sleep. They all turned to see Naruto. Wait, how did you? Takashi couldn't finish his question. I'm just a clone. He's still down there fighting. He summoned me just so I can come tell you all to get some rest, the clone of Naruto said. Everyone was once again shocked seeing something new about this blonde. So he can make clones? Rei asked. Kota's eyes sparkled. He truly is some badass from a manga. The clone of Naruto chuckled and puffed away. There's a lot to be discovered by him. When he gets back, we defiantly need to have a talk with him, Takashi mentioned. They all nodded in agreement. Kota yawned. Let's just all get some rest and hope that everything's going to be all right with Naruto, Takashi said. They all nodded, as they walked back inside, except for Seiko. She looked down at the street covered by hundreds of the walkers. Scanning the area, she couldn't find the blonde anywhere. Please be careful, she whispered to herself. The purple-haired beauty turned around and saw a grinning Rei. Does Busujima-san have a little crush on Naruto-san? Seiko blushed slightly. Is that why you're wearing that outfit? So you can get his attention and have some time with him alone? Rei continued. Seiko's blush darkened. No, I just wanted to ask him some questions. Rei smirked and walked around Seiko, as she checked her back out. Then why would you wear an outfit that's so revealing? It looks to me that you just want to draw his full-on attention. Seiko couldn't take it anymore and walked back inside, leaving a laughing Rei behind. Few hours later, 2:47 a.m. Naruto somehow ended up out of sight from the house and couldn't recall how it happened. He just kept decapitating those that kept closing in on him. Looking behind him, he saw that their numbers started to decrease. A smile came upon his face. Looks like I might get some sleep after. He swung his sword vertically upward on one of them, which ended up cutting the entire body in half, all. During his long time of fighting, the blonde's pants managed to get torn below his knees. His shirt had small little rips here and there, but it still managed to cover up his body. However, his entire body managed to get covered in blood by those he cut down. The last few remaining walkers came up to the blonde and all lunged at him. Naruto grabbed one by the neck and slammed it on the ground, as he stabbed it in the head. He then ducked to avoid the walker's grasps and spun a full turn, as he s-half. Blood showered down on his body, which he stood straight back up. His eyes remained narrowed the entire time he was out here and as usual, had that bored look on his face. Looking around one last time, he saw hundreds of the walkers' bodies lying on the street. Something came up in his head, and so he grabbed a couple bodies at a time and began to make a wall with the bodies. An hour later, all the bodies that were once covering the street were now piled up in a giant wall. One wall blocked the path from where they all came from, while the other wall blocked the path that would take them out of this neighborhood. However, he heard a low groaning sound coming from behind him. Quickly turning around, he saw an unfamiliar-looking one. This one was once a living girl. She has long messy blonde hair. Now that she's dead, her neck was rather long and her jaw was broken. Naruto held the sword out in front with the tip pointed at the forehead of the last one. "Just how did you get in here?" the blonde asked. The walker opened its mouth and spat out acid, which made contact with the blonde's eyes, which shut in an instant. Naruto's body shivered, as he dropped the sword and fell to his knees. His hands covered his eyes, as they began to burn terribly. He screamed out in pain, as the acid prevented him from opening them. The strange walker grabbed the blonde, and just before it was going to bite down on his head, Naruto grabbed the sword and quickly swung up at it vertically, which managed to cut the entire body in half. The blonde's weapon fell from his grasp and hit the ground once again. His eyes were still shut and were burning badly still. What the hell was that? He asked himself. Naruto. The blonde heard a feminine voice, but he couldn't see who it was. He tried to open his eyes, but they just wouldn't do to how bad they were burning. "Damn it," he shouted. "Hang on." Naruto felt himself being helped up to his feet and that his left arm was around someone's shoulders. Time. 3:58 a.m. Naruto was now sitting on a bed with the same girl that brought him back inside. She managed to wipe up all the blood off his face with a towel. She sat behind him on the bed and began to wrap his eyes with bandages. "You seem to always surprise us, Naruto-san." The blonde sat there and still couldn't recognize the voice. If only he had spent more time with the others, he might have figured out who this was. "I'm just doing what it takes to keep people alive," he replied. Then the blonde remembered. "Why aren't you asleep?" "I was too worried," she answered, as she finished tying the bandage. She maneuvered herself to where she was now sitting in front of him and facing him. She saw through his bandage-covered eyes that he cocked an eyebrow from her answer. "Please don't," he said. "Why?" she asked. "Because I don't know how much longer I'm going to stick around." "Wait." She grabbed the bottom of the blonde's shirt, which he could tell she was trying to remove it. He raised his arms up, which she then pulled it off of him. "You plan on leaving us?" The girl's eyes locked on with the blonde's topless body. She saw his tan skin and his well-framed 8-pack. "Cheesy?" "I know," along with his chiseled chest. The girl blushed lightly. "Well, before I go any further, whom am I speaking to?" "Seiko." "Well, whether you believe me or not, I'm not from around here." Seiko tilted her head a bit. "What do you mean? I'm not from this world." Seiko grinned slightly. "Well, some of us began to think that since the way you fight isn't normal." Naruto kept his head up acting like he was looking at her, even though he couldn't see her. "Well, I'm from a place called the Elemental Nations. To be exact, the Fire Country in the village of Konoha." Seiko looked at the temporarily blind blonde. "Well, what's it like?" "A lot different. Everything in this world has a lot more technology compared to mine. We don't have whatever it was we were in when we first met. Those guns Kota found are way advanced than what I've seen in mine. Also, the people here are a lot weaker compared to the people from my world." Naruto answered completely honest. Seiko frowned at his last comparison. I'm not trying to say it offensively. It's just that in my world, everyone's at war with each other. The majority portion of the population trained to become shinobi, or ninja I guess I should say from their childhood, he explained to her. Seiko pursed her lips and blinked once, as her left eyebrow rose. So you're saying you're a ninja? Naruto held out his arm with his hand open between the two, as a ball of chakra formed in the palm of his hand. Seiko looked at the mysterious ball that formed in his hand and saw how beautiful it looked. Just the color of it made her like it. Yes, Naruto answered. The ball of chakra vanished, as Seiko took a deep breath. How young were you when you first started? I was 7 years old. Seiko's eyes widened slightly. So young. So, it's like some kind of military formed, right? What rank were you? Naruto's head lowered, looking like that he was looking down at his hands. Anbu. Not ever hearing such a word like that, she had no clue how high that rank was. How high is that rank? It's pretty high. Anbu are high-level shinobi that work for the leader of their village, which is the Hokage. Anbu were always assigned very high-ranking missions from the Hokage themselves. The missions were assassination, capture, escort, or infiltration. We would always work in teams. Seiko narrowed her eyes. I see. Seiko was wishing his eyes weren't so bad, that way she could get a good look of his eyes. Who were your teammates? Naruto kept acting like he was staring at his lap. I wasn't really specifically assigned a permanent team. They always had me hop from one team to a different one. Although, I was partnered up with a woman quite a bit that had, he lifted his head up acting like he was facing her, the same kind of hair like yours. Her name was Yugo Uzuki and she was a lot older than I, but, even though she was older than me by 10 years, I still found her rather attractive. That purple hair made her look so beautiful and she was very mature. Even though there were times when she made me do a few things that was pure torture to me. Seiko slightly blushed seeing how he resembled her as one of his partners. It was like he was telling her what he thought of her. Silence roamed the room for a short time. What time is it? The blonde asked. It's a little after 4 in the morning. Naruto sighed. I'm going to get some sleep. Seiko smiled slightly. Okay. She began to wonder where she would sleep since almost everything was taken. Shido's group were still in the downstairs room doing God knows what. Takashi and Kota took the couches in the living room, while Saya took the other couch that was in a different room. Rei and Shizuka shared the bed that was in the same room as Saya's. Kaji and Yuki shared the pallet that Naruto once rested after passing out in the bus. She sat on the bed overthinking if there was anything else besides the floor, but her thoughts were cut off, as she felt a hand grabbing her wrists. She looked up at the blonde, as he slowly leaned down, bringing her down with him. Her eyes just kept staring at his bandage-covered eyes. The blonde rested his head on the pillow, while Seiko lied next to him. Her lips formed into a smile, as she cuddled up against him, and once she got comfortable, she closed her eyes. Ah, Yugo-san. Naruto called out. The purpled hair Anbu turned to see a rather happy blonde. Naruto? The blonde came to a stop in front of her with a smile on his face. I was wondering. Can you help train me with a sword? Watching you is amazing. Yugo slightly blushed. Come on Yugo-chan, he begged. Yugo then took him up on his wish. Okay. But, Naruto's smile widened even more. Yes, yes. Yugo raised her voice, but, the blonde quieted down and looked back at her. I will not make it easy. Got it? Naruto gave her thumbs up. Yes ma'am. A couple days later. The sound of Metni another was echoing through the forest outside of Konoha. Yugo and Naruto were deep in the forest practicing their swordsmanship. The two of them both wore their normal Anbu outfit, but without the mask on. Naruto swung his sword downward at his partner, but Yugo easily blocked it by holding her sword horizontally. She overpowered the block and pushed him back a bit, as she attempted to stab his chest. The blonde swung his sword down at hers and managed to throw her off. However, she stepped on his sword, which caused him to lose his grip on it. Naruto looked down at his sword, then back up at Yugo, and saw her grinning. The blonde took a couple steps back and waved his hands out in front of him, while Yugo followed him with her sword in her grasp. Why Yugo-chan, you kind of made me. Yugo swung her sword horizontally lined up with his neck, but Naruto managed to duck on time. Hey, you almost killed me. Yugo didn't say anything and instead, she swung her sword vertically, which was lined up right in the middle of his body. Naruto jumped back a bit to avoid it. "You're really trying to kill me." Once again, Yugo didn't say a word. Naruto took one last step back and bumped into something. He lifted his head up to see that he had bumped into a tree. Quickly, he looked back at Yugo to see that she was about to attack him again. The blonde's body jumped a bit, to see that his partner tried to cut him in half again, but the blonde spun himself around her. He made a run for his sword, but then he was roughly tackled. The two bodies rolled around the ground, but then they shortly came to a stop with Naruto lying on the ground, while Yugo was on top of him. The blonde tilted his head up a bit, and by looking far up, he could see his sword in reach. He quickly tried to grab it, but Yugo grabbed both his wrists and pinned them down on each side of him. Naruto was starting to not like how she wasn't giving him a chance and frowned slightly. "Yugo-chan, this isn't—" The blonde stopped what he was saying, as he looked up at her chocolate brown eyes. Naruto just lied there, seeing her beautiful looks with the sun's rays lighting around her head. The light from the sun was what was making her look even more attractive. Her ruby-colored lips, her gorgeous purple hair, and her brown eyes were what the blonde was examining. Yugo lowered herself, as Naruto leaned his head up slowly. The gap between them slowly began to close, but right when Naruto was getting ready to kiss her, he felt a sword stab his left leg. Yugo grinned and hopped off him on time before the blonde managed to scream in pain to where it would have driven her nuts. Naruto's upper body jolted up and looked at Yugo. "What the hell?" Yugo chuckled slightly. "You should never fall into the temptation when it comes to a situation like that. If you were actually in a sword fight with a woman and she was in my position, she would have had you in the palm of her hand like I did. And instead of just injuring you, she would just kill you instantly." Naruto sighed and crossed his arms, as he looked to his right, not wanting to look at her. "Whatever." Yugo giggled at the irritated blonde. Naruto's body woke up, but his eyes still couldn't open due to the bandages. His upper body leaned up and could feel someone else next to him. He then remembered what happened last night and smiled weakly. Hearing her still sound asleep was what made him smile, as he quietly got out of bed. He felt pretty good since he got to open up to someone a bit. Reaching for the knot that kept the bandages placed, he untied it and let them fall freely. The blonde took a deep breath, hoping that what he was about to do would actually work. He opened his eyes and felt absolutely nothing, except the slightest of air brushing against them. Looking down at himself, he realized that he was still shirtless and that his pants were completely ruined. A sigh escaped his lips, as he quickly glanced back at the still sleeping Seiko. He walked out the door and quietly closed it once he was out. The blonde then headed for the restroom in need of a warm shower. Ever since he had woken up in that alley, he hasn't really had a time at all to relax and clean up. When he was walking down the hall, realized that it was quiet, which meant that everybody was still asleep. Once he turned a corner, a couple girls quietly followed him. When those two came to the corner, they both quietly peeked around it to see that the blonde stepped into the bathroom. The two girls stepped around the corner and walked to the bathroom. They then placed their ears against the door to hear the shower being turned on. The girls looked at one another. "Did you see his body? Oh my god, I can't believe he even rejected me last night," Yuki said, as she placed her ear against the door again to hear the sound of a door being closed, which meant that Naruto was in the shower and was completely. The image of him being appeared in Yuki's mind. Yuki was still wearing her black and red lace bra and black panties. "Well, I'm glad he rejected you, because I want him," Saya answered. "Yes, Saya." Shockingly, Saya actually fell into such a level. She wore black extremely short shorts that were a little tight for her and also wore a blue tank top that didn't cover her belly button. Even though when she was around the others, she didn't show that she had a thing for the blonde. However, when it came to Yuki, for some reason, she wasn't afraid to show it around her. Yuki grabbed the knob and turned it to verify that he didn't lock it. She didn't open it, but she looked back at Saya. "Should we go in?" "What are you two doing?" The two girls yelped, as they both looked behind them to see Takashi. We were, just," Saya couldn't find a way out of this. Yuki realized that the boy was still dozy and let go of the knob. "Saya and I here were just talking. That's all." Takashi rubbed his eyes. "Okay, but please keep it down." Yuki quickly grabbed Saya's hand and walked off. "We will," she replied. Takashi watched the two leave and let out a yawn. He knocked on the door. "Who's in there?" Naruto heard the knock at the door and decided not to answer since he was enjoying the warm water pouring down on his skin. He grabbed a washcloth and a bar of soap. Placing the soap on the cloth, he began to rub the cloth all around the soap to where it soaked in the suds. He placed the soap aside, as he began to wash his entire body with the cloth. Another knock came from the door. "Hello." Naruto rolled his eyes. "It's Naruto. I'll be done in a second." "Oh, no need. I was just wondering who was in there," Takashi replied. Naruto closed his eyes, since the warm water was making his body feel a bit too relaxed. 20 minutes later the blonde turned the water off, finally thinking that he was in there long enough. He opened the door and grabbed a nearby towel. Stepping out, he dried his hair followed up by his face, and then he wrapped the towel around his lower body. Quickly slipping his sandals back on, he walked out the door and left it open. Little did he remember, he left behind his pants that are laying on the floor. After finishing his shower, his muscles no longer ached. The blonde came to a stop remembering something yesterday. It was before he went out to fight off the horde. Naruto ticked and stormed to the stairs, remembering a certain group he told to get lost. In a matter of seconds, the blonde came upon the room that Shido and his group is in. Kicking the door open, he saw that Shido and the others were sound asleep. He cocked an eyebrow, but then he didn't care if they were or not. "Get up." A couple of them groaned and slowly moved. "Get up." This time, the rest of the group woke up and were startled from the outburst. They all looked at the doorway to see the blonde. "What?" Shido asked. "Have you all forgotten? What did I tell you all yesterday?" Naruto questioned. Shido's eyes slowly began to fully open and stumbled to his feet. "Are you kidding? You can't just throw survivors out like that? We all have to stick together." "I'm not G. You know why I'm making you leave, so quit trying to act like as if I don't know what you're trying to do," Naruto said. "Where are we going to go?" Shido continued to ask more questions. Naruto cupped his chin. "Let's see. I'm sure that these other houses near us are clear. Why don't you claim one for you and your group? Why can't we just, because I'm not going to let you try and have the others killed like you intended on with Kaji." Shido this time was at a loss of words. "Now go," Naruto ordered. Sonoda was the first to walk out, followed up by the others. Shido remained where he was, but then he walked out. Naruto slammed the door shut and walked up the stairs behind Shido to make sure that his group actually was going to leave. Takashi and Koda were talking to each other in the living room, but it came to a quick stop when they saw Sonoda and the rest of Shido's group walking by. Once Shido walked by, they saw Naruto right behind them. "Hey, Naruto," Takashi called out. The blonde ignored him and escorted the group full of misguided people to the door. Sonoda opened the door, as they all began to walk out one by one. When it came down to Shido, the teacher stopped once he stepped foot outside and turned to Naruto, but the blonde roughly shoved him out. Naruto stepped out and slammed the door shut, as he walked past them all to the gate. He slid the gate open. "Get lost," the blonde demanded. One by one, Shido's group walked out. The door opened, as Takashi came rushing out. "Naruto, what the hell?" The blonde didn't turn to face him and instead kept an eye on the group, making sure they didn't try anything. "They can take care of themselves. Why are you kicking them out? They're humans just like us. Everyone that's alive needs to stick together." Naruto smirked. "You're sounding like Shido now." "Well, he's right. You can't just let them leave. Unless you want to end up like a mindless fool like them and want to die, I suggest you shut up and listen to me." Takashi cocked an eyebrow. "Then tell me why you're kicking them out." "I'm kicking him out for the sake of you and the others," Naruto answered, as he closed the gate and walked back to the house. "They wouldn't have killed us though," Takashi said, as he walked in after Naruto. The blonde walked into the living room with Takashi right behind him. "Okay, maybe you're right. But they would leave you behind to die, which is the same as killing you," Naruto stated, as he plopped onto a chair. Koda was curious of what was going on and decided to jump in. "What happened?" Takashi kept his full-on attention at the blonde, which had his eyes closed. "Naruto here kicked out Mr. Shido and his group out." Koda let out an HMPH. "Good, I hate Mr. Shido. He would always pick on me in school." Takashi then snapped his attention to the shorter boy. "How can you say that? We need to help anyone that's alive to remain alive." Naruto kept his eyes closed. "Tell me, Takashi. Would you rather stay here with us and remain alive, or would you rather be with them and end up being left behind to die? Takashi, Kota, Takashi, and even Naruto opened his eyes, as they all saw Rei standing in her pajamas. He deserved to get kicked out. He's in. Naruto smiled and closed his eyes again, glad to see that you and Kota agree. Miyamoto-san is right. Takashi and Kota saw Nurse Shizuka wrapped in nothing but a bath towel join in. Kota, however, had an instant nosebleed to see that the towel could hardly contain those jugs of hers. Takashi, on the other hand, blushed madly. I never liked Mr. Shido. He was always a rude teacher back at school. Naruto got up from his seat, which Shizuka and Rei's eyes were instantly glued to the blonde's body. He walked out the living room and to the door, while everyone just watched him. Where are you going? Kota decided to ask. The blonde opened the door. I'm going to get some clothes, he answered, as he stepped out and closed the door behind him. Takashi grunted. I'm afraid that he's going to end up being trouble. The others looked at the boy. Why? Rei asked. I think he's going to brush us off later on. I don't think Naruto-san would do such a thing, Shizuka said. Think about it. We have no idea where he came from and he shows up at the school out of nowhere. Doesn't that seem strange? And why would he even help us? He doesn't even know us. Well, maybe Naruto-san is one of those guys that like to help those in need, Shizuka stated. Yeah. Naruto-san is fairly strong and I don't see why he won't want to help us, Kota mentioned. That might be, but I just think that something's up, Takashi said. Just outside the living room, Seiko was leaned up against the wall and had listened to everything that transpired. Naruto landed outside the gate. The blonde just didn't feel like opening it since it would take more time, which is why he decided to jump over it. He walked out to the bloody street and looked at both sides to see the walls he had made last night. Looking back out from where he had finished off the last and yet strange walker, he saw his sword lying there. Quickly appearing next to his sword, he picked it up and walked over to the wall to his right. The wall he was going to was the wall that blocked the path from where they all came from. He was now standing in front of the wall and looking up at it. Naruto. The blonde looked behind him to see Kaji. What is it? Let me come with you. Naruto shook his head. You stay here with them. Why? I follow you since you saved my life. Not this time. Kaji's body twitched. What? The blonde was now completely gone, before Kaji could even get an answer. Naruto appeared on the other side of the wall and could see the smoke coming from within the city up ahead. This poor world's going to come to an end if this keeps up, he thought to himself, as he began to walk down the street that would take him into the city. Kota sat on the couch playing with the guns he had discovered in the safe from last night. Takashi was in the kitchen looking for something to eat and or make for the others. Opening the fridge, he didn't quite find much in it. He closed the fridge and stood straight back up, but as he turned to look in the pantry, he spotted Seiko with a frown on her face standing there wearing the same apron. Morning, Busujima-san. However, even though Takashi was trying to be friendly, Seiko still kept the same frown. After overhearing the boy in the living room earlier, she began to think a little less of him. After all, Naruto wasn't even there, and plus, he even saved everyone from being overrun last night. If he hadn't done so, then they wouldn't be here after all. They more than likely would have took the Humvee that was out in the driveway, or if they couldn't make it to that on time, then they would all be dead. Takashi. Why are you assuming Naruto-san is a bad person? Takashi sighed in annoyance. I'm not trying to say that he is. I'm just saying that I wouldn't fully trust him. Even though he saved Kaji at school and saved us from last night, I still think something's up. Seiko then remembered the event from last night of how the blonde explained things of where he came from. I don't know how much longer I'm going to stick around. She remembered that statement specifically and then reminded herself to have another chat with the blonde later. Where is he, by the way? Takashi sighed. He said he was going to get some clothes. Seiko's eyes widened slightly. Where exactly? I don't know. More than likely somewhere in town since he went outside. Seiko's frown formed into a sadder look. Please don't leave us, Naruto-san, she hoped. Naruto found himself standing in front of a clothing store that actually turned out to not be too far from the household. The blonde has only been walking for about half an hour. Luckily, he hasn't ran into any of the dead yet. He saw that the doors to the store were forced open and also saw glass everywhere. What caught his attention even more was the blood on the ground as well. A gust of wind came from his hair to blow with it. His upper body began to shiver from the impact of it, which he then walked in wanting to find some proper clothing. Once he was inside, he saw clothes racks that were knocked down all over. Taking in his surroundings, he walked to one of the racks and realized that this one was full of men's shirts. His eyes roamed around the rack, but then they glued onto a gray-colored, short-sleeve shirt. Dropping his sword to the ground, he grabbed it and quickly threw it over his head. Pulling it down his body, he realized that his muscles seemed to show through the shirt. He shrugged and began walking through the store looking for some boxers. He came to a shelf that consisted of what he was looking for. Grabbing one of the sealed packages, he tore it open and grabbed a pair of black boxers. Looking around to make sure the coast was clear, he unwrapped the towel and slid on the boxers. He threw the towel over his left shoulder and continued his search, but this time, for some pants. It didn't take long for what he was looking for, but instead of finding pants, he found something else that he has never seen before. He found a rack full of jeans, but he didn't know what they were called. Curious of how they would feel, he grabbed a pair and slid his legs through them. He lifted them up and zipped the zipper up, followed by buttoning them together. In his opinion, they felt rather comfortable. Now, he went walking around looking for what he always likes to wear, a jacket. Quick! Gather the money and let's get out of here. Naruto turned to the source of the voice and saw a group of people coming into the store. They all rushed to where the register was, as one of them easily busted it open. It was a group of 4 people, all of them wearing ski masks. They all had a crowbar in their hands, while 2 of them had flashlights. One of the guys shined his flashlight around and came to a stop, as it revealed the blonde. "Hey, come here," the man ordered, which the other 3 looked at their partner and saw that he was shouting at someone. They looked where the flashlight shined and saw the blonde standing there. The one that broke open the register took a couple steps towards the blonde's position. "Get over here." Naruto blinked slowly with the same bored expression on his face. Curious of what they wanted him for, the blonde walked over to the group. As Naruto came up to the group, the guy that broke the register walked up to the blonde face to face. "Hand over all the money you got, boy." The blonde cocked an eyebrow. "Why would you need money if your world's coming to an end?" My world?" The man looked at the blonde's eyes. "Wait, what's with your eyes?" The other 3 were curious when their partner pointed out the blonde's eyes and all decided to join in. They all looked closely at the boy's eyes. "Wow, I've never seen eyes like those." Gunshots were being fired off just outside the store, which drew everyone's attention. They couldn't quite see from inside, as the group rushed outside, except Naruto. Once those 4 were outside, Naruto could hear more gunshots going off. Naruto held out his hand, as his sword came back into his hand. He looked over at the counter where the register was and spotted some strange jacket that he had never seen before. The color of it is black, and not to mention that it was sleeveless. Once he grabbed the jacket, he realized that it felt smooth and rather cool feeling. He quickly put the jacket on and walked out the store. The blonde came to a stop to see an army of the dead that had managed to come out of nowhere. That wasn't all he was seeing though, but he also saw that there's a massive group of living people. He examined closely and saw that these guys were enjoying killing them off. Hearing laughter from them was a bit strange to the blonde. The people fighting the army of dead all either had some type of gun, but those that didn't have firearms were using close combat weapons such as baseball bats, pipes, etc. "Kill them all," a guy shouted. "Beasts obliterated." 2 people lied on top of a small building. One is a tanned female with purple hair and wore a black combat suit with a bulletproof vest. Also, she is shown to be wearing a white choke collar along with shooting glasses. The woman stood up and grabbed her breasts. Phew. A man that wore the same 1st Squadron police uniform as the woman, which consists of a full bodysuit, knee and elbow pads, and a bulletproof vest. He also wears a white cap. He has a scar just above his right eye. The man looked at her. "What are you doing?" The woman stretched her arms out. "I wasn't able to get any sleep this morning, so I was starting to feel numb." The man grinned. "I can give you a massage if you'd like, Rika. If you can shoot better than me, then sure." The man held his arms out. "Then count me out." "Don't be ridiculous. Weren't you the one who was inducted into the best 5 of all the police officers in the country? Tajima. Anyway, we're not allowing ships to dock, but people can leave the offshore airport," Rika mentioned. "Is it because of the new regulations?" "Yeah, Blame the people up top. The indispensable engineers who were in charge of the airport maintenance are returning home to their families in droves. Anyone could leave next. Who knows what would have happened if we hadn't come along? They would have been fucked, Tajima mentioned. We have enough hands for now, but it'll only last for so long. We haven't been able to do much damage to those monsters. And since Hokkaido and Kyushu airports are starting to accept passengers again, we may have to send some support to strengthen their defenses, Rika said. But we don't have an unlimited supply of ammunition. Rika smiled. Are you going to run away? Tajima kept a straight face. No, not yet. Rika kept the same smile on. I'm going to go to the city eventually. What? You got a boyfriend or family members there or something? Rika removed her vest and then began to unzip her suit. When her suit came unzipped, she revealed to wear a white sports bra. I have a friend there. Achoo. Bless you, Marikawa-san. Kota said. Thank you. Shizuka now was wearing brown hot pants with her white shirt. Takashi just stood in the living room and took quick glances at the sleeping girl that he had saved from last night. She has shoulder-length pink hair with bangs reaching down from the side of her temples stretching outwards, burgundy-colored eyes, a mole under her left eye, and wears a white headband on her head. She was wearing a white jacket, a pink dress top and a light blue skirt, black socks and shoes. Ray looked at her childhood friend and began to worry. She was now wearing her school uniform again, but she stopped wearing the black, thigh-high socks she had on and replaced them with knee and elbow pads. The brunette realized ever since Naruto had sent Shido's group out, that her childhood friend has been rather frustrated lately. She walked over to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Takashi. The boy didn't say anything and kept an irritated look on his face. Taka. The boy snapped his head to look at her. What? Ray jumped a bit, but then her worried look turned into an angry expression. You need to stop worrying about Mr. Shido. He would have killed us if him and the others were to continue staying with us. And how would you know? They're alive just like we are, and I'm sure he would have wanted to stick together and live. Did you not hear what happened to Kaji? Mr. Shido almost killed him. She's right. Kaji said, as he joined in, while everyone turned to face him. Kaji still wore his school uniform. I was running behind because I managed to drop my books, but when I started to catch up to them, I tripped and sprained my ankle. I fell and somehow slid far enough to end up right below him. I asked him to help, but he just looked down at me and said that the weak don't deserve to live. That's when he kicked my face and left me behind. Seiko had managed to hear the conversation going on and walked into the living room. E-boots with heels, long lace purple stockings, purple gloves, her school uniform top, a skirt that shows the string of her thong and her entire right thigh, and a special belt to hold her sword. Since she managed to hear everything, she decided to chip in. Takashi. Naruto kicked them out to protect us. I don't see why you're upset with him. Takashi remained quiet, while absorbing everything being said from the others. Yeah. Why are you upset with him? Ray asked. Takashi sighed. What? Do you think that Naruto would end up kicking us out? Ray asked. Kota and all the others eyed him, curious of what his answer is. No, he won't. Everyone turned their attention out to the hallway to see Yuki in her school uniform. I was in Mr. Shido's group since it all started at school. I felt for his foolish words, and then, I saw him leaving students behind for their death. Flashback screaming rained the halls and classrooms. Student and teachers stormed down the halls trying to find a way out of the school. When the announcement was made and the person that had made the announcement ended up screaming for their life through the intercom, which is what caused this massacre. Students were being shoved aside, attacked by others. It was just a disaster. Yuki was trying her best to get past the wave of students, but then she was instantly knocked down. Her back hit the wall pretty hard, and when someone stepped over her legs, the person's knee accidentally hit her across the head. The hit was rough, but it didn't completely knock her out. The hall began to die down, while Yuki sat there and looked at the direction she came from. She saw someone slowly walking and that the person was covered in blood. The person was groaning and she spotted a student with Mr. Shido running from that person. Mr. Shido, it's going to catch up to us, the student mentioned. The teacher looked back at the person. You're right. Which is why. Shido tripped the student and watched how he ended up going face first to the floor. You'll buy me some time. The teacher decided to walk. The boy tried to get up, but was pinned to the ground, as the person he was running from began to rip open his body. Shido looked down to his left to see a girl sitting against the wall. He grinned seeing that it was the sexy Yuki Miku. He knelt down. "Yuki, come with me. We will get out of here together," he said, as he placed his hand on her thigh and began rubbing up and down. Shido stood up and held his hand out to her. Yuki had no expression after seeing how he used a student to buy him some time. She was still a bit out of it after taking a hard hit to her head. Looking up at him, she took his hand, as the two of them began to walk away looking for an exit. End of flashback. Naruto did the right thing by sending them off on their own, Yuki said. Takashi sighed and scratched his head. "Okay. I just can't help but think that there's something up." Naruto swiftly spun around one of them, and in the process, he managed to cut the body in half, followed up by decapitating another one. He stood straight up to see that there was just no end to them. The group of living was decreasing immensely. The people that stayed to fight weren't showing any sign of leaving. They all laughed like maniacs. Even those that were being torn apart went down laughing. Naruto stood there watching the dead devouring the living. Just in a matter of seconds, the blonde was the only one left. The dead managed to take out every last one of the living. Naruto looked at the direction from where he came from and saw that there was another road that led to a different route. He looked closer and saw that there was a bridge with a pond just below it. Perfect. I'll just lure them to the bridge and knock them all over. Naruto spun one of the dead around and grabbed it by the back of the head, Shinra Tensei. The force was so strong that Naruto still had the head in his hand, but the body was completely gone. The blood from the head poured out of it and onto the street, which would attract the other ones that at a good distance. The blonde grinned and began running toward the bridge with the massive horde right behind him. Time. 6:58 p.m. Oni-chan, the little girl that Takashi saved, shouted. The boy looked at her. "Yes, Alice?" The little girl's stomach then began to growl. "I'm hungry." "I think we all are. But Busujima-san should be about done with dinner." "Actually, you can all come in now. It's ready," Seiko called out. Everyone's ears perked up and they all rushed to the kitchen. Since it's been a couple days since the breakout started, they were all focusing on surviving, then having to feed their bodies. Once everyone came into the kitchen, they saw bowls and a pair of chopsticks sitting on the counter, one for everyone. Every single one of them, except Seiko, dashed to the bowl and grabbed the chopsticks. Since it's been a while since they've actually eaten, their reaction that they displayed would be expected. They all looked into the bowl. "Chicken ramen? It looks delicious," Ray mentioned. Seiko smiled, as she grabbed her own bowl. "Thank you." Naruto stood on the railing of the bridge and looked at the sunset. Earlier, he had managed to knock all the dead over and into the pond. They couldn't swim and eventually all drowned. The wind started to pick up and he needed to get back home before it got dark. He jumped back off the railing and onto the road. The road he stood on began to have mini quakes. He looked down to see that the road wasn't opening, but then he looked to his right and saw a couple of giant mutated walkers. They stood at about 10 feet tall and were completely buff. The arms were all muscle, and it wasn't just like any ordinary arm with muscle, but their arms were just complete muscle and disgustingly huge. The legs were also wide in muscle, but they were nowhere near as big as the arms. Their heads were a normal size for any human being, but their eyes were completely yellow. What the hell? Naruto asked himself. The two giants charged at him like a couple of buffalo. They closed in on the blonde and attempted to slam their fists down on him, but the blonde easily jumped back to avoid them. He flipped his sword in his hand to where he held it backwards, and once his feet hit the ground, he charged at the two with incredible speed. In a flash, he appeared behind the two giants, as blood shot out in the air. He ended up cutting them in the stomach, which took a form of an X. Just as he turned around, he was hit hard against the gut and sent soaring back. His back hit the ground rather roughly and ended up sliding a few feet. When he came to a stop, he leaned up and saw the giants coming at him again. Since his assault didn't work, he knew that he was going to have to start cutting off their arms or legs. The giants closed in and like last time, they attempted to smash him, but Naruto spun around them and attempted to cut their legs off. However, that didn't quite happen. Their muscle was immensely massive that it was too hard to cut through. Naruto looked up at the giants and was instantly kneed up against his chin. The blonde was sent in the air, and due to how hard the impact was, he was forced to let go of his sword. The giant grabbed the blonde's ankle before he was too high to reach and then slammed him hard on the ground. A sharp pain shot throughout his back and then he coughed up some blood. The giant let go of him and attempted to punch down at him, but the blonde vanished in a swirl of leaves. Just a few yards away, Naruto reappeared with a little trail of blood coming from the corner of his lips. The other giant charged at the blonde, while Naruto held out his arms and formed a Rasengan in each hand. Quickly jumping over the incoming giant, the blonde dropped behind it and slammed both Rasengans on its back. It managed to cause the giant to go sliding forward, but it didn't last long, as it stopped itself. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. What the hell is with? The other giant came from behind the blonde and punched Naruto vanished once again. The blonde reappeared right where he had dropped his sword, which he quickly picked it back up. Looking at where he once was, he saw the two giants looking around for him. He swung his sword horizontally, which ended up shooting a powerful gust of wind towards them. The wind caused the two giants to stumble a bit, but then they both glanced to where it came from and saw their target. They charged towards him, while Naruto flipped his sword once again to where he held it backwards. Seeing how the giants were at a good distance from him still, Naruto had enough and held out his free hand facing the first one, Bansho Tenin. The giant out in front came hurling towards the blonde. Its arms and legs were useless, and since Naruto saw that it was close enough, he flicked his wrist down, which caused the giant to hit the ground face first right in front of him. Naruto quickly lined his sword up with its neck and with a quick swing. He decapitated it. Since he couldn't find anything else to work, he easily removed its head. He knew that there was several other ways to get rid of it, but he wanted to continue working on his swordsmanship. Quickly looking up ahead, he saw the other one just about to pounce on him. The last one tried to smash down on the blonde's head, but Naruto easily shifted to the side. The blonde jumped up with some speed and quickly appeared behind the giant. He whipped his sword to the side, as blood hit the ground. The blonde stood there with a bored look on his face, as he heard a thump hit the ground. Turning around, he saw the giant's head lying there and then saw the body fall next. So, beheading them seems to be the only trick with swordsmanship, he said to himself, and then realized that it was completely dark now. He looked up and saw that half of the moon lit the area. Naruto's typical straight bored lips slowly turned into a saddened frown. Where is everyone? He looked around the area to see all the corpses lying around. A sigh escaped his mouth, as he sealed his sword away and began to head back to the others. Takashi sat in the living room with the TV on. He kept going through the channels to see that none of them were on air. A sigh escaped the boy's mouth. He was the only one awake due to not being able to sleep. A knock came from the door, which drew Takashi's attention. Another knock came from it. As he grabbed his bat, he got up and walked to the door. He quietly approached the door and looked through the peephole. All of a sudden, the door busted open, which hit the poor teen smack on the face. He was forced to drop the bat, as he placed his hands on his face and hunched over. What the fuck? He nearly shouted, but not too loud to where it woke the others up. Maybe you should learn to lock doors. Takashi froze for a second and recognized that serious voice, as he stood back straight up and removed his hands off his face. Naruto? The teen asked, as he examined the blonde's new attire, blue jeans, gray short-sleeve shirt with a sleeveless leather jacket, and his black sandals. Nice look. Thanks. I've actually haven't seen clothes like these before, he mentioned, as he looked down at himself. Takashi cocked an eyebrow. Wait, you're saying you don't know what jeans are? And leather jackets? Yeah. Takashi gently face-palmed himself, while Naruto walked past him. Takashi quickly turned around and saw the blonde walking into the living room. He shook his head and went to join the blonde. Naruto plopped down onto the single chair and let out a tiring sigh. Takashi stood in front of the blonde. Where did you go? Naruto closed his eyes. War. Yes. When I went to the clothing store, I ran into a couple of thugs. Then shortly later, there was a bunch of noises outside and then we all went out. That's when I saw several of the living fighting against the dead. It was like a war. It didn't take long for them to overrun the living. Some ran to safety, while some of them stood to fight. Those that stayed went down laughing like maniacs. Takashi's eyes narrowed. So you took care of them on your own? Like in one-man army? Naruto shrugged. I guess you can put it that way. Takashi was at awe. You really are something else. Let me fill you in with something. When I took care of them, there were two more that came from nowhere. These two weren't like the others. They were massive and pretty tough. I couldn't cut through any part of their body, except their head. So, there aren't just normal walkers. Right. There seems to be some more special ones out there. I see. It's even more dangerous than I expected. Silence roamed through the area, but since the blonde's been gone for the whole day, he was curious of what happened here when he was gone. So, did anything happen? Takashi shook his head. No, we all just stayed here and had the day to relax. Sounds fun. Naruto. The blonde looked at the teen. I'm sorry for the way I jumped you earlier today when you kicked Mr. Shido's group out. Naruto's eyes narrowed. It's fine. I'm just trying to protect you all. Takashi smiled weakly. Where are from? The blonde cocked an eyebrow and then began to remember the conversation he had with Seiko the other night. All you need to know is that I'm not from around here. Takashi chuckled. Well, we all kind of figured that by the way you handle them so easily. And with those little tricks you do, that's not normal. Naruto sighed. In your world, of course it's not. Takashi questioningly looked at the blonde. Where were you from then? Naruto sighed. I really don't feel like going through this again. Again? Whom did you talk to about this? That's none of your concern. But, I will tell you this, I'm not from this planet. Where are you from then? A sigh escaped the blonde's mouth. I don't feel like repeating myself. Takashi frowned. Looks like I'll have to ask everyone and find out the harder way. A growling sound alerted the teen. What was that? Takashi asked, as he looked at the blonde to see that his eyes were slightly widened and saw a feint of red across his cheeks. Is there anything to eat? Takashi couldn't help but laugh seeing the blonde feeling slightly embarrassed. Why yeah, he continued laughing. I think. His laughing began to die down a little. There might be some leftover ramen. Even though Naruto kept his cool around the group, his mood brightened hearing ramen and shot to the kitchen with incredible speed that had managed to knock Takashi to the ground. Time. 9:46 a.m. Seiko stirred in her sleep, but then her eyes opened. She had the look on her face that showed that she was still half asleep. She wrapped her arms around the pillow and planted her head back on it, but little did she know that the door to the room opened. A smile formed on her face, as she snuggled her head against the pillow. All of a sudden, she was hit on the head and immediately jolted up and saw that a pillow hit her. She looked at the door entrance to see someone she hasn't seen all day yesterday. Get up, Naruto said. Seiko frowned at him. Was that really necessary? She asked, as she stared at his new outfit. Naruto kept his normal bored expression look on his face. Yes, he answered, as he walked out of the room. If the blonde had stood there any longer, he would have seen her uncover herself from the sheets to show him that she was wearing nothing but a thong. Seiko sat on the side edge of the bed and looked down at her clothing lying on the floor. With Naruto the blonde stood in the middle of the living room, while Takashi, Alice, Saya, Rei, Shizuka, Kota, and Kaji sitting around examining the blonde's new attire. Naruto was already getting impatient waiting on the other two to join them. What is it you called us out here for? Saya asked. I'll tell you when the other two get in here, Naruto answered. Shizuka yawned. But why did you have to wake us up this early? The busted nurse asked, as she rubbed her eyes. Nothing came from the blonde, while the others frowned at him. You mean to tell me that just for the hell of it? Rei asked. I'll explain soon, he answered. I want to know now. I was enjoying my sleep, Rei nearly shouted. Naruto tensed a bit from the brunette's shouting, but waved it off and remained standing waiting on the other two. A couple of seconds later, Seiko came walking in wearing the same clothing from yesterday. Why did you have to wake me? The purple-haired beauty looked around the room to see almost everyone sitting around, up. Shortly after Seiko's appearance, Yuki came in wearing her school uniform. The look on her face looked to be rather frustrated. She instantly glared at the blonde. You're lucky you're hot or else I would be beating the shit out of you. Naruto cocked an eyebrow, but then decided to get with the task at hand. Okay. Listen. This is only optional if you want, that's if you want to keep wearing the same smelly clothing you all have. Saya smiled lightly seeing where this was going. Do you mean? Yes. There's a clothing store not far from here. I'll take one group at a time though. Shizuka was the first to respond. I won't have to go. I'll just use my friend's clothing. Other than Shizuka, the guys, and Seiko, the other girls cheered among themselves. However, I'll be choosing the group. Fine, fine, whatever, they all said at the same time. Naruto looked at everyone, but remembered that he didn't get everyone's names. Actually, first 4 out the door goes. Naruto was forced to be spun around in a full 360. He shook his head and saw that Rei and Yuki were the first ones out. Everyone was pretty shocked at how the 2 girls were so fast that it made Naruto fully spin around. Koda and Alice were next to get up. Meet you outside then, Koda said, as him and the little girl ran for the door. I guess we'll go when you all get back then, Takashi said. Naruto was still a bit shocked at the 2 girls, but then rubbed it off. All right then, he said, as he went after them. Rei and the others all stood in front of the giant wall of the dead and looked up at it. How are we going to get over? Yuki asked. Rei pouted and grunted, I want to get some new clothing. Koda sighed, we know, but please stopping acting like. Rei glanced at where Koda was and saw that him and Alice were gone. Huh? Where did they go? Yuki looked around. I don't. The 2 of them both felt an arm wrap around their midsection and felt themselves being pulled. They each looked to their side and saw Naruto holding onto them. They both slightly blushed. Naruto, what are you? Yuki couldn't finish what she was about to say, as they were now both high above the ground. The 2 girls looked down and couldn't believe that Naruto could even jump this high. A smile came upon the 2 girls' face and enjoyed looking down at whatever was below. Their little enjoyment came to an end, as they landed on the other side of the wall. The blonde let go of them and walked on out ahead. Let's go, he said. Koda and the others stayed back a bit. That was so cool, Koda shouted, as him and Alice followed the blonde. Yuki and Rei looked at each other for a quick second and then followed the others. Moments later, the group came upon the building, but they didn't go in right away. They all looked around the area to see all the dead bodies lying around. Geez, it's like a bloodbath here, Koda mentioned. Naruto walked into the store not wanting to see the results of yesterday's war, while the others slowly followed him, but were more into looking at the scene around them. This is a disaster, Rei said. The others remained quiet, as they eventually found themselves walking into the store. Naruto was standing in the middle of a path, but then he was forced to spin in a full 360 once again. His eyes were slightly widened and turned around to see Koda with Alice just standing there. He turned back around to see that the 2 girls were out of sight. Sheesh. They're just like. Flashback. Come on, hurry. Naruto walked slowly with his hands in his pockets and kept his sight on the 2 girls ahead of him. He saw Ino and Sakura standing there waiting for him. You 2 are hard to keep up with. Ino and Sakura couldn't wait for the sluggish blonde. They ran up to him in a blink of an eye, as they both grabbed his wrists and ran for the store up ahead. Naruto couldn't keep his feet in sync with the girls and instantly tripped onto his stomach, which the poor blonde was now officially being dragged. His face sliding on the dirt road was starting to burn his face. Stop. He tried to shout, but the 2 girls were too excited and didn't hear him. In a matter of seconds, the blonde felt that they came to a stop. Before he got to look up, his face was forced to hit the ground. Naruto placed the palm of his hands on the ground and shot himself up to his feet to see that the 2 girls were gone. Sheesh. Now I see why Shikamaru says that girls can be troublesome at times, the blonde said to himself, as he dusted his hands off. End of flashback. Naruto squinted his eyes and placed his right hand on his forehead. Koda jumped a bit. Naruto, he called, as he and Alice ran over to him. Naruto held his left arm out and waved back at the 2, which made them stop. Don't worry about me, just go change. But, just go. I'm fine. Koda stood there for a bit and then nodded, as he looked down at Alice. Come on Alice, let's go get you some clothes. Alice smiled and began to laugh lightly. Yay, she shouted, as her and Koda went ahead. Naruto shook off the minor pain and brought his arm back down to his side. Why does this hurt? The blonde turned around to watch and make sure that nothing comes in. His arms folded across his chest. Man, now I feel like I'm back on guard duty when we were at the cage summit. Flashback. All the cages were in the meeting room discussing on what to do for the war. Each cage had their bodyguards hiding high above them, all except Naruto. The blonde decided to stand outside of the room and watch the hall. After a few seconds, the blonde would stomp around a bit. He kept getting impatient of how long this meeting was actually taking. Before they ever came here, Tsunade was determining on whom to take with her to the summit. Her first choice was Shizune, of course, since that was her assistant. When it came down to the last one, she couldn't think of whom to take. In her office, Sakura, Naruto, Kakashi, Yamato, and Guy stood around. The busty Hokage looked at each and every one of them and thought deeply of whom to take. It was real quiet, but that didn't last long, as Naruto volunteered himself. Now, he's stuck here standing at the entrance of the meeting room. A sigh escaped the blonde's lips. This is taking forever, he complained. A light chuckle came from behind him. You sure haven't changed a bit, a feminine voice said. Naruto turned around to see a familiar face and smiled. Temari? Shouldn't you be in there? The blonde woman lightly shook her head. I thought you could use some company. After all, I could see that you were bored since you kept walking back and forth. Naruto lifted his right arm up and scratched the back of his head. Oops, he chuckled. Plus, I never got to actually thank you for rescuing Gaara. Not once, but twice. Back at the Konoha invasion, when you beat him, you opened his eyes and realized that he had people that actually cared for him. He's been so calm and relaxed since then. Naruto lightly smiled, while listening to the blonde, and when you saved him from the Akatsuki. Not only did Granny Chio sacrifice herself to bring him back, but if it wasn't for you, I don't think we would have retrieved him at all. Temari backed the blonde up away from being seen from the people in the meeting room and placed her hands on the blonde's shoulder, as she gave him a seductive look. For that, she slid her arms up to where she wrapped them around his neck and closed the gap between them slowly. Thank you. Naruto. The sister of the Kazekage closed her eyes, as she tilted her head a bit, while Naruto's Temari coming onto him. His brain registered the moment and reacted, as he wrapped his arms around her waist. He closed his eyes too, as the two blondes' lips were just a mere inch from each other. End of flashback. Naruto sighed, as his arms came unfolded and rested on his sides again. Instead, he brought his hands up slightly and slid them into his pockets. His head hung low a bit and stared down at the ground. Another sigh came from him, but then a scream came from within the store. He quickly turned around and was gone in an instant. The blonde walked around looking for the source of the scream. He knew who it was since he found Kota, Alice, and Ray all together helping the child look for some clothing first, but due to the scream, the three of them worried of what happened to Yuki. Naruto found himself now standing in front of an entrance, which led to the changing rooms. He never came upon this the first time he was here, but he walked in and the first thing he saw was a couple of corpses lying around. Shit. I should have scanned the building first before letting them go off. Looking around, he saw some of the doors open. Some of the rooms were empty, while some of them had blood and organs in them. His eyes fixed themselves on one room, which he could see someone in there. The door was slightly open and yet, there was no sign of blood or anything. He walked over to it quietly and placed his hand on the door. Slowly, he pushed the door open and walked in. His eyes slightly widened, as he was looking at something he hadn't been expecting. Yuki stood before him wearing a pair of short jean shorts and a dark green tank top, which seemed a bit short since it showed her belly and not to mention that it was a bit tight to where her breasts were highly noticeable. Naruto blushed lightly, as Yuki smiled at him. So you do have a weak side, she said. The blonde just stood there, while his eyes kept glancing at her. Yuki caught him and smiled even more. You like what you see? She asked. Naruto began to swear to himself in his mind. Damn it, pervy sage. I'm really starting to pick up his traits more. Yuki crossed her arms and grabbed the shoulder straps, as she slid them down her shoulders. Naruto quickly placed his hands over hers to prevent her from continuing. Yuki tilted her head a bit and gave him an innocent look. What's wrong? Did you want to help me instead? Is that why you stopped me? Naruto just looked at her and lightly shook his head. Why did you scream? Yuki frowned slightly, seeing that he was trying to avoid her actions, because of the mess around here. I don't know why I screamed actually, but it seemed like my body did on its own. A sweat formed on the back of the blonde's head. He then examined her up and down her body, which she blushed lightly, seeing that he was basically checking her out. His eyes then looked her in the eyes. Find a different shirt, he said, as he turned his back to her so that he could leave. Yuki got herself lost by looking at his strange eyes. She thought they were beautiful, but then she shook her head. What? Why? She asked. The blonde remained standing there and didn't turn to face her. It's too revealing. Yuki cocked an eyebrow and stared at the back of the blonde's head. You're starting to sound like my father. If the blonde didn't have his back facing her, she would have seen the light smile on his face. Well, we're in an all-out war here and you want to wear that? This isn't your normal world anymore. Plus, if we ended up running into a group of living, they'll surely try to take you, even though they probably would even if you weren't wearing that. Not to mention, I don't want you wearing that around the others. Surely you don't want to see that little girl see you wearing that, would you? That would be a bad example. Yuki's eyes were widened from listening to his little speech, but she narrowed them and smiled. You really remind me of my dad. This time, the blonde turned around to face her. See, my dad would always be on me of what I would do. Flashback. Bye Dad. Yuki called out, just before she opened the door to leave for school. Yuki. The teen stopped before she opened the door and turned around to see her dad. Yes, father? She asked, as she saw the disappointed look on his face. Her father is a light-colored man that was pretty lazy, but he deeply cared for his daughter. He wore a pair of glasses and wore a robe colored dark blue and green with checkerboard-like patterns. The waist of it was tied to keep it on securely, and he also wore a pair of dark gray slippers. He pointed down at her, but she didn't follow his point, button that up. Yuki then looked down and saw that her blouse was open to reveal a lot of cleavage. She looked back up at him, but it's hot outside. If I wear it buttoned up, I'm going to get exhausted from the heat. Her father's eyes narrowed. Sweetie. I understand, but you're showing too much. You're making yourself look like a girl with a lot of needs. Yuki sighed, but Dad, what else can I do? It's so hot outside, she whined. Suddenly, her father walked away, leaving his daughter in a confused state. Shortly though, he came back with a bottle of water and handed it to her. Simple. Just take this to cool off. Yuki took it and smiled. So you want me to make it worse by pouring this on me to cool me down? Her father laughed. Now you're just being a smart ass. Yuki kept her smile on, as she placed the bottle down and buttoned the rest of her blouse up. She picked the bottle up and opened the door, as she glanced back at her father with a smile. Thanks Dad, she said, as she walked out and closed the door behind her. End of flashback. Naruto kept a straight face on, while Yuki actually had a small smile on. I loved my dad so much, but I don't know where he is, she said, as her smile slowly turned into a sad frown. What does your dad do? Well, I don't exactly know. When it comes to work, he usually works in his office room and he never lets me in. I've never seen it before, and when I'm home alone, it's always locked. Must be a big secret. Why yeah. An awkward silence came upon the two that only lasted for a split second. Wait here, Naruto said, as he walked out of the changing room. Yuki crossed her arms across her chest to prevent them from standing out so much. Her face was a bit saddened and somewhat happy. Not only is he sexy, but he even listens. He cares for us, and even though he hardly knows us, I feel as if I can talk to him about anything. A smile came upon her face, as she quietly giggled to herself. His eyes. I've never seen eyes like those before, but they're so beautiful. She leaned her back against the wall and slid down to where she sat down on the little corner seat. Suddenly, the blonde stepped in again with a shirt in his hands. The shirt is short-sleeved, that's colored dark red, but not only did he bring a shirt, he brought back a bra with matching panties. She looked up at him to see a light embarrassing blush across his cheeks. Yuki couldn't help but laugh at the blonde. Why did you bring me those? She laughed. Naruto's blush began to darken lightly. I thought you could use some clean undergarments. I already changed into a different set. She laughed, but then stopped, as she got up and went up to him. She grabbed the bottom of the tank top she wore. I can show you if you like, she said seductively, as she began to lift it up her body. Naruto began to curse at himself in his head again and felt his little friend waking up. He shook his head and handed her the shirt. Just change, he said, as he walked out. Yuki pouted. I was so close, she shouted quietly. Naruto walked back out to his post and kept an eye out of whatever would show up. His bored expression had managed to take back over after what had happened back at the changing rooms. Hey, Naruto? The blonde turned around to see the short chubby boy. Kota was now wearing a pair of camouflage cargo shorts with a black t-shirt and a pair of white sneakers. What is he to stop trying to remember if he had heard his name from the others or not? It's Kota. Oh, you're the one that said that Shido would always pick on you, right? Yeah. Why would a teacher want to pick on a student? The blonde then began to remember how he was a child and how he got picked on or hated by teachers in the academy. Well, Mr. Shido was a teacher of mine, and when class was over. Flashback: Kota was sitting in his desk even though class was over. When the bell rang, the door to the class was closed. Only him, a couple of other students, and Mr. Shido were inside. The students grabbed a desk and surrounded the chubby boy and all began to make fun of him. "Why don't you ever work out? You need to quit eating like a pig and drop that fat. If you learned how to quit being and if you weren't such a fat ass, we wouldn't be here making fun of you. But you're so weak and you just absorb it all in." Footsteps drew closer to the group, as everyone looked up to see Mr. Shido. "Now Kota. You know, they're right. If you weren't so weak, they wouldn't be making fun of you. But, you choose to be the weak, lazy, fat ass that you are." The students began to smile. "Yeah, fat fuck," they all said at once. Kota just lied his head down on his desk wishing that they would just leave him alone. End of flashback. It would happen every day. I even tried telling the principal and she even spoke with Mr. Shido herself. But, he would tell her that he has no clue what she was talking about. And since then, they've been pushing me around physically and kept calling me a crybaby for telling on them even though it didn't work. Naruto felt bad for the boy. "Kota, how long has this been going on?" "About a year." Naruto's eyes widened slightly. "A year? And you've been dealing with them? Wow. I'm pretty impressed. I used to be picked on all the time when I was younger. People always avoided me. No one ever wanted to be my friend. They all accused me of doing something that I didn't do." "Really?" Kota asked. "Yeah. But I dealt with it and when time passed on, I ended up making plenty of friends. However, I can see that you want revenge." The blonde walked to him and placed a hand on his head. "When it comes down to when we see him again and if he's being taken down by them, you're going to have to kill him." Kota smiled widely. "I've been planning on that for quite some time now." "Okay. We're ready to go back." Naruto looked past the blonde to see Rei wearing a pair of dark blue short gym shorts, not too short, but just short, with a white t-shirt and black sneakers. He then saw Lil Alice wearing dark pink pants with a dark purple shirt that had a picture of a dog's face on the front of it. She also wore a pair of black shoes and she had 3 blue bracelets around her left wrists. They didn't say anything, but the little girl found them pretty and just wanted to wear them. Yuki was next to them wearing the same jean shorts with the red shirt that he picked out for her. He saw her smile and lightly smiled back at her to see that she chose his picking. Kota turned around and looked at Yuki to see that the jean shorts were hugging tightly onto her bosom, that it showed her curves. The chubby boy blushed. "Okay. Are you all ready to head back?" Naruto asked. "Yeah. Just one more thing though," Yuki said, as an evil grin came upon her face. Time: 1:28 p.m. Takashi sat in the living room with Seiko, Kaji, and Saya. Shizuka ended up going back to sleep since she didn't like being waken up. It was just quiet throughout the living room. Nothing came to any of their mind of what to talk about. Saya sat with her leg crossed over the other, while Seiko sat on the couch and just stared at the TV that was turned off. Takashi sat next to her and leaned forward so that he could just stare down at the floor. Kaji on the other hand was just lying on the floor. The door opened, which the three heard and looked toward the hall. They heard voices, which weren't hard to pick up who they were. Rei, Alice, Yuki, and Kota came into the living room. Rei giggled just a bit and ran at Takashi. Rei sat on the boy's lap, which made him blush. "Why, you look comfortable in that," he mentioned. Rei smiled. "Yeah. I can move more freely in this." Alice came in all cheery and heard barking coming down the hall. She turned to see Zeke running at her, and just when he was in reach, he jumped up at her, which she caught him and laughed. Kota jolted back to the safe where he had put the guns back and went into his little world. Yuki came in with a big smile on her face and sat next to Saya. The pink-haired teen was confused of why she was so happy. "What's got you all so happy?" "Oh, nothing," she said. Naruto finally came in and everyone looked at him. They all started to laugh at him since he had carried all their old clothes back. He had a bunch in both his arms, while the rest of them were sitting on his head. The blonde lifted his arms up, which caused the clothes to fall from his hold, and then leaned his head forward, which caused those clothes to fall. He saw that they were all laughing at him, but he couldn't help but smile a bit. "Oh wait," Yuki said, as she walked up to the blonde. Naruto's smile turned into his straight look. Yuki smiled at him and stared into his eyes, as she snaked her arm around him and reached up to his neck. She slid her hand into the back of his shirt and pulled out her black and red lace bra. you forgot this, she said, as she dropped it to the pile. Everyone began to laugh again, as Yuki went back to sit next to Saya. Naruto stood there with a faint blush on his face. Luckily the others didn't see. Okay, enough. Are the rest of you ready? The blonde asked, but no one answered since they were still laughing. Naruto's right eye began to twitch and got tired of waiting, as he walked out of the household. The blonde walked to the gate and stopped, as he heard the others calling him. Wait, Naruto. We were just having a little fun, Takashi said. The blonde turned his head and looked to the side to see Takashi, Saya, Seiko, and Kaji joining him. I know. I was just getting annoyed. Annoyed of what? Saya asked. Annoyed of you four not coming when I asked if you were ready, he answered, as he slid open the gate and walked past it with the other four right behind him. Once they were on the outside, the blonde closed the gate behind them and saw that the four were just staring up at the wall of dead. Wow. You made this that one night? Kaji asked. Okay. Just how do you expect us to get over this wall if we're going? Saya was cut off, as she was now in the air. She looked down and saw Seiko and Takashi still in their spot. Looking to her right, she saw the blonde holding onto her. In just a split second after finding out she got up so high, she was now on the ground, along with Kaji. She dusted herself off. Just whom the hell do you think? She stopped to see that the blonde wasn't in sight. Naruto appeared back on the other side to see a shocked Seiko and Takashi. He walked in between them and wrapped an arm around their waist. Hold on. And in a split second, they were on the other side. Naruto let them go and walked on ahead to lead them to the store. They all looked at each other, but decided not to ask any questions and followed him. A few minutes later, the group approached the store. Seiko and the others looked around the scene to see a total mess. Is this what you meant? Takashi asked. Naruto kept walking ahead. Yeah, this was an all-out war. Wow. It's like a bloodbath here, Kaji mentioned. Come on. Enough looking around, just please hurry up, Naruto said. They all thought they had enough examining anyway and walked past the blonde. Naruto turned around watching the outside to make sure there were no intruders. Time skip. 15 minutes later Kaji saw Naruto just standing outside keeping watch and decided to take this chance to know his savior a bit more. Kaji now wore a pair of black khaki pants, black and gray shoes, and a dark blue short-sleeve shirt. He was now carrying his previous outfit. He approached the blonde and realized how serious he was keeping watch. His body was so still, no sign of movement. His legs were slightly separate, but mainly stood up straight. He walked up and stopped next to the blonde, while looking outside like him. So, you're obviously not from here. Where exactly are you from? Kaji asked. Kaji looked at the blonde to see that he had his arms crossed and that he had that same bored expression on his face. The wind picked up a bit, which blew his hair to the side. I'm from a different world. As I told someone before, your world is completely different. So a different world, huh? Do you know how you ended up here? The blonde shook his head. All I know is that I woke up in an alley. That's it? Do you remember anything from your world? I do, but I can only speak of so little of it. Oh. Well, what was your world like? My world, the majority of people, including myself, grew up to become shinobi. Ninja? Yes. We were always at war and I was a part of it. There have been 3 shinobi world wars, but then there was this man named Madara. He's a part of an organization called the Akatsuki. Their goal was to capture these beasts called bijus. There are 9 of them and they've captured 7. One day, we were called to a meeting. Yeah, I'm from a place called the Elemental Nations. To be more exact, the Fire Country in the village of Konoha. Now, there are 4 other lands. The Land of Earth has Iwagakure. The Land of Lightning has Kumogakure. Land of Water has Kirigakure. And the last one, the Land of Wind has Sanagakure. Each of these villages has a leader that's ranked Kage. We were all divided equally in order to create a balance to our world. Okay. So, when it came to the meeting, was it just the Kages? You're somewhat right. It was the Kage from their village with 2 bodyguards. I happened to be one of those guards for our leader. Anyway, we were all gathered at a place called the 3 Wolves, which is where the Land of Iron resides. The Land of Iron didn't have shinobi, but instead they had samurai, and instead of a Kage, there was a general named Mifune. He called an alliance and wanted to get all of us on the same page to stop the Akatsuki. As the meeting went on, Madara decided to make an appearance. He started talking about this plan of his and demanded the 2 remaining bijus, but we simply didn't hand them over. That was when he declared the 4th Great Ninja World War. A 4th war just because he couldn't get these 2 beasts. What were these beasts like? Well, these beasts were special. As you know, there are 9 of them. Each one of them had special abilities. They had their own names, and depending on what number they were, they had that many tails exactly. For instance, Ichibi is the 1-tailed beast, Nibi the 2 tails, Sanbi the 3 tails, Yanbi the 4 tails, Gobi the 5 tails, Rokubi the 6 tails, Nanabi the 7 tails, Hachibi the 8 tails, and finally, Kyubi the 9 tails, which is the strongest of them all. Each of these beasts was sealed in a person. And since the Akatsuki has captured 7 of them, they captured that person and extracted the beast from within, which ended up killing the container. That's awful. Why were they after those beasts? They're after them because, once they capture all 9 of them, that's when they can merge them all together to form the Jubi. Jubi? Yes. Known as the 10 tails. All 9 of the tailed beasts are but portions divided from the Jubi. Madara wants to bring back the Jubi so that he can become the Jinchuriki of it and have the entire world in his control. Jinchuriki? Jinchuriki is the container of the Biju. I see. So, the Hachibi and Kyubi are the ones he's after? Yes. Who are the containers of those tailed beasts? The Hachibi is sealed into a friend of mine and a trainer of mine. His name's Killer Bee. Killer Bee? What's with that name? To be honest, I don't know. He's actually a really cool guy. Just that, he raps and that it can be a bit strange, but at times I tried it out. It didn't come out too great, but for some reason, he liked it. Kaji laughed a bit and smiled. He sounds fun to be around. Naruto chuckled a bit. He is. What was his town like? He lived in Kumo. His brother is the Raikage. Raikage must be the leader of that village. What's the other Kages? Well, there's Tsuchikage of Iwa. He's a short old man that happens to have back problems. There's Kazekage of Suna. He's a very good friend of mine that used to be the container of the Ichibi. Wait, the Kazekage used to be a container? How is he still alive then? Someone from his village named Chio sacrificed her life to bring him back to life. I ended up bringing his body back, and that was when she decided to bring him back. Oh. Anyway, there's the Raikage, which happens to be a reckless guy at times. Mizukage of Kiri, might I say, is a beauty. And then there's the Hokage of my village. She's a drinker and a gambler, but she knows what she's doing. I see. So who's the Jinchuriki of the Kyubi? Naruto didn't say a word and didn't want to tell him, so he decided to change the subject. So, Kaji, how did you end up to be in Shido's group? Kaji wasn't expecting the blonde to change the subject, but thought that he heard quite a bit of him and decided to tell him his side. Well, I was in the school with a couple of other students. Flashback: Kaji was still in his classroom gathering his books after he heard the screaming from the guy that was using the microphone. The other students didn't waste time after they heard it and all made a run for it. Kaji. A student called out. Kaji gathered the rest of his books and turned to the source of the voice to see his friend Shin. Not going to describe him since he's only going to be seen in this scene. With some other student. I'm coming, he said, as he rushed to them. The 3 of them were the last ones out of the classroom and stopped outside the doorway to figure out which way everyone went. They glanced right then left, but then they heard groaning sounds coming from their right. Glancing to their right, they saw a group of people coming towards them. They were pretty pale looking and they had blood covering throughout their body. What the hell? Shin asked. Why's there blood all over them? The other student asked. I don't know. Shin answered, as he faced the group. Hey, are you all right? No answer came from the group, but all they did was just groan and reach out when they got closer. Hey, what's? The person ahead of the group grabbed Shin's arm and held it up, as it bit down on his arm. Shin screamed out in pain, while Kaji and the other student were shocked. The others came up to join the person and all grabbed a part of Shin, as they all munched on him. What the fuck? The student shouted, but one of them walked to him faster than usual and grabbed him by the head. It then bit down on his shoulder, which he then screamed out in pain. Kaji was panicking and decided to run the opposite way. He turned around the corner and quickly ran down the stairway. Once he was halfway down the stairs, he turned to run down the next flight, but he ended up slipping on the first step he took on them and tumbled down to the bottom. His books were all scattered around the floor, but they were close to him. He weakly gathered his books again and got up to one knee. A shoe was in his sight, which he then looked up to see Mr. Shido with Yuki, Taniuchi, Sonoda, Miura, Kawamoto, Yamada, and Kurokami. The teacher held out his hand, which Kaji took it and was helped back up to his feet. "Come with us, Kaji. We're going to get out of here." Kaji bowed his head. Thank you, Mr. Shido." End of flashback. Naruto looked at Kaji. "So he helped you up and that's what made you want to join him?" Kaji looked at the blonde's eyes. "Well, yeah. I had no one else to go with, so I thought that if I went with them that we would be fine." "I see," Naruto replied, as he buried Ket's. "Might I ask what's with your eyes? I've never seen anyone with those before." Naruto chuckled a bit and looked back outside. "Perhaps another time I'll tell you." Kaji looked back outside for a second and then back at the blonde. "So, who was the host of the Kyuubi?" Naruto's body tensed, which Kaji then began to register it. His eyes slightly widened and turned his body around so that his whole front was facing the blonde. "Why, you're the host." Naruto nodded. "Yes." The blonde placed a hand on his stomach. "The Kyuubi is sealed in me, but I haven't heard from him lately." "Wow. How long have you had it sealed in you?" Naruto looked up at the sky with his eyes half open. "Ever since I was born." Kaji's eyes widened. "What? Yeah. My dad was the Hokage back then and when he was helping my mom give birth to me. Now, back then, my mom was the host of the Kyuubi. So, they had to find a secret place to give birth." "Why?" "Because, when you give birth, the seal that keeps the Kyuubi sealed weakens, which gives it the opportunity to break free. So, right when I came out, an intruder broke in and used me as a hostage. The intruder was Madara and he held me hostage just so he can have the chance to take the Kyuubi. My father didn't know what to do, but of course, he saved me and got us out of there. He took me home thinking that it would be safe there, but since he saved me, Madara took my mother and freed the Kyuubi. He managed to gain control of it and he teleported the Nine Tails and himself to my village. That night was when the Kyuubi attacked the village, but later my father managed to stop Madara from controlling it, but that was when the Kyuubi was free on its own. The Kyuubi was just about to wipe the village completely, but my dad teleported it with him to a more open area. That was when he brought mom and me. He realized he couldn't stop the Kyuubi and both my mom and dad decided to sacrifice their lives by sealing it in me." Kaji couldn't think of anything to say since his savior lost both his parents in order to protect everyone else, and ever since they sealed the Kyuubi in me, as I grew up, people hated me. They called me a monster and anything else you can think of. Naruto continued. "Why? You didn't do anything. Because I have the Kyuubi inside me. They say it's my fault my father and mother died." "That's awful. But, if you were just a baby when all that happened, how did you find this out?" "A good teacher of mine. What was his name?" "Jiraiya. He was known as one of the legendary Sannin." "What was he like?" Naruto then looked at Kaji. "How about we talk about the rest later? I think I've told you enough for now." "Oh. Okay. I'm glad that I got to know you a bit better now," Kaji said, as he smiled. Naruto just kept looking at him and actually smiled back. "Hey." Kaji and the blonde turned to see Takashi, Saya, and Seiko. Takashi was now wearing black jeans, black sneakers, a white short-sleeve shirt, and the same jacket he wore with his school uniform. Saya wore lime green shorts, turquoise tank top, and yellow low-cut sneakers. Seiko wore light gray khaki shorts that stopped just a bit over her knees, a dark purple sheer blouse, and her same black battle boots with heels. Everyone held onto their old outfit. "You're all done?" the blonde asked. "Yeah," Takashi answered. Naruto looked back at Kaji. "While we discussed stays between us," he said quietly, but apparently, not quiet enough. Kaji nodded, while the others had a questioning look on their faces. "What did you talk about?" Saya asked. Naruto started to walk back to their household. "Don't worry about it." They all looked at him, while Takashi and Saya went up to Kaji. "What did you two talk about?" Saya asked. Seiko respected that the blonde didn't want to tell them and decided to go join him, while Takashi and Saya bugged Kaji about whatever it was they talked about. Just when she was about to talk to him, she saw that he came to a stop. She came to his side and looked at him. "Why did you stop?" she asked, as Takashi and the others stopped just a bit behind them. Naruto looked ahead at the road, but then his eyes scanned the buildings to the right. A large group of shady people, wearing clothing that covered pretty much their entire body, except their eyes, came out from an alley. They all had some sort of blade, whether it be a dagger, machete, katana, you name it. The group consisted of about 20 of them, as they all came up to the blonde's group and surrounded them. They all looked around, except for Naruto, since he was just staring at the person that stood in front of him. Well. Looks like we got a bunch of kids that are lost. The one in front of Naruto said. The blonde easily picked it up that this guy is the leader of them. Obviously it was a man due to the fact that his body looks well built and that he stood a bit taller than the blonde. Naruto, as usual, stood there with a bored look on his face. The leader of the large group tilted his head and examined the blonde. "You look as if you're high and mighty." Naruto blinked once and continued to walk. "I have no time for this," he said in a cool tone. One of the shady people went up to him and grabbed the blonde by his wrist, which Naruto broke the grip and placed his hand against the person's stomach. "Shinra Tensei," he said quietly to where only the person could hear it, and was instantly sent flying back. The entire group watched in shock as one of their own was sent soaring, but then they quickly glanced back at the blonde. "What the hell was that?" the leader shouted, as he looked the blonde in the eyes. "And what's with those eyes?" Seiko, Takashi, and Saya then remembered that the blonde has been with them for a couple days now and not once have they asked anything about them. "What do you want?" the blonde asked. "Well, we were going to capture you and have you work for us," the leader pointed at the blonde, "but how about you join us and leave these weak kids?" Seiko and the others' eyes widened. "You can't just make a proposal and take him from us," Saya shouted. "Why not? He seems to be the reason why you're all alive. Plus, he deserves to be in a group to where everyone can fight. Not with a bunch of kids that can't do anything," the leader said. Takashi clenched his fists, but Naruto walked up to the leader to where they were just a foot apart. "Tell you what. If your buddies here can manage to land a hit on me, then I'll join you." The leader grinned behind his mask. "All right everyone, you heard him." Seiko and the others backed away to where they were now standing outside the circle. Naruto was now the only one that's completely surrounded by the shady group of people. Every single one of them charged at the blonde. The first two both attempted to stab him, but he easily caught their wrists and slammed them together. Another set of two came in, but they both wielded swords. They both started to swing at him, but he swiftly and easily dodged them all. "I said if you could hit me, but it looks like you're trying to kill me," the blonde mentioned, as he held out his right arm, while a metal rod formed in his hand. He quickly blocked one of the incoming strikes with his rod and kicked the other person hard on his chest. "If you want to try and kill me, then I'll just kill every single one of you." Naruto broke his own block and attempted to stab the other one. "Stop," the blonde stopped, which his weapon was just a mere inch from stabbing the person's chest. The man he was about to kill was standing straight up with his sword held back and his eyes showed fear since he was just about to be killed. "Enough. I don't want anyone getting killed," the leader said, as the group all backed away from the blonde. "What's wrong? That didn't last long at all," Naruto mentioned. The leader chuckled. "What's your name, kid?" The blonde grinned. "Naruto Namikaze." "All right, Naruto Namikaze. We'll meet again some other time," the leader said, as he grabbed a ball from his pocket and threw it down on the ground, which made a huge smokescreen. A few seconds died down to show that they were all gone. Seiko and the others came up to him. "Were you really going to join them if they actually managed to lay a hit on you?" Saya asked. Naruto kept his stare to where the leader once was and then decided to continue the path home. No. Everyone was enjoying their relaxing night. Shizuka was actually washing everyone's clothes that they wore before their new outfits. Alice was playing around with little Zeke by chasing him throughout the household. Kota, Takashi, Rei, and pretty much everyone else except for one person, were sitting in the living room chatting with each other. Naruto was standing out on the balcony only wearing the jeans he picked out from the store and his sandals. Shizuka was washing his upper clothing since she claimed they were filthy. The blonde actually saw in fact that they weren't messy at all, which is why he got the impression that she just wanted him to walk around shirtless. Before he came out to the balcony, he could feel everyone's attention was on him. When he came out here, he could hear them talking about him and how he was well built. He leaned forward against the railing and looked out at all the buildings. His body began to heat up, as he was starting to feel a bit light. Damn it. Why's this happening now? He thought to himself. He stood back up and placed a hand on his forehead. His hand instantly got warmer than usual after feeling how warm his head was. His forehead began to sweat and he could feel himself getting hotter. Turning around, he looked inside to see everyone still talking to each other. He slowly made his way back inside, which caught everyone's attention. "Are you okay?" Takashi asked. Naruto slowly took a couple steps forward and came to a stop. "Why yeah. I'll be." His eyes closed, as he fell to the ground. "Naruto-san." They all shouted and rushed to him. Takashi and Seiko flipped him onto his back. The blonde's mouth was partly open and his breathing was going at a quick pace. Seiko placed her hand on his forehead. "He's burning up. Quick. Go get a cold wet rag," Takashi called out. Yuki was the fast one to respond to the statement and ran to the kitchen. Naruto's eyes opened and he found himself sitting in a sewage-looking place. A deep laugh echoed through the area, which he then easily picked up of who it was. He got up to his feet and began to walk forward, until he came upon a cage. "I've begun to wonder where you've been at," Naruto said. "Naruto. Naruto. Naruto." The blonde cocked an eyebrow. "Why have you been so quiet this whole time? Why haven't you paid me a visit? I'm sure if you came, you would have seen me awake." Naruto clenched his fist. "TCK. I've been sealed in you ever since you were born, and now that we're in a different world, you haven't paid me one visit. I'm hurt, Naruto boy." "Shut up." The fox tilted its head to the side a bit and a mischievous grin crept on its face. "Oh? Is little Naruto getting mad?" The blonde gritted his teeth and clenched his fists so hard that the palm of his hands began to bleed. The fox's grin widened, seeing the blood sliding dripping down from his fists. "What's the matter? Am I really getting on your nerves? I bet you won't undo this seal and go for round 2 now that Kushina's gone." "Shut up." The fox raised its head, as its eyes looked down. "You're still easy to anger. Why would you tell that boy you saved about your life? You don't know these weaklings." Nothing came from the blonde, but his anger was boiling. "You know, Naruto boy. We both don't know how we ended up here, but if we're going to be staying in this world, you mustn't get close to these people." Naruto's anger began to slowly die down, hearing that the fox had said something that he already knew from the start. "I know. I just what? Want to protect them. Make new friends. You need to leave these people. They're nothing to worry about. You need to worry about how to get back to our world." Naruto's eyes narrowed. "I know, and believe me, I want to get back to our world too." The fox lied down and rested its head on its 2 front legs. "Glad to see that we're on the same page here. You wouldn't happen to know why these flashbacks I'm getting hurt, would you?" "I'm afraid I don't. But you need to somehow maintain them from interrupting your battles. If you get another memory coming back to you and it leaves you open, whoever it may be you're going up against won't hesitate and kill you when they see the chance." "Thanks for the advice," Naruto replied, as his gaze avoided from looking at the fox. Another thing. Why the hell are you trying to act all cool around these insects? You're usually all sheepish and happy back in our world." Naruto crinkled his nose and pointed at the fox. "Shut up." The fox began to laugh once again. "Are you trying to impress these insects by your attitude? You know you could still be acting like your normal self since they're impressed by your skills." Naruto's anger began to start up again. "They're not insects." The fox lifted its head up once again and glared at the blonde. "Think about it. They're just normal people that can't do anything. As I said, they're insects. They're normal people." "Shut up, kid. You shouldn't care about them anyway. We don't know them, and they don't know us. And as soon as we get back to our world, you'll completely forget about them." Naruto's eyes narrowed again. "No," the fox growled in annoyance. "Fine. If you won't leave them, then I'll make you myself one day. Just remember that, when you start getting too close to them, then I'm taking control. I've already told you, I'm not going to get close to them." "Like hell you're not. Look at you. You've told a lot about yourself to that boy you saved and that purple-haired girl. That shows me that you're getting close to them. Why do you even care if I get close to them or not? Because your emotions will get the better of you to where you'll sacrifice your life for one of them." Naruto didn't say anything in response, since the fox was right. If it did come down to where he got close to everyone and they were in danger, He knew that he would sacrifice himself to save them so that they could live on. The fox sighed. You see? You know I'm right, so you need to leave these worms and find a way to get us home. I know, now hurry up and do something about this fever. The fox chuckled. Calm your horses, boy, I'm on it. Takashi, Seiko, Kaji, and Shizuka were standing around the bed that they had placed the blonde in. He lied there with a cold wet rag sitting on his forehead. I don't know how long he's going to be out. But his fever is way too high. He just needs to rest, Shizuka mentioned. How did this start? Takashi asked. I don't know. He looked to be just fine when he was up, Shizuka answered. He did. But why did it come all of a sudden? Kaji wondered. Why don't we leave so he can rest and discuss this outside? Shizuka asked, as she walked out of the room, followed by the others. The door closed, which the blonde's eyes opened in an instant. He leaned up to see he was the only one in the room. A sigh escaped his lips. The fox is right. Kid. Change in plans. You can stay with these worms for now, but don't get close like I said. I'm going to be watching you still and trying to figure out ways to get back home. Got it? Yeah. Good, but if you think of anything having to do with returning home, speak up. The blonde looked out the window to see that it was dark out. I will. Ah, one more thing. I've seen you fight those things and it's making me wanting to see you kill more and more of them. Why don't you go out and slay some more? Will it shut you up? Possibly. Naruto threw the sheets off of him and got out of bed. Thunder roared outside, which drew the blonde's attention to the window again. Droplets of rain began to pour down, while the blonde looked down to see that he's still shirtless. He shrugged and held out his left arm, which then his sword appeared in his hand. Holding the sword out in front of him, he stared at me take control and slay them myself? I want to give it a shot. Damn it, Kurama. I promise, once I'm done, you won't hear another word from me for the rest of the night. I just want to bathe in blood. Naruto's grip on the handle of his sword tightened. Fine. The blonde's eyes closed and opened after a second to reveal his now reddened eyes. His pupil was slit, while the rings in his eyes still remained to show his dojutsu. His hair stuck out more and the whisker marks on his cheeks darkened. His fangs grew, while his other teeth sharpened. The now possessed Naruto quietly laughed and walked to the window. I'm going to take the window so that we won't have to go past those worms to get out. Naruto found himself in the sewage place again and just sat in front of the cage. That's fine. The fox opened the window and jumped out and landed on the street, going to be using Fox or Kurama since he's in control of Naruto's body for the time being. The landing caused him to land in a crouching position, but he slowly got back to standing straight up. His arms were resting on his sides, while the sword in his left hand was pointing downward and being dragged, as he walked up to the giant wall of dead. The rain began to pick up, as it poured down on him, which caused some of his hair to go down. The fox looked up at the wall and grinned. As bad as I want to destroy this wall and have those things overrun this joint, I'll respect the fact that you're also sheltering here. So, whenever you do leave, we'll destroy this wall so that they can die here. Naruto had his eyes closed and still sat in front of the cage, but didn't say anything. The fox looked up at the dark clouds above, as red chakra formed below his feet. The red chakra shot up, which caused him to rise up as well. A grin came to the fox's face, while the chakra stopped at the top of the wall. He took a step and now stood on top of the wall. Looking down at the other end, he jumped down and once again landed in a crouching position. He got back to standing up straight again and began his path, out to seek for them. The spot he landed on ended up to form a small crater. Kurama began to laugh deeply. Tonight, I'll show you a true disaster. Time. 8:34 p.m. Everyone was back in the living room and chatting about whatever they could think of. Earlier, Shizuka managed to finish washing the clothes, so she placed them in the dryer. Alice was still running around playing with Zeke. The others, just as I said, were sitting in the living room. However, Rei and Saya were starting to get sleepy. Rei was sitting next to Takashi and rested her head on his shoulder. Saya got up, decided to call it a night and went to her room that she shared with Rei and Shizuka. Kota, of course, was fidgeting with the guns. Kaji was lying on the floor once again, while Yuki was sitting with Seiko and kept talking about Naruto. Seiko could see that she was like a fangirl of his. I think I'll go check on him, the purple-haired beauty said, as she got up from the couch. Wait, I'm coming too, Yuki said, as she quickly caught up to Seiko. It didn't take long, as the two came up to the door that Naruto was resting in. Seiko opened the door in that instant. They both saw that he was gone. They rushed in. "He's gone," Yuki stated. Seiko looked around, but then felt a breeze. She looked at the window to see that it was open. "He left. Come on, we need to tell the others," the purple teen said. Yuki closed the window and ran out the room to catch up with Seiko. Seiko came back into the living room and stopped in the hall just outside of it. "Naruto's gone," she stated. Everyone turned to look at her in an instant. "What?" Takashi nearly shouted. Yuki came up next to Seiko and saw that she had already told them since they were all looking at her. "We went to go check on him and he wasn't there. The window was open though, which means that he obviously left," Yuki said. "Why? It's storming out and it's going to be harder for him to see," Kaji mentioned. "I don't know, but I'm going to go look for him," Seiko mentioned, as she grabbed her wooden sword that was leaning against the wall and ran to the door. Takashi and Rei got up to and grabbed their weapon that was leaning against the same wall that Seiko's weapon was. Kaji hopped up to his feet and also ran for the door, but before he was out of sight from the others, he turned to look at Yuki. "Stay here with the others. Tell Ms. Marikawa where we went if she asks," he said. "Kaji, wait." The teen looked at Kota and saw him coming up to him with a gun. "Here. Take this," Kota said, as he handed Kaji the Desert Eagle with a couple of clips. "Oh. Also." Kota quickly ran back to the guns and grabbed the Ithaca riot shotgun, along with a little box containing ammo. He came back to Kaji and handed them to him. "Give this to Takashi." Kaji placed the Desert Eagle in his pocket, along with the clips, and took the rest. "Thanks," he said, and ran outside. Kaji ran out the gate and saw that the others were standing in front of the wall. "Hey Takashi, here," Kaji called out. Takashi turned to Kaji and saw that he was carrying firearms. Kaji handed him the shotgun and the box of ammo. "Thanks." Kaji looked up at the wall. "How are we going to get past this?" Takashi looked around and then he saw that this wall was lined up right in the middle of two gates. "We can climb those gates and get around it. Here's a picture of what it looks like, sort of, with the dotted lines resembling the wall and the L resembling the gates. LL. "Let's go then," Seiko said. "Bah ha 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 ha." Kurama laughed evilly, as he sliced a walker in half. The fox ended up deep within the city. Two giant ones came after him like a couple of bulls. Kurama glanced at them and grinned, as he slammed his hand on the street. Below the giants, a giant red chakra hand came from the ground and grabbed them both. Kurama held out the same hand he slammed on the street and clenched it into a fist, as the chakra one did too, which the two giants were now smashed up into bits and pieces. Kurama's smile widened to show that Naruto's teeth were now sharp ones, and looked around to see hundreds of more walkers coming after him. Red chakra formed around his arms, as he swung his arms around, which the red chakra extended and took on an arm. The chakra arms bashed against several of them and the fists pounded down on a few of them. "Even though we're in this world, I can still enjoy crushing something," Kurama shouted and withdrew the chakra arms back into him. He crouched down and jumped high up into the air. Looking down at the massive horde, he grinned and pointed the palm of his right hand down at them. "You will all give me the joy of blowing every single one of you to pieces." A reddish and purplish colored ball of chakra formed in his palm and slowly grew to the size of an Odama Rasengan. "Suffer," the fox said, and fired the ball of chakra down at the horde. Once it hit down on them, a massive explosion completely covered a 100-yard radius and expanded 100 feet in the air. Once the explosion died down, Kurama lowered himself back down on the street and looked around to see body parts all over the place. The street now had a red color to it instead of black. He knew that the rain would wash it out, but he enjoyed the scene before him. Groaning sounds echoed the streets, as a grin came upon his face again. More and more. "Ha ha ha ha." Kurama laughed and with immense speed, ran to the sound. In just a split second, he found himself standing at an entrance that led to a parking lot, which was completely covered with walkers. Kurama laughed insanely and charged into the horde with the sword tightly in his grip. Takashi and the others came upon the clothing store that they had picked their new outfits from. However, the explosion earlier caught their attention and completely left them blank. What was that?" Rei asked. Takashi was way lost. "I have no clue." Kaji knew exactly who it was. "That's Naruto all right. But what the hell was that he just did?" Seiko Ue to show that she was scared, but after seeing something like that, she was starting to get that feeling. We need to go toward that explosion, Kaji mentioned. The others looked at him with, are you crazy? Look, are you kidding? Did you not see that? Rei asked. I did see it, but I'm not kidding. That explosion is Naruto's doing. Naruto? How the hell can he do that? Takashi asked. Kaji's eyes narrowed and promised Naruto that he wouldn't tell anyone, but he knew that they wouldn't go toward it without knowing what caused it. Not to mention, they wouldn't go without hearing an explanation from him how he knows. Listen, I'm sure Naruto will tell you everything if we just go get him. Takashi and Seiko then remembered that when they were at the clothing store that him and Naruto had a chat about something. Fair enough. I'm going to confront him one last time, Takashi said. Ha 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 ha, Kurama laughed, as he decapitated one of them and then shot a chakra blast at a group of them. This is what I needed. I will kill anything in my sight. Mall rooftop. A small woman with short, light brown hair and blue eyes looked down at the parking lot to see the massacre going on down below. The front of her hair is pushed to the right side of her face, partially obscuring her right eye. She wears a female police uniform of the Tokunosu Higashi police station, which consists of a white shirt, a black tie, a blue jacket, and a blue skirt. She also wears a green band around her left arm with 2 white stripes on it and gold earrings in the shape of stars. What's going on down there? She asked herself. Asami. The girl turned around to see a man wearing a black torque, white shirt, work boots, and a black jacket with black pants. What's wrong, Shimada? What the hell's going on? Shimada asked, as he came next to her and looked down below, along with Asami. I have no clue. I've never seen anything like this before. A man with short, light hair, wearing glasses, and earrings came up next to Shimada. He also has a goatee and some other light facial hair. He wears a large, unzipped jacket over his shirt, tan cargo pants, work boots, and fingerless gloves. He also wears a pair of headphones around his neck and a necklace with a skull on it. What's going on down there? Shimada looked to his left. Hiro. We have no idea. Asami looked at Hiro. Where's Matsushima? A woman with short black hair and light blue eyes came next to Asami. Right here, she said, as she looked down at the scene below. Matsushima wore the exact same outfit that Asami wore. Do you know what's going on down there? Asami asked. No, I just know that it's someone that isn't normal, Matsushima answered. The 4 of them all looked back down and saw a blur of red. Is that the person? Hiro asked. The red blur expanded and engulfed the walkers around it. It has to be, Shimada said. Kurama cleared the blur and looked around to see all the walkers scattered all over the lot. Ha ha ha. This is too easy. The ground Kurama stood on began to shake a bit. He looked down at it and then toward the way he came from to see several of the giants charging at him. A grin crept upon Kurama's face. You can't do a thing to me. Kurama held out his arm and had his right palm facing the incoming giants. Another ball of chakra formed in his palm and grew. The giants were now about 50 yards from the possessed blonde, while Kurama smirked and fired the ball of chakra. It caused another massive explosion when it made impact with the giant up front. Kurama stood there with a grin on his face, but the ground below him began to crack open, which he looked down to see an arm coming out to grab him. He easily jumped aside to avoid it, but saw the ground opening to see more of those giants coming out. So you can come from the ground too? It's like you're coming from hell. Kurama charged at them with the sword tightly in his grip. He flipped the sword to where he was holding the sword backwards, as red chakra formed around the sword. Jumping in the air a bit, he dashed down at them and sliced his sword once, as he then appeared behind them. His eyes closed, as he stood up straight with the same grin on his face. The giants coming from the ground all came to a stop, while their bodies split in half. Kurama turned to look at all the corpses lying around and started laughing. What the hell? Shimada stated. I don't know what it is, but to me, it looks like some sort of demon from hell. But whatever it is, it took care of those things like it was nothing, Hiro mentioned. Everyone couldn't quite get a good look, but then Asami quickly ran back to the door that led to the stairs. The others turned to see her leaving. Where are you going? They all asked. I'm going to go get a telescope so we can get a better look, she answered, as she opened the door and rushed off to find the device. Okay, Kurama. I think you've had enough, Naruto called out. Not a chance. The night's still early and did you not notice? Naruto cocked an eyebrow. Notice what? The people on the roof up there. They've been watching us and I can't have people seeing you like this. So I have to kill them. Naruto quickly got up to his feet, which made a minor splash from his movement. No, we're not going to kill anyone except for those creatures. Fine. Fine. Oh, how about you let me seek out those people that were pretty shady and kill them? Not yet. I actually want to find out more about them first. TCK. Fine. I'm going to continue slaughtering these weaklings. Reality Kurama looked around and saw that the rain was washing up the blood. A sigh escaped his lips. Groaning sounds started to close in, which Kurama quickly glanced to his left and saw another horde of them coming from a different path. A grin once again crept upon his face. More. He gripped the sword tightly and added his chakra to it again. More. The chakra around the sword darkened into a crimson color. More. Asami came back outside with the telescope she had mentioned and joined back with the others. I got it, she said, as she extended it. Hurry. What do you see? Matsushima asked. Asami looked through the little lens and scanned the area looking for the figure. It was dark and since the red blur faded, it was making it harder for her to find it. However, that blur formed again and she locked it down and saw that there was someone within it. It's a person that's doing this. Hiro and the others looked at her with a shocked expression. You're kidding? What kind of human can do that? Hiro asked. You know, since these people have been rising from the dead and feasting on the living, this world hasn't been normal since this started. So, this person must be someone sent from hell. It's impossible to be a normal human to do such a thing. Shimada mentioned. Everyone looked back down. Now that I think about it, you could be right, Hiro replied. Wait a second. Everyone turned to face Matsushima. If someone sent from hell, wouldn't it be helping them? Shimada was quiet now since that it should seem that way, but it wasn't. You're right. Wouldn't Satan want whomever he sends to help destroy the world? Then why would that thing down there be demolishing the walkers? Hiro asked. That question left them in a puzzle situation, so they went back to watching the scene below. Takashi and the others finally approached the scene where the explosion occurred and saw corpses all over the place. Yeah. This is defiantly Naruto's doing, Kaji stated. Where could he have gone? Takashi asked. A beam of red light shot up at the darkened clouds, which drew their attention. He's near the mall, Rei mentioned. Let's go. Ha ha ha. Kurama was going crazy, as he decapitated several of them with one swing. Kurama's mood changed from having fun slaughtering these creatures to boredom. This isn't even a challenge. Maybe I should just crush this entire world. Okay Kurama, you've had enough. Shut up kid. I'm going to continue slaughtering them. You're just about to lose it. I was Zhu. If I were to destroy this world, I would be off task of how to find a way home. Naruto was starting to get annoyed of how the fox was taking too much time in demolishing the walkers and wanted to get back home so he could rest. Reality. Hey you. Kurama looked at the mall's entrance and saw some man standing there with a gun in his hand. Put your hands in the air demon. Kurama and Naruto's ears perked up at hearing a familiar word. Demon? Ha 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 ha. The man began to shake in fear just by hearing the deep demon voice. What do you plan on doing with that puny weapon? Do you honestly think? The man pulled the trigger. As the bullet closed in on Kurama, the red chakra melted it. What? Pathetic. Kurama slowly walked towards him. Stay away. He shouted and fired more shots at the demon. However, like before, all the bullets melted when they were in reach of the red chakra. Kurama stopped his path since the man was now looking at something behind him. He turned around and saw a small building being smashed. His eye locked on another giant, but this giant wasn't like the ones he's been fighting. This one was enormous, standing at 2 stories tall, and the muscles were massively huge that it was just heinous. Kurama's grin formed back on his face. Now that's going to be a challenge. He shouted and charged at the freakishly large giant. The giant slowly walked toward the mall and saw a red blur coming toward it. Kurama jumped up to where he was face to face with the giant. Just as he was about to cut down on it, the giant quickly backhanded him, which sent him flying back to the lot. The man that had shot at Kurama ended up going back inside and re-barricading the doors. Kurama wiped the blood leaking from his mouth and looked at the incoming giant. That was rather rough. Kurama grinned and held out his hand, as a red Rasengan formed in his hand. His grin widened and threw the ball of chakra right at it. In a blink of an eye, the ball of energy hit the giant, but it didn't turn out quite like the fox imagined. The giant was only forced to take a couple steps back. What? Fine, I'll just crush you then, Kurama shouted, as he slammed his hands on the ground. Where the giant currently is, two large red chakra hands came out from below the ground it stood on and reached up toward it. The freakishly large giant walker looked down, but the chakra hands made their way up to the giant's head and grabbed it by both sides of it. The giant's arms slowly came up, but then it came to a stop, as the chakra hands squeezed hard on the head. In a matter of seconds, the giant's head was completely smashed, as blood came pouring down. Kurama's chakra arms vanished. Too easy, Asami and the others couldn't believe their very eyes. First, they saw a massive walker that they didn't think was possible for it to become so huge. Now, they saw this so-called demon completely smash it. I can't believe it, Hiro announced. Can't believe what? The giant? Or the demon smashing the giant? Shimada asked. Both, Hiro answered. Asami stared at the demon far below them, but then her eyes locked onto a group of people approaching the lot. Look, she shouted. Matsushima and the others looked around the area and then they all saw what she was calling out. Survivors? No. They need to get away from that demon, Hiro shouted and ran for the door. Asami and the others turned to see Hiro out of their sights. Hiro! They all shouted and ran for the door. What the hell is that? Takashi asked, as they approached the mall parking lot. Kaji and the others looked at the red glow and saw someone within it. I don't know, Rei answered. However, the red glow turned to them, which shocked them all. Seiko narrowed her eyes and examined closer. She recognized that it was standing on two legs and that it has blonde hair. The clothing was torn up a bit, black sandals, whisker marks, which Seiko's body jumped a bit finding out who it was. It's Naruto. Rei and Takashi looked at Seiko with shocked expressions. Kaji knew already and was shocked himself to see this look. You? Kurama shouted and walked toward them. What the hell? That didn't sound like Naruto, Rei mentioned. Yeah. It sounds more demonic, Takashi said. The red chakra around Naruto faded, while Seiko looked at his eyes to see that they were red now. Takashi and Rei were once again shocked to see that it is Naruto. You worms! Kurama shouted. Naruto? Kaji questioned. Kurama glared at Kaji. No, I'm not Naruto, you pathetic weakling. Huh? Takashi and Rei both questioned. Naruto, what's wrong with you? Seiko asked, as she took a step forward. Kurama then glared at the purple-haired beauty. Are you humans this stupid? I've told you that I'm not Naruto. Then who are you? Rei asked. Kurama smiled. He's the Kyuubi that's sealed in Naruto. They all looked at Kaji to see that he had answered for the possessed Naruto, which made Kurama's smile widened. Clever. You actually remembered. Kyuubi? Takashi and the others questioned. I'm sure Naruto will explain, Kaji answered. Ha ha ha. You're all pathetic. You all rely on Naruto to protect you weaklings. You just use him to be your guard. Just like those weaklings back at home used him as a weapon. We're not using him. He's what? Your ultimate weapon. Stop acting like you care about him. I've been watching you all, and as Naruto here tries becoming your friends, I see you all wondering why is it he tries? He's just a monster on your planet, so why not act as if we like him and use him? I see that's how you all think, so stop the acting, Kurama shouted, which cut Rei off earlier. Kurama pointed at Rei. You're just a stupid little girl. Your whining drives me nuts. Kurama then pointed at Takashi. You're a little prick that likes to go against things that Naruto does at times. For instance, how you went against him when he kicked that other pathetic group of humans out. He then pointed at Kaji. You're up. Just because Naruto saved you doesn't mean you can act as if you're in debt to him. Last but not least, he pointed at Seiko, and you, quit trying to move on to him. He doesn't need a girl to act like she's interested in him when she's not and just wants to use him. I'm tired of all of you acting like he's your friend. What is he to you? A smile formed on all their faces. He's our friend, Seiko answered. Yeah. Sure, there were times we didn't get along, but there was still times that we goofed around and had a good time, Takashi also answered. Kurama's eyes widened. You're all liars. Which is why, Kurama held out his right hand, as a giant red Rasengan formed in it. I will dispose of you all. Seiko and the others' eyes widened and were shocked from Kurama's outrage and couldn't find themselves to move. Kurama aimed for the group, but came to a halt. His eyes shut, as the ball of chakra vanished from his hand. Kurama placed his hands on his head. Damn it. Why don't you understand that I'm trying to help you? Kurama yelled and took a couple steps back. No, we agreed that you could just kill those creatures. I'm not going to let you kill these people. You don't understand. I don't want them using you. I'm tired of seeing my host suffering. I'm not suffering. I know what I'm doing. No. Red chakra formed on the ground around Naruto and shot up in the air, as it spun around him like a spiral. Stop it. Seiko and the others stepped back a bit, as the red chakra came down and engulfed the blonde. The red chakra then vanished to reveal Naruto standing there back in his normal form. Naruto? Kaji asked. The blonde stood there with his usual bored expression and scratched the back of his head. Sorry about that. Seiko and the others all smiled and rushed to him, which caused the blonde to cock an eyebrow. Don't go off like that again, they said. Naruto leaned back since they all got up close to him, but then he realized how worried they were and actually smiled. I won't. They all were relieved to see the same Naruto coming back. GGED him tightly. Takashi felt a little hunch of jealousy hit him, but he couldn't find himself to get mad at the blonde. Kaji placed his hand on the blonde's shoulder and chuckled. Glad to have you back. Naruto looked at Kaji, but then he felt another hand on his other shoulder. He turned to see Takashi with a smile on his face. Naruto's smile extended a bit. Thanks. Ray backed off, which Takashi and Kaji saw why and also backed off. Naruto looked in front of him to see Seiko coming up to him. He saw a small smile on her face. You had us worried, Naruto-san. The blonde scratched the back of his head and chuckled. Sorry. That won't. His eyes then widened to see that she wrapped her arms around him. Never leave your friends like that again, she said. Naruto was still a bit shocked, but then he smiled once again and wrapped his arms around her too. I won't. Takashi and the others stood there with a smile on their face and were glad to have their friend back. Seiko unwrapped her arms, which gave the sign to Naruto to unwrap his too. The purple-haired beauty just smiled at him, as did the blonde. Takashi then remembered what he was going to ask. Hey Naruto. Seiko and Naruto looked at the teen. Yeah? What was that just now, by the way? Naruto closed his eyes and chuckled. I'll explain on the way home. Takashi smiled since he's finally going to be able to hear the story and turned around deciding to lead once again. Rei, Kaji, and Seiko were close behind him. Okay. I mean, I've seen you use some weird tricks, but what we just saw was... A gunshot echoed through the area and they all realized that it wasn't far from them at all. Instead, it sounded as if it was real close. Thunder boomed from above, as the group turned around to see Naruto standing there with wide eyes. But then the blonde fell forward and the others saw that he was shot in the back. Naruto. Why did you shoot him? Takashi shouted. Hiro jumped back a bit from the sudden outburst. I thought he was going to kill you if I didn't shoot him. Takashi and his group, while Hiro, along with Shimada, were sitting in a lobby. Asami and Matsushima were tending to the unconscious blonde. Flashback. Naruto. They all shouted. Stay away from him. Hiro shouted, as he and his group approached the unconscious blonde. However, Takashi and the others didn't listen. What the hell was that for? Rei asked. Thunder cracked above once again. I said stay away. He's a demon. Hiro shouted, as he approached the unconscious demon and pointed his gun at Naruto's forehead. Kaji pulled out the Desert Eagle and pointed it at Hiro, while Takashi pointed his shotgun at him as well. What are you doing? I saved you all and you're pointing your guns at me. Hiro. The group all looked back. Asami. Matsushima. Shimada. Help me get them away from this demon, Hiro said. He's not a demon. Rei shouted. Hiro glanced back at the group. He is. You weren't here when he used his powers to completely wipe the floor with them. Because he's not from this world, but it doesn't mean he's a demon, Kaji yelled. Matsushima saw the purple-haired girl trying to lift the blonde up by putting his right arm around her shoulders. She quickly rushed over to her and helped her by putting his left arm around her shoulders. Let's get him inside. Seiko looked at her and smiled. Thank you. Hiro looked at Matsushima and saw her helping the girl taking the so-called demon to the mall. What the hell are you doing? Rei, Asami, Shimada, and Kaji followed them, while Takashi clenched his fists. Why are you taking that demon inside? He's going to kill. Shut up. Hiro turned around, but then received a deadly punch right to his face. Takashi then ran after the others, leaving Hiro behind. Hiro dropped the gun and placed his hands on his face. You. Groaning sounds came from afar, which Hiro removed his hands and saw that there were more of them coming. Shit. He grabbed the gun and ran back inside. End of flashback. You're an idiot. Naruto's from a different world and he can use some sort of power. He wasn't going to kill us, because he's our friend, Takashi said. See? He's not from this world and he uses some sort of power. He was sent from hell. Meaning that he is a demon. Hiro barked back. He's not. Everyone turned to Kaji. I know where he's from and I'm sure once he wakes up, he'll explain everything. Kaji's right. Everyone then turned to look at Seiko this time. Naruto-san isn't a demon. He's just as much as a human like any of us. No, he's not. In fact, Hiro got up from his seat and turned his back to everyone. I'm going to finish off that demon. Seiko and the rest of her group instantly got up and quickly came in front of Hiro to prevent him from going on. No, you're not, Kaji said. Hiro growled in frustration and then pointed his gun at Kaji's head. Move. Takashi pointed his shotgun at Hiro's chest. You're not going to kill anyone. Hiro was starting to get frustrated to where his arms were shaking. You damn kids don't. The doors that led to the room where Naruto was being taken care of slammed open, which drew everyone's attention to see Naruto storming out of there. Wait. You should be resting, Matsushima shouted from the room. Hiro's eyes widened seeing that the demon he calls right back on his feet in such a small amount of time. Hiro pushed past the group of survivors and pointed his gun at Naruto. Stop. The blonde stopped in his path, while Takashi and the others looked at Hiro. What the hell are you doing? Takashi asked. Shimada sighed, as he remained in his seat the whole time and watched the scene before him. Hiro's losing it again. I'm going to kill this demon. Hiro shouted. Naruto continued and walked towards Hiro. I'm getting tired of hearing you call me a demon. Hiro took a step back, as his emotion went from being angry to being scared. Stop. The blonde didn't listen this time and suddenly appeared right in front of Hiro. Just before Hiro pulled the trigger, Naruto quickly swiped the gun out of his hand and now pressed it against his forehead. I've never used one of these, but I'm sure if I'm this close, I won't miss. All eyes were on Naruto this time. Wait, Naruto. Don't do it, Kaji said. Naruto stood there glaring at the frightened Kaji, while everyone else was looking at the blonde. How did you recover so fast? Kaji asked. Naruto narrowed his eyes. I had a discussion with someone. Flashback. Naruto was lying on a table in a first aid center he was brought to after being shot. Luckily the shot didn't kill him, but it did manage to knock him out. Mindscape. Foolish. Your body couldn't handle a shot from that? You stupid fox. You used my body and wore me out. Of course I'm going to go out like that. Kurama chuckled. I'll tell you what. I'll heal you now, if you give me another night of slaughtering those creatures. If you can actually listen, then yes. Just heal me already. Kurama began to laugh. I'm on it. End of flashback. Naruto shook his head from the memory and pointed the gun at Hiro's left thigh. I'll let you live. He pulled the trigger, which in an instant, Hiro fell onto his right knee and nearly screamed in pain. Hiro. Shimada and the rest of his group called out, as they rushed to him. Naruto dropped the gun and looked down at Hiro. Next time I see you and if you're still like this, I'll kill you. Takashi and his group just kept watching Naruto, but the blonde came up to them. Come on. I was hoping you all wouldn't see me like that earlier, but I'll explain it on the way home. The blonde looked back at the other group. I have a feeling that we'll see each other again sometime. Break. Naruto and the others were back outside in the parking lot of the mall. Their time spent in the mall managed to have more walkers show up. It wasn't much, but it was like a small group of them with an estimate of 20. Also, with their time spent in the aid center, the storm managed to move off. After Kurama's massacre, all you could see were corpses, body parts, blood puddles scattered the L ground due to Kurama's chakra arms coming from below. You could say that it was a complete disaster. Seiko hacked her wooden sword against one of the walkers' head. There's not much of them left. Takashi and Kaji both shot a couple of them in the chest a few times. The group of walkers quickly reduced to half. Naruto stood up in front and summoned his sword into his hand. In a quick flash, he appeared on the other side of them. The remaining walkers dropped after their heads fell first. Seiko and the others walked over to the blonde. "You know, I'm used to seeing you easily take them out like this. I've seen you do it so many times that it just doesn't surprise me anymore," Takashi mentioned. Naruto turned around to face them and chuckled. "I knew you all would get used to seeing this." Takashi then figured that this time would be the time to start getting some answers. "So, Naruto. What was that earlier? You were completely different back there?" Naruto's eyes narrowed and formed a straight face. "Well, Kaji is aware of this, and what you saw was the work of what's sealed inside me." "Sealed inside you?" Seiko asked. "I'll try to keep this short. Inside me is a biju named Kurama. A biju is a certain tailed beast. There are a total of 9 of them, and each of them has a certain amount of tails depending on their number. For instance, the one-tailed biju has 1 tail. The one I have is the strongest of them all, the Kyuubi, which is the 9-tailed fox." Seiko tilted her head slightly. "Is that why you have those whisker marks?" "No, I was born with them. Anyway, back in my world, there's a man after the biju inside me. His name's Madara Uchiha. He has managed to capture 7 bijus, but now he's after a teacher of mine that has the 8 tails inside him and myself. He plans on summoning the 10 tails once he retrieves all 9 of them and use it to have the world in his hands. The last thing I remember doing in my world before I somehow arrived here was that I was fighting him on my own. We clashed a special move of ours with each other, and that's all I remember. I went unconscious and woke up in some alley." "You ended up in this world from some sort of collision?" Ray asked. "Yeah. We both used a powerful move of ours, and since we collided, it must have been too much." "That must have been something then," Kaji mentioned. "What about those eyes? I've never seen eyes like those before," Takashi asked. "Well, these eyes give me a special power, which is only for people a part of a clan that I'm in. You have to have the blood of an Uzumaki." "Oh." Naruto nodded. "Anyway, can you 4 make it back home without me?" "What? Why?" Ray asked. "When I had Kurama have his little fun, there was this monster that was 2 stories tall. I'm going to investigate around and find out how it ended up like that. I saw where it came from, so I'm going to go to where it once was." "A 2-story tall walker? It truly is no longer our normal world," Takashi said. "I don't want anyone coming along, because I'm afraid that I might not be there to protect you, and I don't want anyone getting hurt." Takashi sighed. "I understand." The team then looked at the others. "Are you all ready to head back?" They all nodded and wished the best of luck to the blonde, as they walked past him to head home. Naruto sighed, as he performed a few hand signs and slammed his hand on the ground, which a pouch and a sheath appeared. He grabbed the pouch and opened the flap to see that it was full of his kunais and shurikens. Good. He attached the pouch to the back of his jeans and attached the case to his hip and sheathed his sword. A thought came to him and he couldn't believe he hasn't done this earlier. He performed a few hand signs, summoning jutsu. He slammed his hand on the ground, but nothing happened. "What the hell? You idiot. You can't summon the toads in this world," Kurama said. "Why not?" "Because they're not a part of this world. You can't do any summons." "Damn it." Naruto sighed once again. "Then how can I get a hold of them? That could have been my chance to send a message." "Naruto-san." The blonde turned around to see none other than the purple-haired beauty. "Seiko? What are you doing?" A smile formed on her face. "I want to go with you." "No." Seiko's smile faded and turned into a straight face. "Naruto-san. If you have any of those memories coming back to you and they weaken you to where you can't do anything, then what are you going to do?" Naruto was silent since he knew she was right, so he walked right past her and started his path to where the giant walker came from. Seiko turned around to watch him, but she refused to listen to him and went after him. Right when she was about to come right next to him, Naruto turned back around, which caused her to stop. "If you're wanting to come, what do you expect to do with that wooden sword?" "I plan on using it like I always have been. And plus," Seiko reached to the back pockets of her khaki shorts and brought out the Desert Eagle that Kaji was given. "Kaji gave me this to use." Naruto cocked an eyebrow. "Do you even know how to use that?" Seiko grinned. "Yes. You think a lady can't handle a firearm?" The blonde tilted his head. "Fair enough. But that wooden sword's not going to do." He walked up to her and took the wooden sword from her. Tossing it away, he removed the sheath from his side and handed it to her. Use this. Seiko gratefully took it and unsheathed the sword. She waved it around slowly to examine it. Shortly after checking it out, she sheathed it. Thank you, but since you're giving me this, I won't be needing this. She held out the Desert Eagle. Naruto looked at it and took it from her. I really don't know how to use that. You saw how I used that guy's gun on him, right? I can only use it when I'm really close. Groaning sounds came from the path Naruto was going to take. They turned to look at the road and saw another small horde of walkers. Seiko smiled seeing how far they were and decided this would be the best time. Aim at them. Naruto grunted and pointed the gun at the horde. He pulled the trigger and not knowing how bad the recoil was, it almost made him hit himself in the head. He looked at the horde and saw that not one of them went down. Damn it. He fired a couple more times, but once again, none of them fell. How the hell do you work this thing? A frustrated Naruto asked. Seiko giggled lightly and came up from behind him. She snaked her arms around him to where she placed her hands over his own. The blonde could feel her breasts pushed up against his back and felt her resting her head on his right shoulder. Seiko's lips were right next to his ear. As she helped him with the gun, all you have to do is simply aim and focus, she whispered. A faint blush came upon his face, but he took in the words she said and aimed at the walker that was in front of the horde. He took a deep breath and pulled the trigger, as the bullet ended up right at the walker's head. The walker fell, which made Naruto and Seiko smile. All right, he said. Good job, she said. Naruto chuckled. Thank you, he replied and aimed at a couple more oncoming walkers. Bringing back his bored look, he pretty much got how to use it and fired at them. Seiko decided to stay back and watch the blonde's performance. In a short amount of time, one walker remained. The purple-haired beauty saw the blonde just standing there absolutely still. She walked up to him and placed a hand on his shoulder. Naruto? The blonde turned around to face her. Last one's yours, he said and walked past her. Seiko unsheathed the sword that he had given her and then looked out at the last walker closing in on them. She walked up to the last walker and when it was in reach, she lined the sword up with its neck and swung. The head of the walker dropped to the ground, followed up by its body. She slowly sheathed it, while Naruto came up to her with a hand on her shoulder. Good job. Seiko sheathed the sword and turned to face him with a smile. You're right. Much better than using a wooden one. Seiko yawned, which prevented the blonde from finishing his reply. I'm sorry, I guess I'm just getting tired. Naruto sighed since he had someone here wanting to go with him. He knew that she wouldn't allow him to go on his own no matter what. The blonde scratched the back of his head. Do you just want to head back to the house and go on our investigation tomorrow? Seiko smiled and nodded. I would like that. Naruto placed his hand on the sword's sheath and added a little chakra to it, which it then vanished in a puff of smoke. Seiko tilted her head a bit and then looked at him. Don't worry. I can always summon it back. Seiko's lips formed into an O formation for just a split second. So, is there a way for us to get home faster? The blonde smiled and placed the non-loaded gun in his pocket. There is. The purple-haired beauty grinned at the slightly younger blonde. Then by whatever means, please do it. Naruto quickly picked her up bridal style and jumped onto a nearby roof. He then jumped from roof to roof, while Seiko looked down at whatever was below them. Her smile remained on her face and enjoyed being high up. The wind blew against them, which caused her to feel more relaxed, but what made her even more relaxed was when she decided to look up and saw the moon along with a few stars. The night scenery was beautiful to her. She was loving how calm and relaxing this is, and only one person she knew could make this happen. Her eyes shifted to the side a bit to see the blonde's face with his hair blowing back a bit from the wind. Sure, she has dated a couple other guys back when they were in their normal lives, but none of those guys could give her a time like this right now. None of them even bothered to just take her on a walk to see a beautiful sight. All they wanted to do was go out and party with her. Sure, she didn't mind to, but she just didn't feel right doing it all the time. She mainly just wanted to look for some alone time with a special someone and enjoy a time watching scenery. Sadly, none of those guys gave her that time. She got the picture that they just wanted to party with her and try to get in her pants. That's when she told herself that she would just remain single for the rest of her life, but now that Naruto came into her life, she slowly began to see that he wouldn't be one of those guys. She hasn't seen him try to make a move on her yet, even though she has tried a couple times. With the time they've all been together, she began to wonder if he even had feelings for her or not. Seeing how Yuki threw herself at him a few times, and seeing Naruto turn her down made her wonder if he was simply turning her down or too shy to make a move back on her. Now, Seiko was no virgin. No, the first guy she dated ended up taking that from her. She thought he was the right one since he was always so kind to her. He was always a gentleman and took her out for dinner and then a movie. Sadly, when they were about 3 months into their relationship, he ended up taking her to a party. Later during the party, that was when he ended up taking her to a private room. Seiko knew what was about to happen and she didn't refuse to do so. She thought that this guy was right for her after all. However, the next day at school, he told her it was over and left her heartbroken without even giving her an explanation. Ever since that happened, that's when she began thinking that the other guys she has dated after him just wanted to party and get laid with her. She looked up at the blonde's face again and saw the moon just above him. A smile formed on her face again. Maybe we're here, Naruto said. Seiko looked to the other side and saw that they were now standing on top of the wall of walkers. Naruto then jumped down into the safe zone and placed her on her feet. That was actually a beautiful sight, Seiko mentioned. The blonde looked at her and cocked an eyebrow. What was? Seiko smiled and shook her head lightly. Nothing. Naruto shrugged and walked to the house they were staying, with Seiko right behind him. He knocked on the door, which it was instantly opened to show that it was Kaji. Naruto and Seiko were astonished from the door being opened so quickly. So, you two decided to wait? Kaji asked. Why yeah, Naruto answered, still shocked from such an answer. Kaji backed up and allowed the two to walk in, which then he closed the door when they were. Naruto realized how quiet it was and walked to the living room to see Takashi and Kota asleep. So, is everyone asleep? Seiko asked, as she looked into the living room too. Kaji remained behind the two and yawned. Why yeah. I was about to head to sleep myself, but something told me that you two were coming back. Naruto turned back to look at Kaji. Is anyone using the bed where I use? Kaji shook his head. Everyone is pretty much used to where they sleep and stuck with it. Did Marikawa-san finish the laundry? Naruto asked. Yeah. Everyone's clothes are clean, Kaji answered. Okay. I'm going to have to change before heading out tomorrow, Naruto mentioned and looked down at his still topless body. You've been out there while it's storming with no shirt on this whole time. How aren't you sick? Kaji asked. Seiko too was curious of how he isn't sick as well. Yeah. Most people would have a cold. Naruto chuckled a bit and placed a hand on his gut. Kurama here prevents that. Don't you get all comfy with me, boy. Naruto ignored the fox's rant from within and looked at Seiko. You can get some sleep if you're still tired. I will in a second. I need to talk to Kaji here for a moment. Kaji was confused as to why she would want to talk to him, but could tell it was something private since she was trying to dismiss Naruto from the group. Naruto shrugged. All right. He walked to the room that he's always been using when here. The two watched the blonde until he was out of sight, which Seiko looked at Kaji. This stays between us, okay? Kaji nodded. Okay. What is it though? Has Yuki been saying anything about Naruto-kun? Like, how she wants to get with him and all. Kaji saw where this was going and smiled. So you have a crush on him too? So Yuki has a crush on him as well? Kaji nodded. She keeps talking about how she wants him to herself for the rest of her life. She told me that it's not only because he has a nice figure, but also she said that the way he's so protective and all is what makes him more attractive. Seiko frowned and sighed. That's going to be a problem. Kaji tilted his head to the side a bit and grinned lightly. If you really want to win him over, just be yourself. Just don't be shy around him and then he'll pick it up. Look at Yuki, she's not afraid to show him anything, but if you've noticed every time she tries, you see that he doesn't show any love back. He just acts like his usual self. So why not show him your feelings? Seiko shook her head. I can't yet. You remember the guys I used to date back in school? Kaji raised his head a bit. Oh, so you want to wait and see if he's actually the right one? Seiko nodded. So far, he's what I'm looking for, but there's still more that I need to see. I see. Well, try not to wait too long. The longer you hide it, the sooner he might make a move back on Yuki. Seiko nodded. Thanks, she said and walked to the same room that Naruto's sleeping. Kaji smiled and closed his eyes. Yuki won't like this. Morning. 10:38 a.m. Elsewhere within the city on a rooftop of some building. 5 people just stood around looking around the area. The first person is a tall man standing at about 6'7". He has long spiky silver hair in a style that looked similar to Naruto's, but most of it stayed down. He has tan skin and his body is well built, also like Naruto's. He has blue eyes and this guy also usually has a bored expression on his face. The man wore black pants, black shoes, and a black trench coat that was open to show that he wore no shirt underneath. His name is Shiroi Inazuma, age 28. The second one is another man that has a pred to the first one. However, this guy has dark skin, dark brown eyes, no hair, and has a Russian look to him. He wore black shoes, blue jeans, and a dark green with a picture of a two-headed eagle on the back. His name is Kozlov, age 32. The third one is a rather young-looking woman around the age of 20 with light skin. She has emerald eyes and long black hair, but had it tied up in a ponytail. She wore a black skirt that stopped just an inch above her knees, a white blouse that she had unbuttoned a bit to show a little cleavage, and black battle boots. Her name is Hikari Magiku. The fourth one is another man that looked to be around the age of 24 or 3. He has blue eyes, tanned skin, and has black spiky hair that mainly stuck out upward or back. He mainly kept it from the front since he didn't like it that way. This man wore white shoes, white slacks with a black belt, a gray sleeveless shirt, and a white long sleeve shirt that he didn't fully wear. He didn't have his arms in the sleeves and instead, he wore it like a cape by only having the highest button actually buttoned. His name is Kei's Tsuchiru. The last person is another woman with light skin at about the age of 26. This woman was from the United States of America. She has long brown hair that went down to the middle of her back and has hazel-colored eyes. She wore short blue jean shorts with a belt that held her sword to her right hip, dark brown boots, and a red mixed with white long sleeve shirt that didn't cover her stomach. Her name is Claire. Kei's sighed, "So, how long are we going to stay up here? We can go now. Whatever that was last night apparently cleared hundreds of them," Kozlov mentioned. "Good. We can't keep staying up here. We'll eventually die from starvation," Kei's continued. "Where are we going to go then?" Claire asked. "Anywhere but here," Kei's answered. "So you want to go out there recklessly and not know where to go? You're going to get us killed like that," Claire nearly shouted. Kei's growled and glared at the country girl from the States. "It's better than staying up here." Kozlov closed his eyes and kept shaking his head, while Hikari just stood there looking down at the streets completely ignoring the fighting. "You're an idiot. Going down there without a plan is suicide." Kei's had about enough and reached to the back of his pants, while Claire grabbed her sword. "Enough." Everyone turned to the voice to see Shiroi had interrupted them. "You two arguing isn't going to help. In fact, it's best you two just stop talking for a while." "What do you think we should do then?" Kozlov asked. Shiroi kept that bored expression on his face. "We're going to the Takagi mansion." Everyone except for Hikari went wide-eyed. "Are you serious? Do you even know what you're putting us up against?" Kei's asked. "Yes. Tsuchiro Takagi, the leader of a right-wing nationalist group in the Tokunosu district. I'm aware of him having excellent swordsmanship. And I'm sure his group there are also skilled. But what about the wife? What was her name?" Claire tapped her chin, but then quickly remembered, "Yuriko Takagi. She's quite skilled at firearms. And I'm sure she has a group of her own." Shiroi narrowed his eyes. "I'm fully aware of that, but we're going there." Kozlov had nothing to say about it and neither did Hikari. Kei's sighed. "Okay. But they're going to be a major pain." "Don't worry. We can easily take care of them." Naruto was up and wore his orange pants with the tight black muscle shirt. Seiko was standing at the front door waiting on him. She wore her school uniform this time and put her other outfit in the washer. Naruto yawned and stretched his arms out. As he came up to her, "You ready?" Seiko nodded and grabbed the handle. "Wait," Naruto and Seiko looked behind them to see Saya. "What?" Naruto asked. "I've been thinking. My house isn't that far from here and I was hoping we could go there. It's a mansion and my dad is pretty strong, and always has a group of well-trained men with him. I'm sure they're alive and taking shelter at home, but I really would love it if we could all go there." Naruto scratched the back of his head. "Well, I don't mind. But Seiko and I are going to do some research." Just tell the others what you want to do and I'm sure they'll agree with you. Saya smiled. Okay. She turned her back to them, but quickly looked back at them. You two better join back up with us soon, she said and went to the living room. Naruto turned to Seiko. Ready? Seiko opened the door. I believe I've been waiting on you this whole time. The blonde chuckled. Let's go then. The two quickly walked out and opened the gate. They came up to the wall, but Naruto had another idea. Since they're more than likely wanting to move, I'll just clear this. Naruto held out his hand, as his sword appeared in his grip. Seiko tilted her head, curious of what he was up to. How are you going? Just watch, he said and added a good amount of chakra to it. He stabbed his sword down on the ground and in a split second, the wall of bodies shot in the air. Seiko looked up to see how high they went, but when they slowed down, she saw that they were raining down. Naruto quickly grabbed her and vanished. Time skip. 2 hours location. Within the city. This scene will be reduced and changed a bit compared to the anime. Saya and the others had all agreed about going to her parents' house. However, right now, they were in a major problem. Shizuka was driving the Humvee that her friend had in the driveway, but right now she wasn't. She ended up coming to a halt since a wired fence is blocking their path. To make things worse, a horde of walkers was coming toward them. Kota was on top of the Humvee sniping them one at a time. Takashi decided to go into the horde and shoot them up close with the shotgun. Not only did he use it to blow their heads off, but he used it as a combat weapon as well. Kaji was crouching down next to the Humvee and taking them out one by one with the rifle, but when he was first using it, he had no luck of hitting any of them. Thanks to Kota's advice earlier, he managed to get the hang of it. Rei, Saya, Alice, Shizuka, Yuki, and Zeke were staying the Humvee. Kota shot at another walker, but when he was going for the next one, nothing happened. Damn it. I'm out of ammo completely. The same thing happened to Kaji. I am too, he announced. Takashi kept swinging the shotgun at them and then blew one of their heads off by shooting right up at one of their chins. Me too, he said, as he began retreating back. Kota sighed and pulled Alice on top of the Humvee. Alice, I want you to jump over this bridge and run. We'll be right behind you. No. That's what Daddy said and now, Kota narrowed his eyes. Don't worry. I promise, we'll be right behind. Get them out of there. Kota, Kaji, Takashi, and Alice glanced at the fence and saw a group of firefighters being commanded by a woman. She has long, light purple hair and eyes of matching color. She wears her hair down and has it much shorter in the front and pushed to either side of her face. She has a slender figure and dresses in a style which resembles the typical aristocratic attire, which consists of a thin red dress, a white cloth wrapped around her arms and mid to lower body, and a silver necklace with a small charm on the front. Come on, jump over the fence, one of the firefighters said. The group didn't have to wait any second and all got on top of the Humvee, as they jumped over the fence. Once everyone made it over, the firefighters placed the hose on the fence and shot a blast at the incoming walkers, which sent them flying back. Mommy! Saya yelled and jumped at her mother with open arms. That's Saya's mother? Takashi asked. Kaji was pretty shocked to see Saya's mother for the first time. Apparently she is. Kota was smiling with drool leaking from the corner of his lips. She's a goddess. Shizuka, Rei, Yuki, and Alice, with Zeke by her side, were talking with the mother of Saya, talking about how they've been living. Thrher wanted to hear more of this, but she realized where they were wasn't the best of places. Come on. We'll head back to the manor. Naruto and Seiko found themselves in front of a garage lot that's completely destroyed. They could tell that it used to be a garage due to the vehicles scattered everywhere. Next to the garage was the hospital. It seemed to look like that it's still in one piece. They walked towards the hospital and looked around as they did. With caution, they picked up the pace to the entrance. In just a matter of seconds, they were at the doors and began to wonder, where are all the walkers? Not one. The blonde looked at the glass doors and saw blood staining the floor inside. This has to be the place. Seiko pushed open the door and walked in with Naruto right behind her. Once they walked in, they looked to the counter on their right and saw a person's arm lying there. Be careful, Seiko said. Naruto nodded and walked a little ahead. Coming to a stop shortly after, he looked ahead and both of his sides to see pathways. 3 paths. We should split. I don't think that's a good idea in a place like this, Seiko quickly said. Maybe, but aren't we wanting to make this quick so we can join back up with the others? Well, yeah. But, wait a second. Naruto crossed his fingers. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Two clones appeared before them. Okay. Clone 1. You go straight, and Clone 2. You go right. Busujima-san and I are going left. All right. They both said and quickly went down their assigned path. So you can make more than one clone? Seiko asked. Yeah. Come on though, let's get down to this. Shiroi and his group came up to a Humvee sitting in front of a wired fence. It looks as if another group came here too. Yeah. Kozlov replied and looked around to see all the bodies of the dead, and it looks like they fought these to make it over. Hopefully that group isn't from that strange shady one. They tend to part themselves and do whatever they want, Kaze mentioned. Shiroi placed his hands in his pockets and closed his eyes. Even if it is, they still can't do anything. Claire groaned. Let's just go. A tick mark appeared on Kaze's forehead and glared at her. Quit being impatient. You keep standing there talking and not wrapping this up. Because we're thinking of a plan, you psycho. Enough. Shiroi shouted, which drew everyone's attention. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to act like a normal group of survivors wanting to take shelter for the meantime. Whenever his group decides to make a move on the manor too, we'll strike. Fine. Can we go now? Claire asked. Kaze was just about to say something to her, but Kozlov knocked him on the head. Kaze rubbed his head and glared at Kozlov. What was that for? What do you think? Okay, let's go, Shiroi announced. Takagi's manor. Where's Papa? Saya asked. He's out doing business, dear, but he should be back here soon. Saya's mom answered. Takashi and his group were standing outside next to a fountain. Saya, Yuriko, Rei, Shizuka, Yuki, and Alice were the ones sitting on the benches discussing about how they've been holding up here and all. They weren't the only ones out front since there was a large amount of people walking around and talking to each other. Little kids were playing, laughing and playing with a soccer ball. Takashi. Kaji called out. The teen looked at his friend. What is it? How do you think Naruto and Seiko are doing? He asked and looked up at the sky. Takashi smiled. I'm sure they're just fine. Takashi and Kaji looked to see that Kota had joined in. Naruto and Seiko are the strongest of our group. They'll be just fine. Kota stated with a big smile on his face. Kaji smiled. I'm sure they are. It's just, the thing I'm worried about is Kurama. Takashi and Kota cocked an eyebrow. Kurama, that's the fox sealed in Naruto, right? Why are you worried about him? Kota asked. Because, that night when Kurama was in control of Naruto's body, Kurama was forced to submit. I'm sure Kurama isn't happy at all and will refuse to aid Naruto if something were to happen. Come on. This is Naruto we're talking about, Takashi reminded them. Yeah, but, a group of Yuriko's men charged up front to the closed gate, which drew everyone's attention. Yuriko got up from the bench and walked over to the gate, while everyone remained standing behind. Takashi and everyone else could see that there was a group of 5 people outside the gate. Yuriko approached the gate with her men up front. Are any of you bit? She asked. The guy with the long spiky silver hair shook his head. We're all perfectly fine. We came here hoping to seek shelter here and assist you all. Yuriko stood there for a brief moment. Let them in. One of the men went to the side of the gate and hit the switch, which caused the gate to slowly open. Hospital Clone 1, the clone of Naruto, came to a stop from his search since a door that was half closed was the only thing in his way to continue. There weren't any windows to show what would be inside. The clone placed its hand on the door and slowly pushed it open, as he took a step forward. The door fully opened to show that the room was a complete mess. The room wasn't entirely big, but there's a desk that's completely smashed down the middle and a couple more on the opposite side, a couple of chairs tossed around, papers everywhere, bloodstains throughout the floor and walls, and a couple corpses leaning against a wall. The clone took a couple steps forward. This doesn't seem to have what I'm looking for. The clone walked around the room examining closely. After the clone gave the place a good thorough look, it dispelled itself. Real Naruto the blonde came to a stop after feeling his clone return to him. Seiko stopped behind him and looked at him. Naruto sighed and looked at Seiko. The first clone found nothing. The second one's still out there, so hopefully he'll find something. Seiko placed a hand on the blonde's shoulder and looked past him. Well, maybe we'll find something. Naruto turned back around and saw a couple doors up ahead, one on the left and one on the right. Earlier, the two have been seeing nothing but patients' rooms, but now they found something. Up ahead, the hall kept going. Okay, I'll check the room on the left. Seiko nodded and ran past him, as she took the door on the right. Naruto walked to his door and saw that it was actually opened slightly. He placed his hand on the door and pushed it open and saw that the room isn't that big, but he did see a blood trail that led behind a desk. Calmly, he walked in toward the bloodstain on the floor and came around the desk to see a walker devouring a corpse. The corpse's legs were completely gone and its stomach was torn open. Naruto sighed, which drew the walker's attention. The walker turned around, but just as it did, it was pushed down on its back. It struggled to free itself from being pinned by Naruto's foot. The blonde turned his body to where his other foot hovered above the walker's head. Naruto lifted his foot up a bit and then slammed it down, crushing the walker's head, as blood completely poured out all around it. Naruto walked out of the room and closed the door behind him. Seiko also came out from the room. She checked, which the blonde looked at her. Anything? Seiko closed the door behind her and shook her head. Nothing. Let's keep going then, Naruto stated. Clone 2. The last clone of Naruto came across a dead end, but a couple doors, one on each side. The one on his right had a tag on it saying, faculty only. The one on his left seemed to be the last patient room of the hall. Pushing the door on his right open, the clone stepped in and saw that this room turned out to be a stairway. The clone walked over to the railing and looked down to see that this is a one-way only going down. Shaking his head, the clone stepped back. Okay then, he paused, but grabbed the railing, only way to find out. The clone then jumped over the railing. Takagi Manor Takashi and the Okani looking over the courtyard and talking to each other, except for Alice since she found a bed to take a nap on. So, who are those guys? Yuki asked. Everyone shrugged. I've never seen them before, Takashi answered. Kaji stared down at the new group standing by the fountain that they once were. Yeah. But hey, did you notice the guy with the silver hair acts a bit like Naruto? What do you mean? Rei asked. Look at him. The others looked down toward the new group and mainly looked at the guy Kaji's referring to. He has that same expression. With Shiroi and his gang, Kaze and Claire were once again arguing as usual, while Kozlov kept trying to break them up. Shiroi had his hands buried in his pockets and had his eyes closed. Hikari was standing next to him and felt like she was being watched. Shiroi, she quietly said. I know. He quickly replied and opened his eyes to look at the argument going on. Kaze, Claire. The two quickly stopped their fussing and looked at their leader, which Kozlov stumbled forward a bit from their sudden stop. Yes? They both asked. Go up and meet the group watching us. Kaze and Claire didn't look up since they knew that they were being watched. Yes sir. They both said and walked to the manor's entrance. Kozlov turned around to look at Shiroi. What if they're suspicious about us? Just let those two take care of it, Takashi and the others. Where are those two going? Rei asked. They're going inside obviously, Saya answered. Another one of them is also going somewhere, Kaji announced, which everyone looked back towards the fountain to see the darker guy of the group parting himself from the other two. The darker one of the group approached a group of Yuriko's men that were talking at the gate and decided to jump in a friendly conversation. He's just talking with other people, so what? Saya stated. Saya's right. He's just getting to know people, Kota mentioned. Shut up fatty. I don't need anyone saying I'm right. I'm always right. Shizuka just stood behind the others a bit and just remembered something. Do any of you have a phone on you? They all turned to look back at her, while Takashi reached into his pocket. Yeah, but why do you need it? He handed it to the nurse, which she took it and began to punch in a number, to call my friend and let her know that we borrowed her Humvee. She placed the phone up to her ear and began waiting for an answer. After a couple rings, a feminine voice was heard. Hello? Shizuka squealed a bit. Rika-chan. Shizuka. Where are you? We're here at the Takagi Manor. We? Who's with you? Oh, a few students from the academy. Oh, and we met this boy when we left the academy. On Rika's end, she quirked an eyebrow. Boy? Yeah, we've never seen him before, but he's been protecting us. I haven't seen anyone else fight like him. Shizuka, be careful around him. Shizuka groaned. Why? Well, we got intel that there's some group running experiments on the dead and the results are turning out horrible. What? Naruto wouldn't be a part of that, he's young and so protective. Just be careful. I should be there in a couple days and I'll question him when I get there. Rika-chan. Shizuka called out, but there was no voice coming from the other end. The nurse handed the phone back to Takashi. What happened? Kaji asked. My friend is on her way here and is wanting to meet Naruto, the busted blonde answered. Okay. She'll like him, Takashi said. Shizuka shook her head. She thinks he's a part of this group that's working on the infected, which those experiments turned them into something far different. The others went wide-eyed. What? Why would she think he's one of them? Saya asked. I don't know, but, hello there. A voice from behind them caused the group to turn around and see the two people that left from Shiroya's group. The group was astonished at first, but they waved it off. You're the two from that group, Ray mentioned. Kaze nodded. Yep, my name's, the woman stepped forward, my name's Claire. Kaze's anger began to boil once more, but he managed to keep it under control, and I'm Kaze Tsuchiru. Claire's eyes fixed on Saya. You must be the daughter of the Takagi family. Saya Takagi, right? The pink-haired girl was curious of this, but decided to hold it off and to go with it, yes. Claire smiled widely and grabbed Saya's hand. It's finally nice to meet you. Koda's eyes were glued to Claire due to her outfit. The country dressing woman noticed, but she ignored it. Shizuka, Yuki, and Rei moved over to Saya's side, while Takashi and Kaji went up to Kaze. So, how did you and your group find this place? Kaji asked. Kaze placed both of his hands on the back of his head. Well, someone else in our group knew about this place and knew exactly how to get here. So, here we are. Did you happen to run into a lot of them? Takashi asked. Nope, only a couple of them here and there, but not many. Something happened last night and we couldn't see from where we were staying, but we did manage to see a red glow from the mall. Takashi and Kaji tensed up wondering if they knew about Naruto. We saw that too, Kaji said. Yeah, it's kind of hard not to see it. Kaze rolled his eyes. Bodies were all over the city and not to mention, that two-story giant. You wouldn't happen to know what that red glow was, would you? Is he trying to figure out if there's more of us? They're up to something, Takashi thought. Just before Kaji could answer, people on the courtyard began to gather around, as a few vehicles came driving in. They all looked down and watched what was going on. Koda couldn't finish. The vehicles came to a stop and the door to the black one up front opened. Yes. He's the former lord of Tokanosu, the head of the Takagi family. A tall man with an intimidating gaze of a predatory animal stepped out of the truck. He has orange-colored eyes and has jet black hair. A sword was tightly gripped in his left hand. He looked forward at Yuriko with a few of her men standing next to the fountain. Her men bowed their heads, while she just stared at the man who judges everything by his rules, my father. Tsuchiro walked up onto a steel platform that was placed in front of the fountain. The platform gave him a good height to where everyone looked up at him. A forklift came driving in with a caged walker that has black hair and wore the standard uniform of Tsuchiro and his men inside, which had everyone's attention. This man's name is Tetsutaro Doi. He's the former retainer of the family, which served the Takagi family. He is also my best friend. The forklift came to a stop in front of the platform, which the cage was lined up in front of him. Today, during the rescue operation in effort to save his associates, he was bitten. This is the ultimate case of self-sacrifice. What he did was something noble, something any human being could do. However, he is no longer a human. He's become something extremely dangerous. The walker lunged forward groaning and grabbed the cage, which a few people gasped. Tsuchiro drew his sword. That's why, he raised his sword high in the air with both of his hands firmly gripping the handle. As a man of the Takagi family, I shall fulfill my obligations of the retainer. The forklift driver came to the side of the cage and unlocked the cage. The walker lunged forward groaning once again and broke out of the cage, as it charged at Tsuchiro. Glass shattered, which drew most of the people's attention to the other way to see a broken bottle and a woman with a baby in her arms. She knelt down. So sorry, my baby is just. She wiped it up and looked back towards Tsuchiro, as she gasped, which people were astonished. They were now looking at a headless Tetsutaro lying on the platform and his head was now floating in the fountain. Blood began to stir in the water, while some people couldn't find themselves to look. This is the present we're facing. And so, even if they're your wonderful friends, beloved family members, And people you once loved, you muse hesitation. If you want to survive, you must fight. People were silenced, while back on the balcony, Saya just angrily stared at her father walking off the platform and right past Yuriko, which she followed closely behind him. Kota looked down feeling disgusted. "What's the matter, Hirano? You don't look so well," Takashi asked. "Swords are incredibly efficient. What are you talking about?" Kota glanced at Takashi. "I said they're inefficient. A Japanese sword can break if it hits bone. It's useless after slicing 3 or 4 people." Claire stepped in, which Kota looked at her. "You can't say that for sure. Even in the way of a sword, numbers determine your strength. The swordsman technique, the quality of a sword is meant of strength. If these elements are at high levels, you won't lose your fighting strength, no matter how many people you have to fight against. But once the sword has blood on it, then it's impossible to." Takashi stepped towards Kota and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Hey Hirano, that's enough." Kota instantly shoved it off and glared at him. "Don't touch me, and don't interrupt me. You can't even shoot a gun properly without being right up in front of someone." Saya had heard enough. "Hirano, you need to back off." Kota ran back inside not wanting to hear any more. "Hirano," Takashi called out and went after him. Hospital Clone 2. After what seemed like forever, the clone made it to the bottom. Such a long way down here. He saw that the door in front of him was slightly open and he could hear chatting coming from inside. "Come on. We can't afford another accident like last night." The clone quietly approached the door and peeked through the little crevice to see some people wearing lab coats. That wasn't all though. The clone also saw a couple shady people that looked all too familiar. "It's those people from that group, but what are they doing here?" The clone whispered to himself. He looked closer and saw a table with a walker strapped down on it. A couple people went up to it and had a syringe in their hand. The clone tensed up. "They're making them different," it quietly shouted. A clapping sound came from behind the clone, which he quickly turned around to see one of the shady people, but was instantly stabbed by a blade. "Bravo, but you won't live to see," the clone puffed away. "What the hell?" Naruto and Seiko came to a dead end, but there was just a single door in front of them, just one room at the end of such a long hall. Naruto asked. "Yeah, usually there was a guard back there preventing anyone from coming down here," Seiko answered. "Then let's see what's in here." The blonde opened the door and stepped in with Seiko right behind him. They looked around and saw that this room was completely clean. To their right, there's a desk with a computer monitor on it. On the left, there's a door, but they didn't continue just yet. "Strange," Naruto mentioned. Seiko went up ahead of him and saw a computer that's turned on. She walked over to it and saw some strange notes. "Naruto-san, come look at this." The blonde turned to her voice and came to her. "What? On here it looks like some experiment results." The blonde examined the notes closely and began to read one of them. Subject A was injected with substance B. The subject didn't seem to change in appearance, but somehow it turned out to spit some kind of acid from its mouth. "That's what blinded me back at the household," the blonde mentioned, but continued on. Text Subject B was injected with substance C and the subject became far more aggressive. We let it outside and it grew larger in size. The muscles were heinous looking. This is, Naruto didn't bother to finish and read the last one. Text Subject C was injected with substance A and showed no sign of reaction. So, we threw it outside since it was useless. However, the men that took it outside said it began to grow like Subject B, but far more and faster. They said it grew to be about a 2-story giant. Naruto then felt his last clone return to him and registered everything it saw. Shit. Naruto turned back around and jolted for the door they came from. Why did this come so late? "Naruto-san. What happened?" Seiko asked, as she remained where she is. The blonde stopped just before the door and looked at her. "My last clone found where they're testing on the walkers. And not just that, those people that were dressed all shady are in on this." The door opened, but not just the door that let them in here, the other door that they were curious about opened as well. Naruto was forced to step back to the middle of the room, while Seiko looked to see that a group of those shady people came in from both sides with all sorts of blades in their hands. "Bravo! Bravo, Naruto Namikaze." The leader clapped. Naruto narrowed his eyes. "How did you know I was coming?" the blonde asked. "More like, how didn't I know you were? You're the one that wants to get down to things and find out about stuff. So, I easily knew you would come." That two-story giant was what led you here. Why are you making the dead worse? You're putting yourselves at risk too. Simple, I just want people to perish. I love seeing them be killed. Let me ask you, Namikaze, have you ever killed someone? The blonde went back into his mind trying to remember and found out that he hasn't. No. I see. Well, once you kill someone for the first time in your life, you get this feeling within you. That feeling wants to make you kill more and more. So, I did. Then after hearing and seeing about this breakout, I decided to have the dead become far more. Naruto held out his hand, as his sword appeared in his hand, which the leader knew what was coming. Don't even try. Another shady person came in, but with a gun in their hand pointed right at the blonde. Naruto boy, after that performance you showed me last time we met, we've got word that someone wants you captured. You interested that person so much, that we have a special test just for you. So, how about you just come with us and... The leader motioned his hand towards Seiko, which the armed character pointed their gun at Seiko this time. We won't have to kill her. Naruto sighed, as his sword vanished. He looked back at Seiko and called her to him, which she came to him. The blonde looked back at the leader. At least let me say bye to her. Very well. Seiko came up to him and looked at the blonde questioningly. What are you doing? You're not going to go with them, are you? Naruto looked at her and leaned towards her ear. Follow my lead. He whispered and pulled away, but then he leaned closer to her. Seiko caught onto it and leaned towards him too, with their lips closing in on each other. The leader had about enough. Let's go, he shouted and walked toward them. Naruto reached into his pocket and pulled out a smoke bomb, as he slammed it to the ground. The leader and his crew couldn't see a damn thing. The smoke expanded to where the crew couldn't even see their teammates. Get them. The leader ordered, which they jumped in to where they last saw the blonde. The smoke began to die down, which everyone could see now. The leader saw that his men were piled on top of one another. Where did they go? The pile of men got up and looked around. The doors were shut, but then the leader decided to look up and saw a hole in the ceiling. Damn it. Let's go. They're probably going to the Takagi Manor now. Outside the hospital, Naruto and Seiko were back out in front of the hospital building. We need to get back to the others, the blonde mentioned. Seiko nodded. I know how to get there from here. Good. Naruto replied and quickly picked her up bridal style, which caused the purple-haired beauty to gasp from his sudden action. He then jumped up high to the nearest roof and jumped to the next one, so on, so on. However, coming around the hospital, a group of vehicles came speeding out and making their way to the manor. Takagi's manor time skip. 26 minutes later, Shiroi and his group were back together again and once again, their fountain. Shiroi was on his phone. They're coming your way. Okay, we'll just continue fitting in for now, however, don't attack just yet. Why not? That brat's going to rat us out. We can't earn their trust in this little time. I want you and your men to go back and remain there until I say so. But what if he informs Tsuchiro and they come after us? Don't worry, I'll keep him from doing so, and if he manages to tell him, I'll tell you. That's when you leave quickly to the next place. A sigh of annoyance came from the other end. Fine. Shiroi hung up and placed the phone back in his pocket. What was that about? Claire asked. They should be here any second. What? We haven't even. Right in the middle of the courtyard, Naruto appeared with Seiko still in his arms. People gasped, wondering how he got in here, but then Tsuchiro's men ran after him and quickly surrounded him. The blonde placed Seiko down on her feet, as they both stood straight up. The two of them looked around to see that they were surrounded. Stop. Naruto and Seiko looked toward the direction where the voice came from and saw Saya coming to them. They're my friends, she said. Tsuchiro came from behind his daughter and pushed her back a bit. Move aside, he said coldly. Saya nearly tripped, but she gained her balance and glared at her father. Who are you two? The leader asked, as he stepped into the circle. I'm Naruto. The blonde said. Tsuchiro then looked at Seiko. And you? I'm Seiko Busujima. Tsuchiro felt a nerve strike. You're Mr. Busujima's daughter. You know my father? Yes, please come. Tsuchiro invited her, which she looked at Naruto and saw him nod. She followed the head of the Takagi family out of the circle. Naruto tried to follow her, but was still surrounded. Am I not able to leave? No. Tsuchiro came back into the circle. Father, Saya shouted. Naruto's been with us for a long time now. He protected me the entire time. Tsuchiro ignored her. Wait, Mr. Takagi. Takashi and the others came running to join Saya's side. She's right. Naruto's been with us this whole time protecting all of us. You children are foolish. I've got word from a friend saying that this boy could possibly be responsible for making the dead worse. That friend also told me that you came from nowhere and that no one has ever seen you around the city before. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. Wait a minute. I just got back from investigating on how they were getting worse. He's telling the truth. Kaji shouted. Naruto-san and I really did get done with investigating, Seiko said. Father. He's telling the truth. Saya chipped in. Enough. Tsuchiro shouted and then walked up to the blonde. The men surrounding the two remained aiming their guns at the blonde. Tsuchiro glared at the boy and delivered a deadly right hook to the blonde. Naruto's head was forced to turn his head to the left. Father. Saya shouted even louder, while everyone gasped. Naruto looked at Tsuchiro, but then once again, he received another deadly right hook. Mr. Takagi. Stop. Takashi yelled and ran toward the circle, but one of the men stopped the teen. You disgust me, boy. If people are dead, why turn them into monsters? Naruto spat out blood and looked back at him. I told you, Tsuchiro then kneed the blonde's gut, followed by an uppercut. Naruto quickly recovered himself and this time, he caught an oncoming punch from him. However, he heard sobbing from outside the circle. He looked behind Tsuchiro and saw Saya crying, but that wasn't it. He saw her shaking her head and saw she was hoping he would get the message. Naruto closed his eyes and let go of the man's fist. Tsuchiro punched the blonde hard on his chest a couple times and then delivered a deadly punch to his gut. The blonde's eyes went wide slightly and coughed out some blood. Why does this feel so familiar? He asked himself in his mind. Tsuchiro kicked the blonde hard against his stomach, which caused the boy to slide back a bit, because this is how you were treated when everyone knew you had me sealed in you, Kurama answered. The former leader of Tokunosu then held out his sheathed sword and slammed it hard against the blonde's stomach. The wind was literally knocked out of the poor boy from such a hit like that and fell to his knees. You're right. I remember now. Now, these people here think I'm the reason that the dead are far worse than usual. Tsuchiro looked down at the blonde, while Naruto looked up at him with a blurry vision. Yeah. I told you. Tsuchiro spat on the ground next to the blonde and kicked his head hard, causing the blonde to fall on his side. They're no different. What is it, kid? You're right. Kurama sighed. Naruto, back then, why did you let him tear you up like that? Because, if I were to fight back, then they wouldn't believe anything I said. I don't want that to happen. They need to know the truth. And when I get out of here, I'm going to tell them exactly that. You know, that might not be the only thing you'll have to explain. The way you made your entrance caused several questions to be asked about you. Yeah. That too. Wake up. Naruto's eyes opened and now he was looking at reality. His eyes scanned the area and saw that he was locked in the same cage as the walker that Tsuchiro had killed. Looking around one more time, he realized that the cage was sitting on top of a steel platform. He also realized that he's been sitting on his knees the entire time he was unconscious. Hey! Naruto turned his head to see one of Tsuchiro's men standing in front of him. What? Here. The man held out a bowl of soup for the blonde. Naruto tried to grab the bowl, but he couldn't withdraw his hands from behind. What the hell? You're cuffed, which is why I'm feeding you the soup, you sick bastard. The blonde held back his anger, but decided to cooperate, as he placed his lips on the edge of the bowl. The man then tilted it, that way Naruto could get every last bit of what's left. Once the blonde finished, Tsuchiro's dog withdrew his arm out of the cage and walked back to the manor. Remember, if you want to tell them the truth, just hold in that anger. If you let loose, they won't believe you at all, Kurama mentioned. I know. The blonde remained sitting there on his knees with his head hung low, while staring down at the base. Naruto? Naruto lifted his head up and saw a dark man standing in front of the cage. Who are you? The darker man chuckled. I'm Kozlov. How do you know my name? Well, how'd I not? After all, your friends were yelling your name when that event happened. Naruto kept his usual bored expression, which Kozlov chuckled. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. What? You remind me of our leader. Leader? Footsteps drew the blonde's attention, while Kozlov stepped aside. Naruto saw a man with silver spiky hair come up to him. He saw that this guy has the same expression on his face too. The two stared at one another, while Kozlov kept glancing back and forth between them. This man here is Shiroi Inazuma. And you must be Naruto. You don't say? Kozlov here told me how pretty much everyone knows my name now. Well, let me introduce you to. Shiroi placed his hand on Hikari's head. This is Hikari Magiku. The blonde gazed to the man's left and didn't even realize the shorter girl standing next to him in the first place. And this is, two more people came in, Kei's Tsuchiru and Claire. Claire tilted her head a bit and walked up and got closer. He sure does act like you, Shiroi. He sure does. You both have the same hairstyle and expression, Kei's mentioned. Naruto didn't say anything and was still pretty shocked about Hikari. How did I not see her? She was there the whole time, but how did I not see? Claire smiled. He's even cute. She slid her arm into the cage and placed her hand on the blonde's left cheek. Naruto didn't say anything, as Claire then began to trace his whisker marks, and these whisker marks make him even cuter. A tick nerve struck Kei's, while the other three just stood and you Shiroi. Claire mentioned again and withdrew her arm. Claire stepped back, as Shiroi was the one to step up this time. The reason why we're here is because I would like you to join us. Why would I join you? Simple. We can get you out of there, and why not? Do you honestly want to be around these people? Kei's stepped up. Yeah. You didn't deserve that. Kei's looked closely at the blonde's eyes. What the hell's with those eyes? Claire shoved Kei's aside and went back up. She looked at his eyes and smiled. They're beautiful, she said. Kei's whipped his body back and placed his hand on Claire's shoulder. You're starting too. Claire glared at Kei's. Get your hand off me. Kei's grinned. Oh. Are you finally ready to go? He asked, as he used his free hand to reach around his back. Claire grabbed the handle of her sword. Enough. The two looked at Shiroi and bowed their heads. Sorry, Shiroi, they both said. Anyway, Shiroi looked back at Naruto. What do you say? Naruto shook his head, while Shiroi closed his eyes. Very well, he said, as him and the others walked away. A sigh escaped the blonde's lips, as he maneuvered himself to where his legs stretched out in front of him. He leaned back against the cage and closed his eyes. Mindscape Naruto was now standing in front of Kurama's cage. Just one whole day in here and then I can explain everything. Yeah. One whole day that we have no clue what'll happen, Kurama mentioned. Shut it. Kurama sighed. Just a fair warning, if tomorrow gets real bad, I will force my way of taking control to get us out of here. You won't do anything. You fool. Why would you let them treat you like that? Don't worry about it. Kurama growled in frustration. You're pathetic. You act so tough and all, but you're too soft. You let people like them push you around and mistreat you. Why? Why are you being so soft? Naruto stood there with his arms crossed and stared up at Kurama. The blonde didn't say anything and decided to turn his back to the cage. This infuriated Kurama, which the fox banged its head against the cage. Take this seal off and let me out. You obviously don't know what the hell you're doing. Anger like that will get us nowhere. You always want to kill and make things worse. You don't even stop to think what that would cause. Shut up. It's not like anything will happen. They'll be dead and can't do anything. Naruto placed his hands in his pockets. There's other ways to take care of situations like this. And killing could be one, but that doesn't make it right. If we're going to go back to our home world, these people deserve to know what's causing all this to happen. Once they know, then they can take care of themselves. I don't like killing people, but... Bullshit. You've killed several of them ever since we came to this world. Wrong. I haven't killed one living person. I've only killed the dead. Kurama went silent. Those people were human, but now they're not. By the looks of it, if those things bite you, that person will eventually die and come back as one of them. That's not living. They're already dead. But we're done discussing this. Let me handle this. Kurama was once again silent. The fox just sat there in the cage watching the blonde walk off. You better know what you're doing. Next day 10:17 a.m. Naruto's eyes opened and he first saw people walking around. He remained leaning against the cage and closed his eyes once again. The blonde just wanted today to be other with quickly so he could warn these people. Naruto. The teen opened his eyes to see Takashi, Saya, Seiko, and Kaji. What is it? How are you feeling? Kaji asked. Naruto closed his eyes and remained leaning back. I'm feeling fine. You don't need to worry about me. Saya stepped up and looked at him. I'm sorry my father did that to you yesterday. Naruto kept his eyes closed. Why are you apologizing? He just thinks I'm a part of something that I'm not. Tomorrow, I'll explain everything to him. Naruto-san. The blonde opened his eyes and glanced at the purple-haired beauty. I tried telling Mr. Takagi. Tried? Naruto asked. Why yeah, he didn't believe any of it one bit. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Flashback: Tsuchiro walked away from the unconscious blonde that was being held prison now. Seiko didn't like this one bit and ran up to Tsuchiro. Mr. Takagi, you can't do this. Tsuchiro stopped and looked down at Seiko. Come, we'll talk more about this. Dojo room. Seiko was sitting on her knees on a mat with a sheath in her hands, while Tsuchiro was sitting cross-legged across from her. What do you think of it? Tsuchiro asked. Seiko kept staring at the weapon. I've heard the rumor that Busujima-sensei believes his daughter is the sword user and believes that the daughter is every bit as skilled as Sanoko Chiba. Therefore, you must be a pure and graceful maiden. Even if you touch the sword directly, it won't be stained. Seiko held up the sheath and drew the sword out a bit. This is, she then unsheathed it and held it out, while staring at it. It's truly unusual. Do you see it? It has a slightly curved blade pattern. This is a double-edged Kisaki Moroha. Seiko then sheathed it and looked back at Tsuchiro. I think this is a Murata sword. Tsuchiro smiled. Indeed, it is what you say. During the Meiji era, Major General Murata, who's known for the Murata rifle, had it made at the Tokyo Army Arsenal. He cut a pig's head in half without even scratching the blade. Seiko placed the sheath down in front of her. It was an honor to have seen it, but it belongs to you now. Seiko was astonished for a split second, but looked back at him. With all due respect, I cannot accept this without a proper reason. Tsuchiro rested his head on his fist. Busujima-sensei has taught me many things. Accept it as a token of my gratitude. Then I shall pass it to my father. Tsuchiro placed a hand on his knees and began to laugh. You really are fitting to be the daughter of the Busujima family. You are very straightforward. Seiko smiled lightly and looked off to the side. Please forgive me for that. Tsuchiro stopped laughing and put on his serious look again. I'm certain you're already aware of this. This is also for my foolish daughter. Seiko smiled again and looked down at the floor. It's true, I saved her once back at the school. She looked back up at Tsuchiro. If you want to protect her so much, why don't you keep her by your side? The daughter of the Takagi family loves and respects her parents a lot from the bottom of her heart. A child resembles its parents. The more reason to do it then. Maybe instead of me, you could have Naru. She blinked once. You could have Naruto-kun hold it. After all, he's the reason why we're all still. No, a friend of mine named Rika told me to hold him captive. Seiko's eyes widened. Shizuka's friend? Seiko thought. I can see how much you care for him, but, Seiko frowned sadly, but he's not. We've been with him ever since we left the school. He protected us all. He put his life on the line for us. So, why would you think he's the reason for them? I'm sorry, but he'll more than likely be terminated. Seiko's eyes widened. No, you can't. Tsuchiro closed his eyes. There's nothing you can do to change this. Seiko's eyes narrowed. I'm sorry, Naruto-kun, she thought. End of flashback. Naruto looked at Seiko's left hip and saw that she now carried the weapon that Tsuchiro gave her. I see. I'm sorry, Nar. Leave. Wait, what? Kaji asked. Leave. The blonde repeated. But Naruto sent a burst of his energy, which caused the group to step back. Leave. The group looked at him and felt hurt, but then they walked away. The blonde closed his eyes. Oh? So you're going to ditch them? Kurama asked. The cuffs holding Naruto's wrists together broke. Yes. I'm going to leave them and let them realize who is really responsible for this. Oh. So you got this all figured out? Naruto looked to his right to see Shiroi's group coming out of the manor and Kumin. The cage broke, as each wall of it dropped flat and made clinging sounds when it hit on the platform. All the people outside looked to the source and saw the blonde standing up. He broke free. Someone shouted. Tsuchiro stood at the front doors that led inside the manor. No, don't let him get away. We need answers first. A group of Tsuchiro's men charged after him, but they all stopped once they were getting closer. They saw red aura whipping around him. What is that? So, are you going to kill them? No, Naruto stood there and glared at Tsuchiro's men. Don't you even try. I don't want to have to kill you all. The blonde then looked at Takashi and the others to see their shocked faces, and Naruto-san, Seiko said. Naruto closed his eyes and then hopped off the platform. Get him, Tsuchiro shouted. Some of his men stood their ground, but a couple of them found themselves to charge at the blonde. Naruto quickly turned around and held out his hand, which the red aura shot out towards the men. The two dogs felt themselves being wrapped up. What the hell is this? They felt themselves being pulled toward the blonde and began to panic. No, please, the other one shouted. Naruto landed a deadly punch on one of them, which sent him flying back. He then looked at the other one. Performing a few hand signs, he grabbed the man's neck, as a seal appeared on him. The man didn't feel any pain from it and then looked at Naruto, but was instantly punched like the other one. Tsuchiro and everyone else were shocked at what the blonde could do, but that was when the red aura began to grow. It then spun around the blonde, trapping him inside. Stop him, Tsuchiro demanded. However, his men couldn't find themselves to go after him. The red energy then vanished to show that the teen was gone. The courtyard was absolutely silent. Damn it! Tsuchiro yelled in his head. That kid, he's a monster. A woman stated. Seiko felt a major pain coming from her heart. She placed a hand against her chest. She left. She held back the small amount of tears wanting to escape her eyes. Shiroi grinned lightly. This'll make everything easier. Naruto appeared on a roof of a rather small building. However, Naruto had his sage cloak on this time. So, you plan on going alone for now on? For now, yes. You seem irritated. You could say that. I'm tired of people falsely accusing me of problems. I see. What are you going to do then? Naruto shrugged. Guess I'll just help me. The blonde looked down to see a woman backed up against a wall with a couple walkers coming towards her. The woman seemed to be in her mid-20s. She wore some short white-colored shorts with a red short-sleeve shirt. She has long blonde hair and blue-colored eyes. Naruto also spotted a couple of walkers piled on someone not too far from her. He looked closely and saw that it was a man being devoured by them. Naruto looked back down toward the woman and held his hand out facing down at her. Somebody, please, she yelped when she felt that she wasn't standing on the ground anymore. Her eyes widened and then she began to scream, but she then found herself on top of a building in someone's arms. She was let free and then she looked at the person that saved her. She saw that it was a teen that saved her. Blonde spiky hair, whisker marks, muscular frame, strange outfit, and then those strange eyes of his. Before she could say anything, she began to think if this boy really saved her. Most of all, did he use some sort of trick to lift her off the ground? You should be safe up. The blonde was cut off when he felt the woman hug him tightly. Thank you. Thank you. Naruto placed his hands on her shoulders and pushed her off gently. Okay. But, he was cut off once again, but this time she lunged herself at him and began kissing him. Ha ha ha. She's already in your debt. You saved her life and she practically wants you. Naruto placed his hands on her shoulders again and gently pushed her off. You really don't need to be thanking me like that, he said with a faint blush spread across his cheeks. The girl smiled. My name's Jessica. I'm Naruto. So, what were you doing? Jessica turned to look back down at the man being devoured, which Naruto looked down too. A friend of mine and I were headed to a stronghold. We heard on a radio that the football stadium is safe. Football stadium? The blonde asked. Jessica turned to look at him. You don't know what that is? Naruto shook his head, while Jessica tilted her head a bit. You're not from here, are you? Once again, Naruto shook his head. I see, the woman said. Yeah, I don't know my way around this place. Jessica pouted, but then smiled. You should come with me. Naruto tilted his head back. And just where exactly is this stadium? Jessica's smile widened. It's about a 12-hour travel by walking if we run into a lot of those things. A nerve struck her remembering what she was going to ask. By the way, how did you do that? Naruto closed his eyes. Something I can only do. You don't need to worry about me. Jessica frowned a bit, but shook it off. So, you want to come? I would love some company. Naruto looked at her and saw her staring at him. He closed his eyes. Fine. Thank you, she said and looked past him. It's that way. Naruto turned around and then looked down at the street to see a horde of walkers. Well, we're going to avoid the streets and plus, we'll get there quicker than you think. How? Naruto bent down and held his arms back behind him. Hop on. Huh? Are you crazy? Do you want to get there or not? I do, but how are you? Just shut up and hop on. The woman frowned, but she went up to his back and gently wrapped her arms around his neck. She rested her chin on his left shoulder and felt his hands firmly grab her upper thighs. Naruto shot up and jumped to another roof. Jessica's hair flew back from the wind, as Naruto kept hopping from roof to roof. How? Naruto didn't answer her and kept focusing on what's ahead. Jessica was still in her shocked state, but then smiled. We'll be there in no time, she said. Half an hour later, after jumping from roof to roof and changing directions, Naruto saw a large dome building just up ahead of him. That's it! Jessica yelled, which Naruto lowered his head from her sudden outburst. The blonde stopped on the next building and examined the dome. Jessica leaned to her right and looked at the side of his face. What's wrong? Naruto saw the entrances from his far position completely barricaded. However, his eyes looked at the top of the dome to see that the top was partially open. Hold on tight. The woman didn't ask why and simply obeyed, as she wrapped her arms tighter around his neck. Naruto squinted his eyes from the lack of breathing. Not that tight. Jessica quickly loosened her hold. Sorry. Naruto bent down and launched himself off the roof, while holding tighter onto the woman. In just a matter of seconds, he landed on top of it, which made a loud enough sound to be heard from within. The blonde walked over to where it was open and saw that he could easily jump down. He hopped and let himself fall down into the stadium. Jessica closed her eyes, but shortly opened them due to the fact that they landed without any problems. Naruto slowly let go of her, which she got off him from his action. They both looked around to see that it was completely empty. Are you sure that there's supposed to be people here? Naruto asked. Jessica walked around looking all over the place. Why yeah. It doesn't look like it. Come on, I'll drop you off at a place I. Freeze. The two blondes turned to their left and looked up at the seats to see a man holding a rifle that's aimed right at them. I knew I heard something. Everyone. More people came out, all with different sorts of firearms aimed at the two blondes. This can't be good. Naruto mentioned. How did you get in here? Naruto looked back at the man that had called them out first, assuming he's the leader of their group. The roof was OP and eyebrow. You mean to tell me that you somehow climbed all the way up there and jumped down here and still be in one piece? The blonde rocked his head side to side. Pretty much. Are you one of those special walkers? The man asked, as his tone got a bit more serious and scooted a tad closer with his rifle still aimed at the blonde. Jessica looked at the back of the blonde's head and up at the leader. She quickly moved herself in front of the blonde, as Naruto looked down at her slightly. Stop. He saved me earlier today. He's not one of those things out there. No ordinary human can do what he did and still be in one piece. Then I guess I'm not ordinary. Naruto replied. The leader aimed carefully and pulled the trigger. No, Jessica shouted, but she was knocked to the ground. She looked up to see that it was Naruto, but then the blonde swiftly turned his body to avoid the bullet. A few gasps echoed throughout the stadium. Look. I'm not your enemy. I only brought her here so she can be safe. Now, if you want, I can change that. Jessica looked back up to where the leader is and could see that he was bowing his head. My apologies. The corner of his lip curled up to show a small smile. Now, I'm not going to be here long. So, you all won't have to be suspicious of me. The leader placed his rifle down and waved his hand. No number, stay here for a while. I have a few questions for you. Jessica rose back to her feet and looked at the younger blonde. Very well. Takagi Manor Takashi and the gang all sat on the benches around the fountain out in the courtyard. Ever since Naruto had left, they couldn't find themselves to come up with anything to talk about. They were worried, hurt, that their new friend that has been helping them ever since the beginning of the massacre was gone. Kota hadn't been playing around with his guns lately ever since the blonde left them. Takashi was frustrated, not at Naruto though, but at the people here that mistreated him and made him want to leave. Rei and Kaji are pretty much in the same boat with Takashi, but Rei wanted to pulverize every single one of those that treated him like a criminal one by one. Alice was crying, while Shizuka was there to hold the little girl and comfort her. Saya's anger toward her father was boiling from his actions. Yuki was hurt that the man that had been so protective and caring toward her was gone. Then there was Seiko. The purple-haired beauty had sharp aching pains in her chest every now and then. That one night they were together and she was in his arm when he was jumping from roof to roof popped in her mind again. The night that she began to feel as if he was the man she's been looking for. "Do you think he'll come back?" Kota asked. "I don't know. I'm pretty sure he's gone. He left on his own will. We need to face it," Saya said, which cut off Kaji. "Surely he'll come back though. I mean, haven't you all realized it?" Takashi asked. The others all looked at Takashi. "Realized what?" Ray asked. "How he enjoyed being with us. Sure, when we first met him, he wasn't very friendly, but the longer he's been with us, the more he began to like us. Why else do you think he's been so protective? We know he's not from this world, but don't you see? We're the first group of friends that he made when he first arrived. That had to make him feel wanted and that he wants to be with us." The others were silent as everything they just heard from Takashi was being absorbed. Kota rose to his feet. "Takashi's right. All the time we've been together, we were always there for each other. Naruto will come back." Ray was the next one to stand up. "Yeah. All we have to do is wait for him to." "Wait for him to what? Do you really expect him to come back?" The whole gang looked behind them to see Shiroi and his group. "You're all foolish. What makes you think he won't come back? You don't even know him like we do," Kaji said. Shiroi closed his eyes and crossed his arms across his chest. "He won't come back. However, we know how to bring him back." Yuki shot up to her feet. "How?" Both Kaze and Claire grinned, while Shiroi opened his eyes. "Do it." Kaze pulled out a couple of handguns from his back pockets, while Claire unsheathed her sword. Kaze turned toward to where all the other people are walking around. He pointed his guns in the air and fired off a couple shots, which instantly drew everyone's attention. "All of you listen up," Kaze shouted. Everyone began to panic, as they looked at the gunmen. "We're taking over this place." Takashi, Ray, and Seiko shot up onto their feet and charged at Kaze. However, Claire blocked Seiko in her path, while Kozlov pushed back both Ray and Takashi back. Kota remembered he had left the guns in the room upstairs and made a quick run for the entrance. Kaze looked at the chubby boy run and aimed one of his handguns right at him. "No, Kaze. Let him go." Kaze looked back at Shiroi. "Why? We'll show him how useless his firearms are." "Fine by me." Kaze looked back at the large group of people. Seiko and Claire stood in front of one another, as they eyed each other closely. Seiko unsheathed the sword that Tsuchiro had passed down to her from her father. Both women tightly held onto the handle of their sword, while Seiko was the first to charge. She slashed her sword diagonally at the American woman, but Claire easily blocked it. Seiko withdrew and began to attempt faster slashes, but once again, Claire was ahead of her game and kept blocking them. "Come on, Ms. Busujima. I thought your family were the deadliest warriors when it comes to using swords." Claire broke the collision and completely turned the table. She was high on pursuit against Seiko this time, forcing the purple-haired beauty to actually take a few steps back. Shiroi and Hikari stood there watching Claire going head-to-head with Seiko. Kozlov had actually kept the others sitting where they're at. Takashi and the others couldn't do anything to stop the large man. The doors to the manor's front entrance slammed open, as a few of Tsuchiro's men came rushing out with their own firearms. After that, Tsuchiro walked out with his sword in his grip. "What the hell's going on here?" The head of the Takagi family shouted, as he looked toward the fountain to see Shiroi and his group. His eyes looked a bit past him to see Seiko fighting one of Shiroi's people. Tsuchiro motioned his hand toward them. "Arrest them." Shiroi didn't even bother to turn and look at Tsuchiro's dogs coming after him and his group. He closed his eyes and placed his hand down on Hikari's shoulder. "Hikari." The silent woman turned to see the incoming group and decided to walk toward them. Tsuchiro's dogs came to a stop and all had their swords drawn out, while some of them had handguns out. "Freeze!" The one out front shouted. Hikari kept walking towards them. "I said." Before the man could say what he was going to, Hikari suddenly appeared behind him. Blood shot out of the man's neck as he fell forward. Everyone gasped, as they kept their eyes on Hikari and wondered how the hell she did such a thing. She had no sort of weapon in her hands or anything. The rest of Tsuchiro's men charged at the woman and most of them attempted to slice her clean, but Hikari was easily avoiding them. She showed no sign of worrying at all. She pushed through a couple of them, which those men instantly fell forward lying in their own blood. Takashi and the others couldn't believe what they were seeing. What the hell is she doing? Kozlov sighed, while Kaze decided to say something. I would really hate to be up against her. No matter how many people I have helping me. She's basically a killing machine," he said, as he saw a few more of Tsuchiro's men collapse to the ground. The numbers died down immensely fast. In a matter of seconds, all of Tsuchiro's men were defeated. Hikari made it look as if they were nothing. Hikari looked up at the staircase that led up to the entrance of the manor and tilted her head. Meanwhile, Seiko was still on defense since Claire was high on her. "I'll admit YNG yourself. But you lack offense." Claire dropped her sword purposely and grabbed Seiko's sword by the handle. Seiko's eyes widened, as Claire kicked her right against her stomach, which caused her to let go of her sword and slide back a bit. Seiko looked out in front to see Claire closing in on her, and just on the nick of time, she ducked to avoid a deadly kick that looked like it could have taken her head off. Seiko stood back up and avoided a couple oncoming punches. Claire attempted another punch, but Seiko dodged it, as she swung her leg up and managed to kick Claire against her head. However, that didn't slow Claire down one bit, as she punched Seiko hard on her stomach. Seiko hunched forward, as she coughed up some blood. The punch was so hard that it cost her to lose her breath and to even make her fall to her knees. Seiko leaned forward and placed her hands on the ground, trying to catch her breath. "Tell me, Ms. Busujima, has someone ever attacked you with your own sword?" Seiko looked up to see Claire standing there with her sword pointed down at her and also had her own sword in her other hand. Balcony Kota grabbed his Springfield and positioned it on the railing. "Come on," he said to himself and looked through the scope. He saw Takashi and the others, and then he moved a bit more past them to see Claire standing above Seiko. He focused and steadied himself to where he aimed right at Claire's head. "Got you," he said and pulled the trigger. He watched and saw Claire swing her other sword to where it sliced the bullet in half. Kota's eyes widened. "No way." He pulled the trigger again and the same result happened. Kota began to sweat and started to get frightened. How is she cutting through the bullets so easily?" he asked himself, but then he heard another gunshot. Kota dropped the gun over the balcony and fell backwards on the floor as he screamed in pain. He placed his left hand over his right shoulder after receiving a shot to it just now. Kei's sighed. "He's no expert when it comes to me." "Why are you doing this?" Shiroi looked over to Takashi. "Because we're making this our new base." Tsuchiro walked down the stairs, which Shiroi turned to look at him. "Do you honestly think you'll get away with this?" Shiroi placed his hands in his pockets. "We've already won. If you want to try and fight, I can't guarantee that you'll survive." Shiroi then looked at all the people that have been watching everything. "Now listen everyone, I'm in charge now. If you wish to live, you'll listen to me." Tsuchiro looked at all his fallen men. "I can't let you all live after what you've done to my comrades." Shiroi then looked back at Tsuchiro. "Then strike me down," he said and remained standing where he was. Tsuchiro didn't bother to question him and charged after the silver-haired man. Hikari remained standing in the middle of the scattered bodies of Tsuchiro's men and watched the head of the Takagi family run right past her. Tsuchiro pulled his sword back, but before he could close in on Shiroi, he froze. His sword fell out of his hands, as his arms dropped to his sides. Saya's eyes widened in horror, as she saw her dad's head slowly slide off. Father. Kozlov, Claire, and Kei's were shocked. They had no idea that they were going to kill the head of the Takagi family. Shiroi turned to Claire. "Take Ms. Busujima and have her change. She'll be the main bait to bring Naruto back." The American girl was still completely shocked to see that Tsuchiro was beheaded here in front of all these people. She thought that they would have him surrender to them, but have him killed? She wasn't informed about it at all. "Claire." The American girl shook her head and looked at Shiroi. Sorry." She tossed Seiko's sword aside and sheathed her own, as she lifted Seiko up to her feet. "Come on." Shiroi then turned to Kozlov. "Take them inside and lock them upstairs." The Russian nodded and motioned the group to get up, which they didn't listen. They were all astonished from seeing Saya's father be decapitated in front of their eyes. "Get up." Shiroi then turned to Kei's. "You keep guard of the courtyard." Kei's lowered his head. "Why, yes sir." Shiroi then walked to where Tsuchiro had fallen and looked down at his body. "You should have just sat back and allow us to take control." He bent down and picked up the head of Tsuchiro. Once he stood back up straight. That was when Yuriko came out. "What's going?" She looked out to where Shiroi stood with her husband's head in his hand. Her eyes widened and felt a major pain in her chest. She couldn't believe what she was looking at, but tears escaped her eyes and reached for the handgun that she had strapped around her thigh. Before she could pull out her gun, Hikari appeared in front of her. Yuriko leaned back and looked down at the incredibly fast woman, but then she felt a strike to the back of her neck and collapsed to the ground unconscious. Hikari. Take Yuriko to her room and stay there to make sure she stays there once she wakes up. Hikari nodded, as she picked up the unconscious woman. Shiroi looked around to see his comrades getting to their assignment and smiled slightly. He should be on his way here soon. Time skip. 11:27 p.m. Naruto and Jessica were sitting in the stands watching people play a game. A game that Naruto had never seen played like this before. What are they doing? Jessica looked at the blonde. They're playing a game called football. The blonde sighed, as he saw one of the men threw the ball to one of his teammates and watched how he was instantly tackled once he caught it. People in this world sure have interesting things compared to mine. A nerve struck the blonde, which caused him to lean forward and place his hands on his head. Naruto? Jessica asked. The blonde shot up to his feet. Something's wrong. What? What's wrong? Is everything okay over here? The two blondes looked up behind them to see the leader of the group. I have to go for now. Something happened and it isn't good. I'll go with you, Jessica said. No, you stay here with everyone. Where might you be going, Naruto? The leader asked. Takagi Manor. Takagi's Manor. Why? Because I left my friends there after something happened and now, something just doesn't feel right. I need to hurry. With that said, the blonde vanished in a yellow flash, which caused Jessica and the leader to shield their eyes. Takagi Manor. A yellow flash shined the courtyard for a short amount of time, which faded to reveal Naruto. The blonde looked around and saw a few people out and about, but once he took a step, he felt like he had walked in a puddle or something. He looked down and saw that he was standing in blood. He also saw the man he had placed a seal on was beheaded and many other men cut up in pieces. His eyes widened slightly. What happened here? He looked around once more, until his eyes fixed on at the fountain. There, on top of the fountain, was Tsuchiro's head. The blonde turned around and looked at the small group of people. What the hell happened? They all looked at the blonde and didn't answer. Naruto clenched his fists. What happened? He shouted. Still no answer, but then the blonde heard clapping coming from the manor. He glanced to the front of the manor and saw Shiroi slowly walking down the stairs. Welcome back, Naruto. What did you do? The blonde shouted, as his anger was beginning to boil. I simply killed the head of the Takagi family and his men for wanting to kill you. Bullshit. Once Shiroi reached the bottom, he placed his hands in his pockets. You don't actually believe me? No. And where are my friends? They're safe. No need to worry. Where are they? Shiroi closed his eyes. Shiroi leaned his head to the left slightly to avoid a kunai that the blonde had thrown at him. He straightened his head back and opened his eyes. So you wish to kill me, do you? I do, and I will. With his anger breaching his point, he charged at Shiroi. Shiroi closed his eyes, while Naruto summoned his sword in his left hand. The blonde was forced to drop to one knee. What the hell? He looked down at his other knee and saw several needles piercing into him. He tried to get up, but couldn't find himself to. Paralysis. I know what you're capable of, boy. I'll admit, I may not have the power you have, but I can read you like a book. Naruto gritted his teeth. Now, I know that the paralysis can't stop you. So, come on, Naruto Namikaze. Rasengan. Naruto slammed the blue ball of chakra right against the last remaining Zetsu, which sent it flying. The blonde looked around and saw that there was nothing left of the Zetsu army. Need to catch up with the others quick. Most impressive, Kyuubi. Naruto looked around looking for the voice. Up here, Kyuubi. The blonde looked up a large rock cliff and saw none other than Madara. This is where your path ends, boy. Where are my friends? Madara stepped aside, as Kabuto came up next to him. You mean these? Kabuto asked, as he had Kiba and Sai in his grasp. His tail came around him to show that his tail had Sakura wrapped in. Naruto's eyes widened and clenched his fists. What did you do? Oh, nothing yet. But you'll get to see your friends be killed here soon, Madara answered. Naruto's eyes instantly changed to their red-colored ones, his nails extended slightly, his whisker marks darkened, and his hair spiked all around a bit more. Let them go. Madara chuckled behind his mask and jumped off the cliff to where he landed a few feet across from the blonde. If you wish to save them, you have to get through me. Naruto took a step forward and was suddenly right in front of Madara. The ancient shinobi was astonished, while Naruto landed a deadly punch right on Madara's mask. Madara was forced to slide back, and once he halted himself, a crack appeared at the bottom of his mask. "I'm going to crush you," Naruto shouted. Madara narrowed his eyes. "Let us see who's more powerful then. Come on, Kyuubi." "Kurama. I'm on it." The needles in Naruto's knee came out, as he got back up to his feet and charged after Shiroi. "Where are they?" The blonde demanded to know and shot his fist forward, while Shiroi sidestepped to avoid it. Naruto then attempted to elbow him, but Shiroi easily caught it. The blonde brought his sword around and tried to slice his arm off, but once again, Shiroi withdrew and avoided it. The blonde held his right arm up and had his palm face him. Shiroi grinned, knowing what was about to happen. Shinra 10. Naruto was cut off when he saw Hikari right in front of him. What the? The next thing that the blonde knew was that blood completely covered his right arm. Naruto quickly jumped back, keeping his distance from the two. "I'm afraid I can't allow you to lay a hand on my master," Hikari said, as she turned to look at the blonde that was a good distance away. Naruto chuckled and smiled slightly. "So you can actually talk." Hikari tilted her head to the side a bit and pouted very slightly. "Hikari here is one not meant for words. She simply acts it out rather than speaking," Shiroi said. Naruto brought his sword forward and pointed it at the two. He added some chakra to the sword, but it was forced to cancel, as his sword shattered to pieces. "What the hell?" He looked over at Hikari. "So she did this. But how can she move so incredibly fast? And on top of that, she shows no sign of using any kind of weapon. I need to be." "You should never take your mind off of the fight." Naruto's eyes widened, hearing Hikari's voice from behind him. He quickly spun around and blocked a deadly kick that was aimed for his head. The blonde did a low swept kick, hoping that it would make her lose balance, but it wasn't good enough since she backed away. Once Naruto got back up to his feet, Hikari was already right in front of him. He saw that she was about to behead him with her hand. He quickly ducked and allowed Hikari to go right past him, but she managed to cut some of his hair off. Her hands are her weapons, the blonde thought. Naruto crossed his fingers and summoned a dozen of clones. Shiroi was still standing at the bottom of the stairs and grinned at the amusement. Hikari turned around to look at the group of blondes. She stood there and watched all of his clones coming at her. However, she saw the real one just sitting back and observing. All the clones pulled out a kunai. Hopefully this will. Right there, before his very eyes. Hikari was right in his face already. Naruto couldn't believe it one bit, as he saw all his clones were gone and stepped back. "How the hell are you like this?" Hikari narrowed her eyes and shot her right arm out as if it was like a spear. The blonde turned his body and barely managed to dodge it. He saw that she was open and that it was his chance. Quickly grabbing her arm, he swung her around to his back and threw her over his shoulder to where she was slammed to the ground rather roughly. He reached down to grab Hikari by the head, but she shot her leg up and back to end up kicking him against his head. Naruto stumbled back a bit and felt a major pain roaming through his head. Hikari hopped back on her feet and just stared at the blonde. Naruto shook his head and looked at the woman. "What are you waiting for?" Hikari tilted her head and then shot out acid from her mouth. Naruto's eyes widened, remembering the night that he was temporarily blind, so he quickly vanished out of sight. Hikari tilted her head to the other side and began to look around. The blonde appeared on top of the manor and felt that his right arm was feeling like dead weight. He looked at it and saw that the acid was tearing through his skin. "Kurama, can you do something about this?" "Yeah. Just give me some time." "So she's human, but she can spit acid like that walker from a few nights ago. How though?" His eyes slightly widened. "Don't tell me. So this is where you're hiding." He looked up to see Hikari coming down on him. "Shit," Naruto said, as he quickly reached up at her and knocked her off course. He then swung a deadly kick to her side and sent her off the manor. The blonde watched as she fell, but when Hikari was about to hit the floor, she vanished. "What the?" He turned around knowing that she would appear behind him, which he was right. Hikari attempted to behead him, but he grabbed her wrist and jumped off the manor with her. Naruto pulled out an explosive tag and quickly dodged a kick that was aimed for his head. He slapped the tag on her forehead and grabbed her by the neck, as he threw her straight down toward Shiroi. The blonde vanished and reappeared by the fountain just on time to see Hikari close enough to Shiroi. Naruto quickly activated the tag and watched the two of them explode. He took this opportunity to catch his breath and waited for the smoke to clear out. A few seconds passed by, in which the smoke began to clear out. Naruto's eyes widened seeing the two of them just standing there like it had no effect. Shiroi applauded the blonde. "That was a nice attempt. I'll give you that at least." The blonde's lips slowly formed into a smile and then began to laugh a bit, which had Shiroi and Hikari curious of what was funny. "Why are you laughing?" Shiroi asked. Naruto then puffed away. "That wasn't the real one." Shiroi and Hikari turned around, as the blonde was right there behind them. Naruto grabbed both of them by the face. "Shinra Tensei," he said, as the two of them were sent soaring. However, it wasn't long that they came to a stop since they both crashed against the fountain. The blonde turned his back to them and made his way up the stairs. Once he made it halfway, he felt something wrap around his entire body. He looked down at his abdomen area and saw that it was some sort of tongue. The blonde was pulled down to the bottom of the stairs and ended up being slammed on his back to the ground. Naruto felt himself being lifted up in the air and then slammed to the ground once more. The blonde had about enough of this and released a wave of force, which caused the tongue to unwrap itself. Naruto hopped to his feet and saw the K to Shiroi. "You too. So I was right." Shiroi chuckled. "Yes. I injected a special specimen in both Hikari and myself. You've seen what Hikari's capable of, but you've seen nothing from me yet. Resident Evil similarity. Why would you do that to yourself? Doesn't that mean you two are dead already?" Shiroi shook his head. "Not exactly. You see, I'm alive, but the specimen that I injected us with gave us a whole mix of results. There's no way you're actually alive though. No living person can use his or her tongue like." Naruto stopped, as he thought back to Orochimaru. "Never mind." Naruto summoned a three-pronged kunai in his right hand. "You may be fast, but I don't think you can keep up with me." The blonde launched the kunai toward them. Shiroi wondered, but once he looked to where Naruto was, he saw a yellow flash. Hikari. That's when Naruto appeared right in front of Shiroi with a blue ball of chakra in his hand. Rasengan. Before he slammed the ball of chakra against his target, he felt the back collar of his shirt being pulled back. That was when he felt something pierce right through his stomach. He looked down to see Hikari's hand and smiled. "So close." Naruto then puffed to reveal a log. "What was that?" Shiroi asked. "That is what you call a substitution." Shiroi quickly turned around to see the blonde with the ball of chakra in his hand. Rasengan. He slammed the ball of chakra against his target's torso and saw that his chest was spinning slightly. That was when Shiroi was sent crashing into Hikari and flying back toward the stairs. Shiroi widened his eyes, feeling like something had hit him. He quickly gained his posture to prevent him from flying back any further. However, Hikari actually kept going until she collided against the stairs. Shiroi dusted himself off and looked out at the blonde. "What's the matter? I thought you could read me like a book. At the beginning, you actually had me. But now, it looks like you're losing it." Naruto taunted. Closing his eyes, Shiroi sighed. "If you wish to see me up my game, then you shall." Shiroi hunched over to show the blonde that his back was moving in waves. In just seconds, his back split open in half to reveal an eye. His arms expanded and became more masculine. On the side of his arms, several curved spikes that looked like bones sprung out. Just above the eye on his back, two insect-like legs shot out of his back and both had a sharp tip at the end of them. He stood straight up and glared at the blonde. "I'll show you what I can do." Naruto narrowed his eyes. "That is just one nasty look." Shiroi grinned and vanished in an instant. Naruto opened his eyes fully and ducked just on time to avoid being slashed by those curved bone spikes on his arms. The two insect-like legs on his back came forth and shot down at the blonde. The legs pierced through his chest, but his body instantly puffed away. Naruto appeared behind the monster and saw the eyes on its back locking onto him. "Shit." The monster quickly turned around and slashed at him again. The blonde jumped back a bit, but still ended up taking a deadly hit. His shirt ended up being sliced horizontally in the stomach zone. Not only did it get torn, but also a cut appeared on his stomach. The two legs came forth once again and shot at the blonde at a quick pace. Naruto swiftly moved side to side, avoiding every single attempt. The monster brought its arms up in a blocking position in front of it to where the curved bones were facing the blonde. That was when Naruto realized what was up and saw the bones shot out of its arms. The blonde held out his hand and formed a barrier of force to where the curved bones bounced right off. The shield died down and the bones that were reflected began to move on their own, as they shot at the blonde. All these attacks were becoming a bit too much for the Namikaze. Shiroi began to laugh a bit insanely, as his attacks picked up some more speed, causing the blonde to keep backing away. A few more attempts caused the blonde to back up against a wall. "Hold still," the monster said, as both its legs shot toward him. However, the legs only ended up piercing the wall. Shiroi smiled. Not this time. He withdrew his insect legs from the wall and quickly turned around, assuming that he would appear behind him, but he was wrong. Looking around, he couldn't spot the blonde anywhere. "Come out!" the monster yelled, and he got exactly what he wanted. Naruto appeared on top of the manor once more and looked down at the monster. "Up here." Shiroi glanced up at the manor and saw the blonde standing right up against the edge of it. "Get down here, boy." Naruto smiled and decided that he would have some fun with the monster. He placed both his hands on the back of his head. "I don't feel like it." A tick mark struck the forehead of Shiroi, but then he simply smiled. "If you want to play like that, I guess I'll go ahead and have your friends killed." Naruto widened his eyes slightly and brought his arms back down to their side. He looked down to see Kozlov walking down the stairs with Takashi and the others in front of him. Kaze was there at the bottom of the stairs, making sure none of them made a run for it. The blonde looked closely at the group and realized that someone was missing. He glanced back down at Shiroi. "Where's Seiko?" The monster pointed to the left of the blonde, which Naruto looked down once again and to the left. There, on the balcony, he saw Seiko standing against the railing looking up at him with Claire right next to her. He looked closer and saw that something was different about Seiko, but he couldn't quite tell from his distance. Once Takashi and the others reached the bottom, they all looked up at the blonde, Naruto. Just when he was about to jump down and save them, he felt something pierce him from behind and come right out of his gut. His eyes widened, as he looked down to see that it was Hikari's hand coming out of his gut. Hikari brought her hand back out of the blonde and watched him become a bit unstable. Blood escaped the corner of the blonde's lips. "Goodbye," Hikari said, as she kicked his back, which caused him to fall off the manor. All his friends couldn't believe what they were seeing. They watched their friend get pierced right through his gut and now he was falling for his death. Their eyes widened, while a couple of them turned around not wanting to see this happen. Naruto. Kozlov watched the blonde fall and just didn't feel right about this going through. This was the first time that he's seen Shiroi like this and had never expected him to go so far. When his leader killed Tsuchiro, it also was an unexpected event. The Russian narrowed his eyes in disappointment and quickly moved to where Naruto would land. "Kozlov. What are you doing?" Shiroi yelled. The dark Russian looked up and managed to catch the blonde. "No," Shiroi yelled. Shiroi charged at the traitor. "You'll die here like the others." Gunshots were heard within the courtyard, which ended up hitting the monster and slowing it down. Shiroi whipped his head and glanced at Kaze. "You know, boss. You did things that we were never informed of. So, it left me wondering if you would end up killing us anyway later on. But now, I'm taking my stand against you," Kaze said. Kozlov looked at Takashi and the others. "You all go upstairs with Claire. She'll protect you all if anything were to happen." Everyone was shocked by Kozlov and Kaze's action, but they all shook it off and rushed back up the stairs. "What are you doing?" The Russian looked down to see that the blonde came back to his senses. "I saved your life. And Kaze and I are going to help." The Russian placed the blonde down on his feet. "If you're wanting to help me, have your buddy shoot Shiroi and Hikari when they try to sneak up behind me somehow." Kozlov cocked an eyebrow. "Wait. You're not in the best of shape. Are you sure you know what you're doing?" Naruto placed his right hand near his gut. "Yeah. I'm going to finish this." Kozlov smiled and nodded. "We got your back." The Russian then looked over at Kaze and heard everything. The blonde charged toward the monster. "So kid, are you going to be using that mode?" Naruto smiled, as he closed in on the monster and quickly avoided a piercing strike from one of the insect legs. "No, I refuse to use it in a fight like this. Why would I want to use it when I can end this, while borrowing just a little of your chakra?" The blonde jumped up at the monster and then jumped off of Shiroi's head. "I see. Then use it." Shiroi stumbled forward a bit and then quickly looked back and up to see the blonde with a ball of chakra in his hand. The ball of chakra began to change from blue to red. Rasengan. The monster brought forth its insect legs and crossed them, blocking the ball of energy, but it didn't last long. Shiroi's insect legs shattered, as the red Rasengan was slammed against his chest. Shiroi screamed in pain as the air around them began to heat up. Master. Hikari appeared on the ground and charged at the two. However, she came to a stop. She felt a couple of bullets pierce her back and one managed to escape through her chest. The woman fell to one knee and turned around to look at the stairway to see Kase standing there with a smile on his face and waving at her. Shiroi shot his head back and heard some kind of demon growling that belonged to a fox. The monster was forced to hit the ground, while Naruto went down with him. The blonde pushed further down and actually felt his hand enter the chest of the monster. The ball of chakra then exploded, causing a huge smokescreen to hide the two. Kozlov heard a pair of doors open and looked back up the stairs to see everyone coming out, including Claire. He didn't bother jumping their case about staying inside and decided to look back to where the explosion occurred. Did he do it? Kaji asked. The smoke slowly began to fade to where everyone saw a figure standing on top of something. More of the smoke died down and it became clearer for them to see that Naruto was standing on top of the monster. The blonde looked off toward the stairway to see everyone there watching him. He smiled slightly and vanished, but only to reappear right where everyone is. Naruto. Everyone shouted and went up to the blonde. Yuki hugged onto his right arm, while Takashi, Rei, Saya, Kota, Kaji, Shizuka, and Alice surrounded him. Glad to see you're all okay. The blonde stated. Don't worry about us. More importantly, are you okay? Takashi asked, as everyone looked at his stomach to see where he had been stabbed. Naruto waved it off. This little wound? Oh, it's nothing. He answered and looked ahead to see Seiko standing a little from afar. Now that he was closer, he saw that Seiko was wearing a blue kimono with purple and light green shapes around it. What he also noticed was that Seiko had half of her hair tied up in a ponytail, while her hair still went down to her shoulders and her bangs came down to her jawline. I'm not very good when it comes to describing women's hairstyles, but I tried. Kozlov joined in. You know, at first, I thought you were going to lose this fight. But you pulled it off so easily in the end. How'd you do it? Naruto freed his arm from Yuki and pushed himself from the others. I underestimated him. He then walked to where he was next to the Russian. Now if you'll excuse me, he said and walked past everyone, which they all smiled and watched him. Seiko stood there and blushed slightly seeing the blonde coming up to her. She brought both her arms forward and intertwined her fingers together. The Namikaze stopped in front of the purple-haired beauty and looked her eye to eye. Seiko smiled and saw the blonde examining her. You know, you sure do look good wearing that kimono and having your hair up like that. It was then that Seiko looked the blonde up and down. She saw that his shirt was nearly torn right off and revealed his stomach, and you would look even better if that shirt wasn't on. Naruto cocked an eyebrow and chuckled. My, Ms. Busujima, I didn't think you would go to that. Seiko stepped forward, moving herself closer to the blonde. Well, I guess there's a lot more of me for you to find out. The Namikaze smiled, as both of their lips were inching closer and closer every second. Does that mean? The two of them stopped to where they were just a couple inches from one another. You tell me. Naruto kept his smile on, as the two hoped to close the gap. Naruto. A monstrous tone came from where Shiroi lied. The blonde and everyone else looked to see Shiroi getting back up to his feet. The monster was breathing incredibly hard, and once it rose to its feet, everyone saw the hole in its chest. Why you should never underestimate me. Shiroi then looked to see Hikari lying on the ground, but also noticed she was still breathing. Hikari, I'll crush them all and the two of us shall leave this place soon. The monstrous Shiroi glared at the others. I'll kill you all. Shiroi's legs began to expand, while everyone noticed the ground he was standing on was slowly forming a crater. The monster began to grow immensely fast into one of those giants that Naruto fought that one night when he allowed Kurama to have some fun. Everyone looked up to see the rather massive monster's arms change into gruesome muscle arms that were just too heinous. The bone-like spikes that were on his arms seemed cover all over them. Not just his arms, but his legs too now had bone-like curved spikes covering them completely. The back of the monster seemed to have more of those insect-like legs grow back, but this time there were several more to where they waved all about. Naruto placed a hand on his forehead and shook his head. He sure is one sick bastard. Everyone turned to the blonde. You all should go inside now. You're not saying that you're going to take him on by yourself, are you? Kozlov asked. I am. Now all of you go inside. Look at you. You haven't even healed completely from the severe wound. Kaze mentioned. The blonde smiled, I'll be fine. Just hurry inside. Everyone gathered their confidence in Naruto and rushed up the stairs. However, Seiko came back up to the blonde. As he looked at her, you should go quick. Seiko placed her hands on each of his cheeks and pulled him in to where their lips came into contact with the other. She ended up throwing the blonde off guard from her action, but in a short time, he caught on and placed his hands on her hips. Their eyes were closed, as the two shared a slow and yet passionate kiss. Sadly though, they knew this wasn't going to last long and Naruto was the one to break it up. Although, the two rested their foreheads against the others. Please be careful, Seiko said. Naruto smiled, I will. His answer caused her to smile, so she gave him a peck on the lips and rushed up the stairs to join the others. The blonde kept that same smile on his face, as he walked forward to look up at the massive monster. You know, kid. I haven't seen you like this for quite some time now. You know, Kurama. What is it, kid? I think I can get used to this world. Kurama smiled. Glad to see that you're back. Let's wrap this one up, shall we? Let's. Naruto's eyes instantly changed into an orange color. A chakra shroud that resembled the Sage of the Six Paths silhouette appeared on his stomach. His body became covered in the Nine Tails chakra cloak. However, the color was yellow instead of it being red. His body even flickered flames from his cloak. Shiroi looked down at the yellow blur. What do you think you're doing? Shiroi said in his monstrous tone. I'm going to finish this quick. Within a blink of an eye, the Namikaze was gone. The monstrous Shiroi looked around and couldn't find a single trace of the yellow blur. Where are? That was then the eye on the monster's back spotted the blonde. We'll have to take out that eye on its back first if we want to end this. Which is why I'll take care of it right now. Naruto held out his left hand, as a black and purplish ball of chakra began to form. Tailed Beast Rasengan. The blonde shouted and slammed it right smack. Didn't have time to react earlier and screamed in pain. In just seconds, the eye exploded, which sent the blonde back a bit. Naruto vanished and quickly reappeared on top of the manor. He looked down at the monster and saw where the eye used to be, was now just a big empty hole-like crater on its back. That's still sick. Naruto narrowed his eyes and saw a few bone-like spikes coming right at him. The blonde held out his right arm and flickered off some chakra from his cloak to where the bone spikes were being burned. Just before they could hit the blonde, the bone-like spikes were burned down to ashes. Kid. I know you're having fun in this form and that it's been a while since you've used it, but might I remind you? This form uses up a lot of your chakra the longer you use it. Yeah. I remember. The blonde examined the monster and looked for what to take out next. The insect-like legs waving around caught the blonde's eyes. Okay. Best to take those out so he won't be able to use them for blocking and better yet, stabbing me to death. Right when he commented on the legs, one of them stretched out towards him. Naruto vanished in an instant and appeared on the monster's right shoulder. Chakra arms began to form from within his cloak. He jumped down and began slicing a leg off one by one with incredible speed. That's enough, Shiroi yelled, as he felt his last leg being sliced off. The monster turned around and ended up slamming its giant arm hard against the blonde. The impact was hard enough to where it sent the blonde crashing just below the manor's balcony. Naruto shook his head and felt that his body made an imprint on the wall and saw the monster coming towards him. Need to keep him away from the manor. The blonde shot himself at the monster and actually managed to push it back farther away from the manor. Naruto stopped the both of them and pulled back his fist. Narrowing his eyes, he landed a deadly punch to the monster's chest to where it actually pierced into it. The blonde hopped off the monster and lowered himself to the ground, as he watched the massive monster fall on its back. Damn it. There's nothing I can do against him. His power is overwhelming. Naruto appeared on the monster's chest right next to where he had pierced into its body. It's over. The blonde said, as he held out his forming another ball of chakra. No master. Hikari appeared in front of the blonde and desperately tried slicing him clean with her hands. Naruto narrowed his eyes and was easily dodging every attempt. Hikari. Shiroi called out, but the woman ignored him and kept trying to end the blonde. Naruto sighed, as he swept around her and slammed the completely formed ball of chakra against the woman's back. Her body bent back from the impact slightly. "Hikari!" Shiroi shouted, as he watched her being shot forward and collided hard against the manor. The monstrous Shiroi backhanded the blonde and sent him crashing against the stairs. Shiroi slowly got back up to his feet and glared down at the Namikaze that was getting back on his feet as well. "You bastard!" Shiroi yelled and shot a few bone-like spikes down at the blonde. Naruto easily dodged them and summoned a clone. "Kurama, I'm going to use that." "Are you crazy? That's going to consume a lot of your chakra." "Well, the Rasengan didn't work, so this is what I'm coming down to." "Damn it, kid." Kurama chuckled, "but you make sure this goes out in a big one." Naruto held out his right hand, as him and his clone began to gather black and white chakra. "I will." "You plan on using that technique of yours again? The first time, you saw that it was only good enough to take out the eye on my back. What makes you think that it'll take me out completely this time?" Naruto's clone vanished after the chakra they gathered turned out to take a form of a miniature version from the previous one. A chakra arm formed, as it grabbed the small ball of chakra. "If this didn't work, then I wouldn't have bothered using it. Now, I'm afraid this is it." Super mini-tailed beast ball. The chakra arm pulled back and launched the small ball of chakra. Right after he launched it, his form reverted back to his normal look. Shiroi's eyes widened, as the ball of chakra collided against his stomach and exploded right on impact. Body parts of the giant monster went flying into the air and pouring down throughout the courtyard. Not only that, but it began to rain. This wasn't your normal rain, and instead, it was raining blood. Shortly after, the rain of blood came to an end, along with the body parts from the monster. "It's over," he said to himself. The doors to the manor opened, as his friends came running down the stairs. "Naruto." The blonde turned to see his friends coming down the stairs and gave them a thumbs up with a smile. His eyes closed, as his body collapsed to the ground. "Naruto." Once everyone made it to the bottom, they looked down at him and all smiled. "He sure is fairly interesting," Kozlov said. "You did great, Naruto," Takashi stated. "Thank you, Naruto," everyone else said, as they kept looking down at the sleeping blonde. Outside the Takagi's manor gate, a figure stood just outside the main gates and had watched everything that had occurred. The person wore a black trench coat that pretty much covered their whole body. The person had their hood on and their hands buried in their pockets. The figure turned around and made their way to wherever it was they were going. However, an evil-like grin spread to where it showed the person's fang-like teeth. It looks like he might be a great subject after all. Quiet is the word to be described in the room that Naruto had been put in to get some rest. Not a single sound at all, except his light snoring. Sure, the battle with Shiroi last night wasn't as tough once the blonde had decided to up his game, but when he went into his Nine Tails chakra mode, it completely wore him out. "Wake up, kid." The blonde turned in the bed to where he was now lying on his side. A tick mark struck the fox to see that his host didn't even respond. Kurama growled lowly and then, "Wake up, kid." Naruto grunted. "What is it now?" he asked, as he rolled onto his back and leaned up. "It's early afternoon and you're still asleep. I don't care if that fight last night wore you out, but I'd be damned if you continued to sleep." The blonde tossed the sheets off him and saw that he was only wearing his boxers. "What the hell?" A slight blush came to his cheeks. "Who undressed me?" Kurama chuckled. "Your little girlfriend did." Naruto's eyes slightly widened, as the scene when Seiko pulled him in for a kiss before he ended up fighting the true form of Shiroi. "What's the matter, kid? Ever since last night, you've been coming back to your old self. You're starting to show how much you care for them. Hell, I don't even think that the others are looking at you as an emotionless guy anymore." The blonde took this chance to look around the room and saw that it wasn't too big. The room looked to be a 10 by 12. There were two nightstands, one being on each side of the bed, a window to his right, which the blinds were closed to keep the sun from lighting the room, and a dresser in front of the bed. He looked at the dresser across from him and saw a pair of clothes that were just sitting there. Turning his body, his feet hit the ground and immediately got out of bed. He walked to the dresser to see that there was a dark green short-sleeve shirt and wood camo khaki shorts. Footsteps were heard coming from out of the room, so he quickly threw the clothes on, not wanting anyone to see him in his boxers. Just as he suspected, the knob to the door turned and slid open to reveal Seiko. She wore that same kimono from last night and had her hair the same as well. "Glad to see you're up," she said. Naruto smiled and examined her. "Well, Looks like me telling how gorgeous you look in that really made you want to wear it. Seiko blushed lightly. The reason why I came in here is because Yuriko-san wishes to see you. Yuriko? Naruto remembered what he saw last, came back to the manor and narrowed his eyes sadly. Yes. We've already held a proper funeral for Tsuchiro-san and she wishes to speak with you. Where is she? She's outside with the woman that was close to Shiroi. Naruto's eyes widened. She's still alive. Yes. She says that she healed herself. Healed? Yeah, I think she also wants to speak with you. All right, he said, as he walked past her, but before he left the room he turned around and grabbed the purple-haired beauty. She was forced to turn around and felt her body being pulled towards him. In a split second, the next thing she knew was that his lips were pressed against hers. His action completely caught her by surprise, since she was thinking that he was going to hightail it down there to find out what was going on once she told him. Just before she was about to get into it by wrapping her arms around his neck, just like last night, Naruto broke it up, "I'll see you later." With that said, he was off. Outside, Naruto pushed open the front doors to see Yuriko and Hikari glance at him. It's okay, Naruto, she's harmless. The blonde was about to take her out, but stood down. You wanted to speak to me? He asked, as his gaze slowly turned to Yuriko. Yuriko frowned sadly, but shortly changed it into a small smile. I'd like to thank you for saving all of us on behalf of me, everyone, and my husband. Naruto's eyes narrowed and frowned sadly. I'm sorry I didn't get here sooner. My husband was always one to die for his people. He was never one to run away from a fight to defend his honor. The blonde bowed his head and then glanced at Hikari. What's her story? Why is she still here and alive? Yuriko turned to the younger woman. I think that's what she wishes to tell you. Hikari looked up at the blonde slightly. See, about a couple years ago. Flashback. Hikari was sitting in an alley leaning against a wall wearing torn-up clothing that basically resembled her being homeless. Her eyes were narrowed and the expression on her face showed like she didn't care about a thing at all. A group of men walked into the alley and spotted the girl. As they walked toward her, these men had smirks on their faces and looked like they were up to no good. They walked up to her slowly with their hands deep in their pockets. The men went up to her, one on each side of her, leaving the other one right in front of her. She looked up at them with that same expression, seeing the evil smirks on them. Hey there, girlie, the man in front of her said, and cupped her chin. Hikari didn't say a word and watched the man step back, as he unbuttoned his pants. His pants slid down his legs and grabbed the rim of his boxers. Before he pulled them down, he felt a hand on his shoulder. He knew it wasn't his buddies since they were looking behind him. Turning around, he saw a man with long spiky silver hair. I suggest you pull your pants back up and leave. The man listened to pulling his pants back up and buttoning them, then glared at the man. Who the fuck are you? Do you want to die? The silver-haired man closed his eyes. I'll say it one last time, leave. Kill him. The two men from the sides attempted to knock the man down, but they were both stopped on each side of the silver-haired man. They hunched over and spit out blood, as they dropped unconscious. The last man took a step to the side and began stepping back from him, but then he grinned as he reached to his back pocket to pull out a knife. Before his confidence got the best of him, his knife fell from his hand. His eyes widened and felt his body go completely numb. In just a split second, he fell to the ground unconscious. Shiroi looked down at him and bent down, as he grabbed a little chip from the man's shoulder. Placing it back in his pocket, he turned to the hopeless girl. Are you all right? The girl's expression never changed, but she managed to give him a simple nod. He walked over to her and kneeled down right in front of her. Where's your parents? Hikari looked him in the eyes and something told her that it was okay to speak with him. They were killed a couple months ago in a horrible accident. Shiroi's eyes widened slightly. So you're that daughter of those parents that were on the news back then? The girl nodded. I was left with nothing, which led me to living like this. No job, and I never bothered to even ask for help from anyone. I just resolved to this. Shiroi narrowed his eyes. So instead of asking for help, you went with this to where people abuse you, do things to you, and all that? Once again, Hikari nodded. Shiroi stood back up to his feet, which the girl looked up at him and saw him offer her his hand. Come on. I can't allow you to live like this. Hikari stared at his hand and reached for his hand, as she felt herself being helped up to her feet. She looked up at the man and watched him dust her off. Her eyes were following his hands wherever they went to, and once they were drawn back to his sides, She looked at him eye to eye. Thank you. Shiroi smiled. Come on. Let's go get you cleaned up and find some clothes for you. 4 months later, Hikari was in her new home that she was welcomed to and was in the kitchen finishing up making breakfast. Not going to describe Shiroi's house, sorry. She heard footsteps coming from upstairs, so she quickly grabbed a couple of plates from the cabinet and placed 2 slices of bacon, 2 slices of toast, and 2 eggs on each plate. She quickly placed them on the table and went back to get 2 glasses. Opening the fridge, she grabbed the orange juice and opened it. As she filled the glasses, she placed the carton back in the fridge and grabbed the 2 glasses. Once she turned around heading for the table, she saw Shiroi standing there wearing black dress pants, black dress shoes, a white long-sleeve button shirt, a black suit, a red and black diamond-shaped patterned tie, and a black belt. You know, Hikari, you sure have found yourself attached to cooking. Hikari smiled. You opened your home to me and it's just fair that I help out in any way that I can. Shiroi took a seat, as Hikari came to the table and placed the glasses down next to their plates. She sat down and looked at his attire once more. Why, you sure are overdressed today. What's going on? I have an important meeting. Oh, is it with that guy with those weird teeth? Shiroi chuckled. Well, he is the boss, of course it's with him, he answered, as he took a bite of his toast. Hikari smiled and looked around the table and couldn't help but realize that something was missing. Shiroi had a wondering look on his face. Where's the forks? Hikari quickly got out of her seat and went back to retrieve the missing silverware. Shiroi frowned slightly. I can't believe he still wants to go on with this, he thought. Hikari came back to the table and placed the forks next to their plates. Sorry, I was rushing myself towards the end that I must have forgotten about them. Shiroi looked at her as she sat down and smiled lightly. No worries. He grabbed the fork and the 2 of them began to dig into their breakfast. Time passed by as the 2 wrapped it up. Hikari got up and grabbed both their plates. Well, I'll see you later today, Hikari. Thank you for the breakfast. The woman turned around with a smile on her face and was about to say you're welcome, but she saw that he was already gone. Her smile turned into a sad frown and continued on with the dishes. Fujimi Hospital meeting room. Shiroi found himself sitting at the end of a long table with his boss on the other end. There were 3 other people on each side of the table too. Our scientists believe that this substance will be complete next year. When that time comes, we're going to need a test subject. Now hold on, this substance, are you sure it brings the dead back to life? One of the other people asked. I believe I said it should be ready next year. We'll find out till then. However, our scientist came up with something different during the process. Different? Did they tell you what it is? Someone else asked. No, but a couple of people to test this on. We don't need anyone being a test subject until we know what exactly this substance is. I believe you don't get to make the decisions here. The boss began to look around the table to decide who should be tested on. One of the others slammed his fists on the table and shot up to his feet. You don't get it. We don't even know what this substance does. What if it ends up killing someone? The boss looked at the outraged man and reached under the table, which Shiroi knew what his boss was about to do. Shiroi stood up. I'll volunteer. Everyone turned to look at the silver-haired man, while the boss simply smiled. Good. How about you bring in that homeless girl you took in under your wing too? Shiroi's eyes widened slightly. No, I wish to test this on both male and female. Now, you can either bring her here now, or tomorrow. But either way, you're being tested as soon as this meeting's over. We'll test this on me, but Hikari is to remain out of this. The boss sighed. Fine. Fine. You are one of my favorite employees after all. This meeting's over. Shiroi, come with me. 10 minutes later, Fujimi Hospital. Basement level. Shiroi ended up being led to a small room that consisted of a chair, a table with a tray full of materials, and a lamp placed behind the chair. He cocked an eyebrow, not recalling seeing a room like this here before. Go ahead and sit down. The silver-haired man listened and went over to the chair. As he sat down, he saw his boss standing across from him and also saw a few scientists come walking in. The last one in closed the door behind them and all walked over to him. This is a simple procedure, one of them said, as they brought out a syringe full of chemical-looking substance. There was a scientist on each side of Shiroi holding his arms down on the arm rests. One behind him was holding him back against the chair by holding onto his shoulders. The last one came up in front of him with the syringe in hand. This will only hurt for a split second. The boss kept back and watched, as the man in front of Shiroi stabbed the needle in his upper arm. He injected the substance and pulled the needle out. All the scientists didn't let go of him. As time began to pass by, I don't feel. Shiroi's body began shaking. His eyes widened, as he felt his body being torn from the inside. Hold him still. The scientists kept restraining the man, but the way his body was jolting, it would soon overwhelm them. Foam began to come from Shiroi's mouth. Blood leaked from his eyes and his eyes flashed from blue to yellow every now and then. Quick, go get the... Before the scientist could finish his order, Shiroi's body completely froze. One of the other scientists placed a couple of fingers on his wrist and felt no pulse. He's dead. Damn it, he was my favorite employee too, the boss stated. The scientists came around the chair and made their way for the door. However, the one in the back was grabbed from a distance and pulled back. The one being pulled back screamed, as the others turned back around to see him being torn to shreds. What the fuck? The boss didn't hang much longer after seeing the scientist be torn apart and quickly went out the room. He locked it instantly, as the other scientists in the room heard the door being locked and looked to see the boss was gone. They ran for the door, but another scientist was being pulled back too. No, please stop. The other two banged on the door. Let us out. Another one was forced to be pulled back, leaving the one that injected the substance into Shiroi the only one left. He turned around to see Shiroi's arms were massive and had bone-like spikes all around them. Shiroi then looked at the last remaining scientist. Shiroi, please snap out of it. He got no response, but instead, Shiroi shot those spikes right at him, which impaled him against the door. Outside the room, the boss heard the thud against the door and heard nothing coming from inside. It turned him into a monster all right. He looked back to all the people working around. Hey, I want a couple of you to pay a visit to Mr. Inazuma's household and bring that girl here. A few of them nodded and made their leave. We'll return with her boss. The boss smiled. Good. In the meantime, we'll wait for Mr. Inazuma here to calm down. Next day Shiroi was lying on the ground in the middle of a dried-up puddle of blood. When he wakes up, he wouldn't know how exactly this turned out. That was when his body shot up. What the? He looked around and saw the mess. Body parts everywhere, the puddle of blood he was asleep in, and that he was still in the small room. He got up to his feet and could hear people talking outside the room. Walking to the door, he tried to open it, but it was locked still. He placed his ear against the door and listened. How's the girl? She should be waking here soon. She didn't go on a rampage like Shiroi did. That's good. Do you think we should check on Mr. Inazuma now? Yeah. He's been out for a day. He should be fine now. Shiroi heard footsteps coming towards the door and quickly retreated back further into the room. He began to walk around just so that they wouldn't find him listening in on them. The door opened, as Shiroi looked to see a scientist come in. How are you feeling, Shiroi? Other than freaked out about the mess in here, I feel fine. Good. If you would, come with me please. The man backed out of the room and held the door open, as Shiroi walked towards the exit. Once they were both out of the room, Shiroi looked around to see that everyone was working. The man that came and got him was behind him. His thoughts of the girl they talked about were roaming his mind. He was worried, curious, and frightened, hoping that it wasn't who he was thinking of. His mind was starting to drive him nuts. How about you bring in that homeless girl you took in under your wing too? That statement from his boss was going through his head and all he could think about was her right now. Quickly turning around, he grabbed the man by his shoulders and slammed him against the wall. Where is she? The man struggled to break free from Shiroi's grasp, but was having no luck. Who? He asked. Shiroi pulled him back and slammed him hard against the wall. You know damn well who I'm talking about. Hey, what do you think you're doing? A scientist asked, as he came up to him. Shiroi ignored him and kept his eyes on the man he had pinned against the wall. He felt a hand placed on his shoulder and instantly kicked the scientist against his gut. The man hunched over, while Shiroi didn't even move his glare on the man being pinned. I don't know why you're talking about. The girl. Where is she? He asked, as he slammed the man once again. She's with the boss. Shiroi's eyes widened slightly. Where are they now? We're right here. Shiroi turned to look to his side and saw his boss with Hikari right next to him. Her eyes were narrowed, showing no emotion at all. He loosened his grip on the man and fully turned to face them. Hikari? He walked up to her and lowered himself to where he was eye to eye with her. Looking closely, he saw her eyes had a yellowish color to them. Standing back up, he glared at his boss. "What did you do to her?" He barked and grabbed him by the collar with both his hands. His boss smirked, showing his fang-like teeth. "Have you already forgotten what I requested during the meeting? Since you were completely knocked out after your little slaughter, I had my men go fetch her from your place and bring her here." Shiroi gritted his teeth. "You bastard!" He pulled back his right fist. Just before he attempted to punch the living daylights out of his boss, he came to a sudden stop. He felt a sharp blade pressed against the back of his neck, a gun pointed against his left cheek, and also felt his arm being held back from moving. He glanced around to see 3 people that he's never seen before. "Who the hell are you?" "Allow me." "The one with the sword against your neck is Claire. The big man hold Kozlov. And last but not least, the guy with the gun pointed against your cheek is Kei's Tsuchiru." Shiroi's boss placed his hand on Hikari's head. "You and Hikari here will be working with them from now on." "Working with them? Just what the hell are you? I'm going to have you do some chores for me. It's nothing big really, just killing some people that'll be in our way. And if somehow the army gets involved, those powers of yours need to be mastered by your control. What makes you think I'll listen to you now? You turned me and Hikari into monsters." The boss reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a capsule. "This is the antidote. If you listen and successfully do as I ask for, I'll have Hikari here cured." All sorts of emotions were running through the mind of Shiroi, mainly anger and sorrow. Shiroi squinted his eyes shut, holding the angry tears back, and lowered his head down to where his closed eyes were facing the ground. The past 4 months he had spent time with Hikari, and getting to know her were starting to hurt him. They all enjoyed one another's company, and now, here he is seeing her being used as a killer. Even if he only saw one antidote, he wanted her to be cured and go back to living life normally as a woman. He wanted her to grow up and experience life. Tears escaped his eyes, as he lifted his head back up to glare at his boss. He loosened his hold on him and placed him back on his feet. "Fine. But I swear, if you're lying to me, I'll kill you with my own hands." His boss grinned and waved his hands out in front of him. "No worries. Just simply do as I ask until this is done, and she'll go back to her normal life in no time." End of flashback. Wait, so he didn't really turn you or himself into these? Hikari lowered her head. "No, he was being told what to do by our boss. Ever since it all started, he did nothing on his free will. He was so focused on getting this stuff done so he could have me go back to my normal life." Naruto narrowed his eyes and started to feel sorry for them both. "That's where you're wrong, Hikari." The trio turned to look at the stairs to see Kozlov coming up to them. "You see, before we were going after Naruto here, he came to me and told me." Flashback. Kozlov. The Russian looked at his leader. "What is it, Shiroi?" The silver-haired man beckoned with his head off to the side from the others. Kozlov followed him, and not long until Shiroi turned to look at him. "Look. The boss wants us to kill whatever it is that slaughtered all of the dead." Kozlov cocked an eyebrow. "I know. That power was being controlled by someone. So, we will proceed with this task, but this is where I call an end for myself." Kozlov widened his eyes. "What are you saying?" Shiroi looked back to see Kei's fighting with Claire, and saw Hikari just standing there watching the two. "That power is far beyond anything in this world. Whoever is controlling that, can save her. You can't be saying that you're going to." Shiroi looked back at the Russian. "Yes. I will fight whoever has that power, and that's where I'll fall. I know the boss will be watching, and if he finds out I ignored his order, then he'll never save her, and who knows, he might destroy all the antidotes." Shiroi looked back at where Hikari is to see that she was still watching the other two nickering at one another. She was a homeless girl when her parents died. "I don't want her living like this. I want her to go back to being a normal human being. She doesn't need to be used like this, and most certainly doesn't need to be living like a killer." Kozlov closed his eyes and sighed. "I see. I wasn't one to always to go forth with what the boss wanted done, but if you want whoever it is that had that power to help her, then I'll help in any way." After what seemed to be ages, Kozlov saw a small smile form on Shiroi's face. "Then please, I want you all to be there with her." Kozlov smiled. "We'll take good care of her." End of flashback. Hikari's eyes widened slightly. "Ichi knew this would happen?" Kozlov narrowed his eyes. "Yes. He did that on his own will." Tears began to form in her eyes. "He only put on an act just to have the boss believe we failed?" "Yes. Then why did Kase end up shooting me? Hikari asked. Well, let me explain that. Everyone turned to the voice, except Kozlov to see Kase joining in. I only shot you so that you wouldn't interfere with Shiroi's plan, but it didn't quite work out as I expected. Hikari fell to her knees with tears sliding down her cheeks. Her heart was thumping at a faster pace than normal. The one man that took her in when she was homeless and grew to like him was gone. All those times they had spent together started to hit her pretty roughly. A smiling Shiroi opened the door to the bathroom. Here, I'm sure you would love to take a nice warm bath. Her tears started to come down multiple times and at a quick pace. Shiroi sat on a bench and saw Hikari holding a dark purple t-shirt lined up against her body. It looks nice. How about we go find you some pants or shorts now? He asked as he pointed at the stack of shirts next to his bench. Hikari looked to where he was pointing and saw the massive stack of shirts. She giggled and added the purple shirt to the collection. You sure are expensive, Shiroi commented. Hikari's arms felt like dead weight, as they just remained still to her sides. Hikari stared at Shiroi and watched him gobble down the steak bits off his plate. She then looked down at her untouched plate. Come on. Take a bite already. You'll love it, he said and went back to devouring his meal. Hikari then picked a piece up with her chopsticks and brought it to her mouth. She took the food in and slowly chewed on it. Her eyes widened slightly and found herself chewing the meat faster. Shiroi smiled. See? It's good, isn't it? The woman couldn't hold it anymore and screamed in pain. Her heart was aching, as the man she had grown to love was gone. She lowered her head, as the tears fell from her cheeks to the ground. Kozlov and Kase went to her sides and both put an arm around her shoulders to comfort her. Naruto and Yuriko stood there feeling sorry for the girl's loss. The blonde felt a hand on his shoulder and turned to see a saddened Claire. The countrywoman pulled him away from them. Look. If Shiroi wasn't practically being used and if Hikari's life wasn't on the line, none of this would have happened. I really hope what you heard from them proved it. The blonde turned his head to look back at the hurt woman and then back at Claire. She killed Tsuchiro. I know she had no clue what Shiroi had planned, but... Claire pulled the blonde closer to herself, that way her lips were right next to his left ear. Listen. None of us anticipated for that to happen. Hikari slipped and all she wanted to do was protect him. Kind of how Tsuchiro wanted to protect his family and friends. Claire sighed. Please. At least give her a chance. The American woman walked past him and made her way to the hurting girl. Naruto turned around and watched them. This seems familiar, doesn't it, Kurama? Yeah. Remember the mission where you and your team had to guard that bridge builder? Then we ran into Zabuza and Hiku. Naruto looked to the side. I can't remember. Kurama's eyes widened. Shit. We've been in this world for too long. If you stay in this world, you're going to end up losing all of your memories. Damn it. But how? I thought you said you were going to look for a way? I have been, but I had no luck so far. The blonde narrowed his eyes and kept looking at Hikari along with the others. What if we can't find a way? Then, we're stuck in this world. You'll end up forgetting everyone and everything in our world. There has to be a way though. Calm down. We've got plenty of time to find a way. We've been in this world for about a week maybe? I have to get back there soon. I can't let Madara get away with this. Kid. Calm down. That collision you had with him had to have weakened him greatly. Who knows, he might be in this world with us. Naruto's eyes think he is. I'm not entirely sure, but it's a possibility. Is there a way you can check and verify that he is or not? Well, if he is in this world, he's more than likely suppressing his chakra. Can you just, don't worry about it. I'll keep an eye out if I spot him. However, you need to help that girl. We might find some stuff that could help us from that boss of theirs. Naruto sighed. Fine. I already have Claire and the others on my ass, but I'm going to be keeping a close eye on her. That's fine. Naruto rubbed the back of his head and walked to the group. Claire and the others, except for Hikari, looked up at him. We're going to help you get your normal life back. Hikari's eyes shot open in shock and glanced at the blonde. But why? I killed Mr. Takagi and a lot of his men. Then I tried to kill you. The blonde sighed. If you weren't being deceived, I'm sure none of this would have happened. It's not your fault. It's that bastard boss of yours. Claire smiled and got up to her feet. As she walked over to the blonde, she went to his side and put her hand on his shoulder. As she looked down at Hikari, We're all going to help you return to your life. Kozlov and Kaze smiled, while Yuriko just stood there with a small smile of her own. Yeah. I might find something interesting that I might need, Naruto mentioned. Need? What are you looking for? Kozlov asked. That's classified. Anyway, the blonde looked over to Yuriko. Once again, I'm truly sorry I didn't make it sooner. Yuriko shook her head lightly. He died like he had hoped he would, for his people. Hikari then looked up at Yuriko. I'm truly sorry again. I didn't know any better. Yuriko waved her off. I'm really not one that likes to repeat myself. Naruto blinked once and kept looking at Hikari. So this is going to be like an escort mission? Well, escort and save basically. You're taking her to wherever that of a boss is and looking for the cure. Sounds about right. Claire kissed Naruto on the cheek, catching him off guard, which he turned to look at her. Thank you, the countrywoman said. Easy there, kid. That Seiko girl already claimed you, even though this girl seems a bit more outgoing. Who knows, she might even be feistier. Kurama. Sorry. Anyway, it looks like there might be another competition. What do you mean? This Claire chick is into you, so, you're apparently with Seiko and yet, now you have Yuki and Claire wanting a piece of you too. That's enough. Hell, they're all sexy, why not claim them all? We'll talk later. Naruto cancelled his communication with the fox. Okay, let me go get the others and we'll. An extremely bright light blurred the sky coming from the entrance direction. Naruto shielded his eyes along with everyone else. What the hell is that light? Naruto asked. In just seconds, the blur died down. The group looked out and about the courtyard and saw that the gates that were opening before the light came to a stop. Madam. The power's out. The man that was operating the gate announced. Yuriko and the others, except for Naruto, went wide-eyed. That was an EMP just now, Kaze mentioned. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. What's that? They all turned to look at him. It's an electronic magnetic pulse. Kozlov answered. However, they all saw that Naruto was still lost. I still don't know what that means, the blonde said. It disables all electronics in a massive range, Claire said. Oh. Is that a? Claire quickly placed her hand over his mouth, not wanting to hear any more stupid questions. Yes, it's a bad thing. We have no lights, no operating vehicles, no nothing. Madam. Everyone looked back at the gate to see the same guy gaining their attention. There's a car about to completely take out the wired fence. The man looked back out and watched as the car just tear through the fence. The wheels turned to where the driver's side of the car smashed against the wall. Shit. The man ran out a little bit wanting to go help that person, but came to a halt. There, several of the dead were walking through the defenseless fence. He ran back into the courtyard and tried to push the gate close manually. What's going on? Yuriko called out for the gateman. He kept trying to push the gate close. There's a lot of them. Damn it. Naruto said, as he got ready to go handle them all, but he felt a hand on his shoulder stop him. He turned around to see Claire with his three-pronged kunai in her hand. I believe this is yours. The blonde took it and smiled. Thanks. In a blink of an eye, he was already at the gate. Balcony Seiko stood there leaning on the post watching the blonde take off. Even to those that treated him wrong, he still shows a caring heart and helps them. Yep. Seiko looked to her right and saw Takashi joining her. I mean, I used to act like an ass to him and yet, he acts as if I didn't do anything. Seiko smiled. He's truly a great person. She then looked down to see Claire and the others. I don't like how that American girl is moving on him. Takashi snickered. Well, he then placed a hand on her shoulder. You better up your game and make sure he's all yours. He smiled. Naruto the blonde grabbed one side of the gate and held out his other hand facing the other half. Bansho Tenin. The other half flew right at him, but stopped since it stretched out as far as it could go. He stepped forward and yanked the other half to where the gate was completely closed. Thank you. The gate person said. Naruto didn't turn around and instead, he waved at him. The blonde held out his hand and tried to summon his sword, but it never appeared in his hand. Shit. I forgot. Hikari shattered my sword to pieces. He looked out ahead and saw the massive horde slowly coming his way. Oh well. Looks like I'm going to make this quick then. Yeah, that's no fun either. Oh well. It feels good to get back to killing the dead anyway. Naruto stopped when he was about 10 feet from them. He held out his right arm. Let's see just how far I can send them all. Easy kid. Have you already forgotten how much chakra you used last night? Naruto rocked his head side to side, Shinra Tensei. A massive wall of gravity shot right at the horde of dead. In just seconds, the entire horde was sent flying off in a distance. I think that was too much. Naruto chuckled, feeling just a tad uneasy, so it seems. Bravo. Bravo. Naruto then heard clapping coming from above and around him. He looked up and side to see a large group of shady people holding all sorts of firearms on the walkways on each side. You guys again. How's it going, Namikaze? It sure has been a while. The blonde looked at the walkway to his right above him and saw the leader of the group. It sure has. Did you come asking for your death? The shady man laughed. No, I came here to commend you on defeating Shiroi. I'm quite impressed. However, the real boss is rather upset now that he lost his favorite pawn. Naruto gritted his teeth. Your boss is a dead man. The large shady leader grabbed onto the railing and jumped over and down to the road. Once he landed, the street below his feet ended up turning into a crater. He walked over to the blonde and saw him getting in a fighting stance. Don't worry. I'm not here to fight. What do you want? I came here to tell you that our boss wishes to meet with you sometime. Then where is he? Tell me so I can go and kill that bastard. The shady leader chuckled. Have you already forgotten about something though? Naruto cocked an eyebrow. Forgotten what? About Jessica and everyone at the football stadium. The blonde widened his eyes. How did you know about them? Are you going to ask questions or go save them? Naruto gritted his teeth. Damn it. In an instant, he was gone. The leader turned back and looked up at all his comrades. Okay. Let's all head back. Yuriko and a few men were sitting around discussing on what to do. Madam. What are we going to do about having no power? A man asked. Yuriko frowned. There's nothing we can do. All we can do is make sure we hold our defenses up against anything that comes at us. What if we're overpowered by those creatures and they break through the gate? We don't have enough men to fight, another person mentioned. Sure, we have enough. Did you not see what that kid did to that giant? Someone else brought up. We can't just use him. That just isn't right. He just saved us all, for crying out loud, and that's how you show your appreciation. Another man blurted out to the guy wanting to use him. Did you not see him? There's no way he's human. The kid's a monster? Yuriko got up from her seat and walked over to the man. She stopped right in front of him and instantly slapped him right across his face. He's not a monster. He saved us all and he's very much human like any of us. He's just from some other world where people have some special abilities. Some other world where monsters live. Enough. They're not monsters, some other man shouted. You've got to be joking. Did you not see what he did last night? That's not normal. The door to the room slammed open, which everyone turned to see Saya, Takashi, Rei, and Kaji. Shut up. You don't know a damn thing about Naruto. Kaji shouted. You kids were listening in on us. Yes. None of you know Naruto compared to us. Takashi was cut off when he felt a hand on his shoulder. He turned around to see the man that everyone was talking about in this meeting. Naruto looked at everyone and sighed. That damn bastard screwed me. An image of the large shady guy laughing at the blonde appeared in his mind. The blonde looked at everyone once again. There's a large group of people at the stadium and I was thinking that we should move there. What makes you think that it's safer there than here? Someone asked. Well, if we stay here, we're just sitting ducks. Shiroi's boss knows where we are and if we don't move, we'll be flooded by them, most likely. Yuriko smiled, while the angered man decided to say something. I refuse. Fine. You can stay here and wait for this place to get overrun. Then you can turn into one of them, Naruto stated. The man shook his head. Since Tsuchiro has fallen, I think it's about time I take the lead. We are all staying here. Naruto sighed and decided not to argue about it. He turned his back to the group and walked down the hall. Hey. Where are you going? Kaji asked. Leaving. This place will eventually be overrun and people will die. The blonde answered without turning to look back at them. Yuriko smiled, liking the blonde's attitude, and walked out of the room, while Kaji and the others just watched as she left. You're going to abandon your own home? Even these people? The man asked. Saya's mother stopped when she was right outside the room and turned to look back in at the man. We won't survive if we stay here. The man grunted, clenched his fists. You're pathetic. Yuriko narrowed her eyes and frowned. How am I pathetic? We are still willing to protect you all, but you're choosing for you and everyone else to stay here and die. I believe Naruto's right. This place will be overrun sometime. So, why not come with us and remain protected? Have you already forgotten? Did you not see what that kid could do? We can just use him? Yuriko shook her head and decided to walk off, seeing that this guy wasn't getting it. Where do you think you're going? The man kept ranting. Yuriko ignored him and made her way down the hall, followed by Takashi and the others. You're a traitor, Yuriko, the man shouted. Outside, garage. Saya and all of the others walked in and saw the Humvee still there. Mr. Mado, Saya called. She walked up to the front of the Humvee, and when she did, the man she was looking for came out from under the vehicle. Ah, Lady Saya. Saya gasped and instantly covered her womanhood area by pushing her skirt hard against her, hoping that the man didn't get a peek. What are you doing down there? I was fixing the Humvee here, and you're lucky. This vehicle is anti-electromagnetic pulse. Not to mention, it's triple copper plated. The owner of this vehicle must be one badass. Shizuka smiled. So you're saying it can run? Mr. Mado hopped up to his feet and dusted himself off. Yep. Nearly everyone cheered. We should get going soon, Shizuka mentioned, as she went to the driver's door. Zeke barked, while Alice laughed and ran for the vehicle. Rei, Yuki, Kota, and Kaji were next to get in the Humvee. Takashi, Seiko and Saya remained outside. Mr. Mado, Saya called. The short, slightly overweight man looked at her. What is it, Lady Saya? You should come with us. Mr. Mado chuckled. Saya's right. You should come with us. We tried offering assistance to the others, but they said they'd rather stay here, Takashi said. Mr. Mado closed his eyes with a smile on his face. He then opened them to remain looking at them. Sure, why not? Just let me grab some tools in case anything were to happen while we're out. Takashi, Saya, and Seiko all smiled. Looks like you're all ready to go. The trio turned to see Yuriko with Claire, Hikari, Kozlov, and Kei's joining in. Yep, Takashi answered. So, where do we plan on going? Saya's mother asked. That's a good question, Takashi said and began to think. Yuriko smiled. How about, I think Rei and I would like to look for our parents. I know she's worried about her father, and I feel just the same. But I think Naruto had something in mind first, something about Fujimi Stadium. And then we're going to look for all of our parents, Takashi answered. Mr. Mado finished loading the trunk with a box of tools, along with a couple of tanks full of fuel. He closed it up. Then what are we waiting for? He asked. They all looked at the mechanic. Let's go then, Yuriko said, as the rest of them all went in the Humvee. It took a while for everyone to get situated in the vehicle, not to mention that there was just about enough room for them all since some of them shared seats. Shizuka turned the ignition on. Wait, where's Naruto? Kaji asked. All of a sudden, they heard a thud on top of the vehicle. Kaji poked his head out the window and saw Naruto lying on top of it. Seiko knew it was him and decided to climb up through the turret seat. There she saw the blonde lying there on his back with his hands behind his head. Shizuka pushed down on the gas pedal to where they started off slow. In seconds, she picked up a bit more speed and found herself coming up to the closed gate. The gates, suddenly, everyone saw the gates open on their own. Thanks, Naruto-kun, the nurse said, knowing it was his doing. Once they drove past the gates, they were off. Seiko finally decided to get out and on top of the Humvee, since Shizuka was going at a normal and steady pace. She sat next to him to where she was facing of whatever they were passing. As the wind blew their hair forward, "Are you all right?" she asked. Naruto kept his sight up at the sky. "I'll be fine." Seiko frowned sadly. "What's wrong?" She looked down at him. The blonde sighed. "Since I've been in this world for so long, I'm starting to lose my memories from my world." Seiko's eyes widened slightly. "Ever since I've been here, I've been looking for a way to get back home. It's been a while and I haven't found the slightest clue. I don't want to forget about everyone." The purple-haired beauty honestly couldn't think of anything to say since she didn't know much about his world or his friends that lived there. She looked down at him and for once, she saw a sad look on his face. Her eyes were glued to his hurt expression. "I'm not sure what we have in this world that could help you, but I'm sure there's something." Naruto kept looking up at the clear sky. "I hope so." Seiko looked back out at the road and felt a pain striking her heart. She placed her hand against her chest. He really wants to get back to his world. Naruto closed his eyes and found himself in his mindscape standing in front of the sealed Kyuubi. You know, kid, I think that hurt her. Naruto kept a straight expression on his face and placed his hands in his pockets. Be helped. We need to get back to our world no matter what. You're right, but couldn't you have found something smoother and less hurtful to say? Naruto didn't say a word and left his mindscape. He opened his eyes to see the clear sky once again. For some reason to him, he was feeling way too relaxed. This world was being attacked by the dead, where millions of people live, and yet, those millions of people would soon turn into the dead. They haven't been driving for long and not a single one of them in sight. Suddenly, the Humvee slowly came to a halt. Seiko turned around and looked out in front to see a woman standing in the middle of the road. The woman was as tall as Shizuka. She has tanned skin with purple hair. She wore a black combat suit that was unbuttoned halfway to show that she was wearing a white sports bra. She also wore black, slightly loose-fitting pants with black shoes. The driver's door immediately opened and Seiko looked down to see Shizuka running out to her with open arms. Rika, she shouted. Naruto sat up and turned around to see the two older women reunited. That's her friend? My guess is just as good as yours, Seiko answered. The blonde just kept staring at the two and saw that they wrapped their arms around one another. Unfortunately, the image of the two women began to stir. The blonde closed his eyes and rubbed them. Opening them, he saw Anko and Kurenai hugging one another. What the hell? What's wrong? Naruto quickly looked to his side and saw Seiko with a worried look. He then looked back out to where the two women are and saw Shizuka and Rika still hugging each other. That was strange. Naruto? Seiko called. The blonde shook his head, and nothing. He remained looking at the two. Kurama. Yes, kid? I was wondering, what is it? If I do lose my memories, will I end up forgetting about you? Kurama blinked slowly. It's a possibility. Naruto's eyes widened. That means if I get in a situation to where I can't handle something and need your chakra, I won't be able to remember you or how to call it. And you can't force your way because of that seal. If you do manage to forget about me, don't worry. I'll call forth to you and tell you all about me again. I see, Naruto. Are you okay? Better wake up to reality. Your lover is beginning to worry about you. Naruto blinked and turned to look at Seiko. Sorry. He looked back at the two women and saw them coming back to the Humvee, saw an image of a couple friends from my world. Seiko didn't know what to say. She just remained looking at his saddened self. I guess it can't be helped. Naruto lied back down, as the vehicle started moving again. Seiko tried to come up with something to talk about. The only thing they were listening to was the vehicle, the leaves being blown by the wind, and the people inside talking. Thinking back to Saya's parents, she then remembered that they planned on looking for their parents as well. Her gaze turned down at the blonde to see his eyes closed and also realized that he was enjoying the wind blowing against him. Naruto. The blonde kept his eyes closed. Yes? Seiko reclined back and used her arms to remain sitting. What are your parents like? Naruto opened his eyes halfway and looked up at the sky. His lips formed into a semi-sad and yet happy form. They were heroes. Were? Yes. They sacrificed themselves to save my home village from being destroyed by the Kyuubi. Seiko narrowed her eyes and frowned sadly. I'm sorry too. Sure, my life wasn't so great when I was young, but I lived on, and as I got older, I made some friends. Then not too long ago, I found out that father was the fourth Hokage, which a Hokage is the leader of our village. When I found out at first, I was happy and kind of sad. I was happy since I found out that my dad was a hero and I wish I got to be around him. However, I did get to meet him. It was when the village was being attacked by a deceived man. This man believed that he was God and all he wanted was peace in the world, but he was trying to make peace in all the wrong ways. Do you remember the night I allowed the Kyuubi to control me that night? Yeah. Well, when I fought that man, I couldn't hold up my end of the fight any longer. He had me pinned to the ground by having rods piercing me to it. I was hopeless, but then a friend of mine jumped in and tried to save me. I couldn't do anything besides watching her getting hurt. It was then that I saw him pierce her with one of the rods. When I saw her body drop, I thought she was dead. I completely lost it, and that was when I lost control. All I wanted to do was protect everyone, but I started to lose them all one by one. Now see, when the Kyuubi takes control of me, it will reveal the amount of tails, which means the stronger it becomes. Since I have the Kyuubi sealed in me, he's the strongest one of them all and has 9 tails. When the Kyuubi had complete control, I soon found out that I reached 9 tails. That's when I found myself in my mindscape in front of the cage where the Kyuubi was sealed in. I was asking for help, and that's when I resorted to releasing the seal. When I was about to do so, I was knocked down and saw that it was the 4th Hokage. Just a little bit later, he told me that he was my dad. Once again, Seiko couldn't find herself saying anything. She was at a loss of words. That was the only time that I got to see my father, the blonde said. Still, Seiko couldn't seem to find anything to say. The only time I got to see my mother was when I was training and fighting the Kyuubi inside me. The purple-haired beauty widened her eyes slightly. You fought it? Yes. I won and managed to create a new seal. But, during the fight, I struggled since it was taking my chakra. That was when I saw my mother appear. We had a nice talk and I managed to get to know her quite a bit, and she helped me seal the Kyuubi, but I never got to see her again after that. I'm sorry to hear. Don't be. I'm proud my parents are known as heroes in the village. No matter what I had to go through, I experienced pain, hatred, pretty much everything. People wanted me dead, they treated me like a monster. Everything you can think of. But no matter what, I'll always be proud of my parents. Seiko felt sorry for him when he was being treated that way from people, but overall, she liked his bright and positive side. She looked at his eyes and began to wonder, were your eyes always like that? No, I actually had normal eyes that were blue. Seiko imagined him with those eyes and could actually picture him. How did your eyes change? Well, flashback. Omegakure Konan and Madara each stood on what looked like to be large thick broken cables in the middle of the ocean. Naruto Uzumaki. Is he that special? Konan narrowed her eyes. He is the light in this darkness. She then raised her right arm up to have her hand face him, as several sheets of paper scattered all around her. He will be the one to bring peace to this world. And he gives everybody flowers of hope. She moved her arm in an outward motion to the side. She then lifted it up above her head. She brought her arm back down out in front, as several paper shurikens shot at Madara. I won't allow you to take the Rinnegan. Madara just stood there, as the paper shurikens went right through him. A pair of paper-like wings formed on the back of Konan. She jumped back, as her legs were no longer there, and flew right at Madara. The ancient shinobi was now being enveloped in a tunnel of paper. He remained still as Konan came right up to him. Once she was in range, he quickly grabbed her by the neck and began to all the sheets of paper, along with her into a vortex. He looked closely and realized that they all had explosive tags. Shit. I'll bring you with me to the afterlife, she said, as all the explosive tags were triggered. A single tag exploded, causing a major chain reaction of them to follow right after, which ended up causing a major explosion. Once it died down, there were several sheets of paper that were off their cloaks floating on the water, and the last piece being a part of Madara's mask. The top half of Konan was floating in the air, breathing heavily, as she looked at the beat-up Madara that was also missing his right arm. I didn't take you seriously enough. I should have remembered that you were a former member of the Akatsuki. He glared at her. The moment I ed you in, you intended to blow yourself up and take me with you. However, you failed. I ed in the explosion itself. I was faster, although I felt a little of the impact, as you can see. And luckily you were spared too. You should be grateful. Konan went back to her normal breathing, as paper came back to her body. Does this mean your secret strategy is over? He asked. Madara, let me ask you one thing. The ancient shinobi rose to his feet. And what is that? Do you know why we betrayed you? Do you know why we have faith in Naruto? Well now, that's your problem. Besides, Naruto is just a naive child chasing after an immature dream. I can see if Nagato was swayed by the thought of true peace and hope. But you too, Konan? I realized something after meeting Naruto. Konan's body fully formed back to normal from all the paper. You are the darkness. Flowers can only wilt in a world with light. She held out her arm again towards Madara. The Uchiha's eyes widened and looked down to see the water splitting open. Once it opened, it showed that it wasn't water, but paper. Thousands, if not millions sheets of paper poured down on each side like a waterfall. Madara grabbed his mask and ed in the sheets of paper floating around him. Konan quickly aimed at him. I won't let you get away. Explosive tags quickly attached themselves to the ancient shinobi and blew up once they made impact. Your teleportation failed. I've been paying attention to you this whole time. When you in yourself, you always materialize yourself. And it takes longer to yourself in than another person or object. Madara fell freely downward with annoyance in his eyes. If I didn't stop teleporting and shift to the side to evade the explosion, things would have turned nasty. More explosive tags came around him, but this time they were going right through him. What are these? He looked to the side and saw the walls of paper were all paper bombs. Shit, they're all paper bombs. Above, Conan watched him continue falling. I amassed 600 billion paper bombs in order to kill you, and since you can only pass through objects for 5 minutes, these will continue to explode for 10 minutes. She aimed down at all the bombs, as they all began to light up. Madara quickly grabbed the left part of his mask that covered his eyes and broke it off to reveal his other Sharingan eye. All the bombs exploded, causing the water to shoot up high in the air. Once those 10 minutes were up, the major smokescreen slowly began to die down. Conan was sitting on her knees on the water catching her breath. My sacred paper emissary jutsu has come undone. I didn't expect it to take this much chakra. She leaned slightly to the side, as the flower in her hair fell off. At least, Madara is dead? Conan's eyes widened in fear, as she felt the rod Madara had in his hand pierce through her stomach. Her vision was beginning to become blurry to her, everything she heard was becoming distant, and she swore she heard someone calling her name. She felt the rod being pulled out of her and stumbled forward. Her feet began moving on their own, as they guided her forward. Slowly, Conan. She came to a stop and slowly lifted her head up to see the boy who woke Nagato up from the darkness, and Naruto. Her body was too heavy for her to hold up and fell forward. The blonde quickly caught her and glared at the Uchiha. You bastard. Damn. Now the Nine Tails Jinchuriki shows up. I can't fight him in my current state. Madara thought. The ancient shinobi waved off at him. I'm not going to stand here and chat, but I'll make an offer for you while I'm here. Why don't you come with me and no one else will have to die? Naruto's body was flowing with immense frustration. Why you? The blonde's blue eyes began to fade. I won't allow. For some reason, his eyes showed no sign of a pupil anymore. Madara's eyes widened. The blonde felt his heart aching inside. I'm sorry, Conan. I wasn't fast enough to make it on time. I failed to protect you. But, his eyes were now completely purple with a ripple-like pattern. I will end it here and bring what we all wanted now. He awakened the Rinnegan. This is just going to make everything harder. Naruto thought back to when he had spent a lot of time getting to know Conan. He would always come out here for a few days to spend time with her and to make sure everything was safe. Ever since he defeated Nagato, he knew that Madara would come after Conan for the Rinnegan since Nagato resurrected the dead. All the time those two spent together, the two felt real close, and the more time they spent together, the more Conan saw Naruto as Yahiko and Nagato. They all wanted the same thing and all work hard to achieve it. A wall of gravity shot out towards Madara. I can't stay here much longer. Looks like I'll have to retreat for now, he said to himself, and quickly ed himself in. End of flashback. Once he left, I rushed Conan to my village and took her to the hospital. Luckily, she lived, but her injury was bad enough to put her out for a few days. When I heard that she was able to have visitors over, that's when I went to see her, and there, she told me exactly everything. This Madara guy, is he that persistent on taking you? The blonde nodded. He is. Now, since I took Conan to my village, Madara ended up taking the Rinnegan from Nagato. It was another task I failed, but I couldn't let Conan die. I didn't want to see anyone else die because of me. You know, if you think about it, they're wanting to put their lives on the line to protect you. They're helping achieve what everyone wants, peace. They knew what would happen if they were to help, but as you see, they didn't care. All of them are putting their lives on the line in order to bring peace to everyone. If they couldn't live in peace, they at least want everyone else to live in a world with peace. The blonde kept quiet and just began to wonder what was going on in his world. We're here. Seiko looked up to see the stadium in view, but Naruto didn't bother looking since his mind was somewhere else. The doors to the Humvee opened, as everyone started getting out. A man came walking out of the stadium. There's more live. Oh please, come in, he gestured. Shizuka took out the keys, as her and pretty much everyone else walked into the stadium. The man that welcomed them all looked back at the vehicle and spotted blonde hair. Naruto? Seiko was still sitting there on top of the Humvee with him and looked down at him. Are you okay? Naruto leaned up. Yeah, was thinking about something. Hey, Naruto. the man called out and waved at him. The blonde looked out at him, as he hopped off the Humvee and walked over to him. Seiko remained sitting there curious if what she said actually got through to him or not, but she decided to leave it be for now and hopped off the vehicle as well. I was beginning to wonder where you ran off to. Jessica's been worried sick about you. Naruto came to a stop in front of the man with Seiko right next to him. Jessica? Seiko asked, as she looked at the blonde. Is she okay? Yeah, she's perfectly fine, but I have a question for you. The blonde cocked an eyebrow when he saw the man walking toward a pillar. He saw that he was grabbing something that was leaning against the pillar obviously. Whatever it was, it must have been pretty heavy if the guy had to end up dragging it, but when it came into full view, Naruto's eyes widened. The object that the man was dragging was a large war fan. One of the groups found this thing while going out to gather some food and drinks. I've never seen anything like this before and was wondering if you would have an idea. Nothing came out which caused Seiko and the leader of the group to look at him. They saw his eyes remaining wide open and didn't show the slightest bit of blinking. Naruto? Seiko called. So he is here after all. How come I can't pick up his presence? Kurama asked. Naruto. Seiko called once more, but got no answer. The blonde remained completely still, which was leaving the two worrying what was going on. Kid. I know you're just as shocked as I am, but since none of us can track him, we just need to remain calm and help that girl. You did want to help her, right? Didn't you also tell me that one night how you wanted to protect them all while we're here since their world is decaying? I know I didn't write this in the story, but it's one of those offside scenes. The face on Naruto changed from being shocked back to his serious one from once he was first sent into this world. Where did they find this? The leader jumped a bit from his sudden outburst. They found it back at a market store not too far from here. How far exactly? Again, the leader jumped a bit from his little shout. About a couple miles from here. Why do you? Which way? Why are you so curious? You're starting to freak me out. The leader asked, as he pointed back behind the blonde. Once he gave the direction of where the group found it, Naruto was instantly gone in a swirl of leave. What the hell's going on? Seiko has never seen the blonde like this before. The look in his eyes showed fear, astonishment, anxious, frustration, and a little relief. With Naruto in just a matter of seconds, Naruto came to a stop since he was within range. He looked around and spotted a market store like the leader mentioned to his right. He vanished and reappeared inside the store. Taking in his surroundings, he looked around with his guard up. A can hit the ground, which instantly triggered Naruto's instincts, as he quickly went after where the sound came from. He came around the corner into another aisle and saw a black cat just standing there. The cat hissed at the blonde and took off. The tension was beginning to rise within the blonde, as he walked down the aisle. Kurama was carefully sensing for the slightest bit of chakra that could be found, but was having no luck. Once the blonde reached the end of the aisle, he turned around the corner into another aisle. In this aisle, he saw blood everywhere on the floor. He saw corpses that were torn open and body parts missing. He could hear the sounds of flies buzzing around the corpses and deciding to look at one of the corpses. He looked closely and saw maggots eating through the torn body. His stomach felt a bit uneasy seeing such a scene and walked over the corpse, as he continued down the aisle. Once he reached the end of it, he went around the corner into another aisle. There, on the ground, was a black chain right in the middle of the aisle. That's the same chain that... Hello there. Naruto. The blonde's eyes widened since he immediately recognized that voice. Turning around quickly, he saw Madara standing at the end of the aisle wearing black pants and gloves, with a white, presumed form-fitting shirt underneath. Over this he wore a purple, high-collared, long-sleeve mantle that splits down the lower half and has the Uchiha crest on the back. Around his waist he wore a simple, light purple obi and belt. He also still wore his mask that's white with a purple tint that covers the entire upper half of his head with a design that resembled the Ten-Tails eye, consisting of a ripple pattern with 3 tomo around the center. 2 of the tomo acted as the mosque's eye holes. Naruto's anger boiled just seeing the likes of him right here in front of him. Naruto. Keep it under control, don't. Naruto held out both his arms to the side and formed a Rasengan in both hands. Madara chuckled behind his mask seeing that the Jinchuriki was acting out of frustration and not coming up with a strategy. Like any angered person, Naruto charged in without even thinking with both Rasengans behind him. The blonde brought forth his left arm attempting to hit the ancient shinobi, but sadly, he went right through him. Naruto quickly turned around, bringing the other ball of chakra up, but Madara once again proved to prevail by grabbing the blonde's wrist. The Uchiha slid what looked like to be a rod out from his left sleeve and quickly stabbed the blonde's stomach. Madara didn't let go of the blonde's wrist and just remained like he was, while watching the Jinchuriki cough up some blood. Acting out of anger gets you nowhere, boy. Observe. Naruto felt his insides tearing apart and looked at the Rasengan he had in his hand dissolve. His eyes slightly widened, as he yanked his arm free and jumped back slightly. He placed his right hand over the wound and glared at the Uchiha. What did you do?" he asked, as his body was beginning to feel weak. Madara disposed of the rod since he had no use for it anymore. "That tool I used just now simply disabled your chakra. This rod was made from the first Hokage himself. His properties are rather impressive. He had the ability to suppress the 9 tails and decided to modify the seals to suppressing the chakra network instead. Hashirama was always a creative fighter, definitely worth more than most of the shinobi of your generation." The Jinchuriki slowly closed his eyes from feeling his chakra being completely shut off, but quickly opened them to see Madara still just standing there. "You bastard. I know you want to fight, but now is not the time. Our time will come soon enough." Madara picked up a piece of glass from the ground and held it out in front of the blonde. "Take a look." Naruto looked at the glass and saw his reflection, but his eyes were mainly focusing on seeing his normal blue ones. He blinked a couple times and still saw his normal blue-colored eyes. It even made the "Yes. Your Rinnegan is of no use to you for now." Madara tossed the piece of glass away. "I bet you enjoyed demolishing those creatures. In a world with normal living humans being taken out immensely fast by the dead. However, they show no interesting power, meaning that you and I will always remain on top. But, for you, these next few days will be completely different for you. The Kyuubi inside you has no way of contacting you. It can't even break through the seal. These next few days will show you how a normal human life is. You can only use your skills in fighting hand to hand. Now, if you somehow get bit by one of those creatures, it's over. You'll simply become one of them within due time. Tell me, boy. Being in this world, while everyone looked at you as some hero, how did it feel?" Naruto charged at him and attempted to punch his mask hoping it would shatter it, but once again, he went right through the Uchiha. The Jinchuriki quickly turned around, but Madara was high on him and quickly grabbed the blonde by the neck. Naruto grabbed his wrist trying to break free. "Look at you now. A normal human, how weak." Madara lifted him off the ground and tossed him to a shelf, which was instantly knocked down by the blonde's impact. Madara looked down at the blonde and all the cans of food scattered around him or the cans burying him. Naruto glared at him. "Why didn't you use such a tool on me when we were fighting in our world? Since I no longer needed you to complete the Jubi, I thought that I would kill you by my hands. Fairly, that is. I wanted to see what you were capable of. That war fan of yours, did you purposely let that group of people find it?" Madara grinned behind his mask. "Yes. I knew you would go back to those people soon and I figured it would draw you out, and look what happened, you came just like I expected." Naruto picked himself up from the knocked-down shelf and got back onto his feet. "Since I'm not needed for the Jubi, why not just kill me now?" Madara chuckled. "Have you already forgotten what I said, boy? I want to see what you're capable of. But like I said, now is not the time. I'm actually looking for something that I would like to use back in Aon. Once we return. You know how to get back." "I'm afraid I don't. That's another thing I'm looking for and I'm sure you're dying to get back to our world as well. I bet everyone's there investigating where you and I were fighting wondering what happened to us. No evidence, no little trace, nothing. Your friends are probably worried sick about you." Naruto clenched his fists. "I swear, Madara, once my chakra returns, I'm going to kill me. Yeah, I can see how desperate you want to get your hands on me. Think about it, when and if we return to our world, all the people you care about will die one by one." The blonde growled having heard enough and tried to punch him, but since he had no chakra to up his attempts, Madara grabbed his neck once again. "Here, I'll do just this small favor for you." The ancient shinobi ed the Jinchuriki into a vortex and then absorbed himself afterwards. Fujimi Stadium time skip. 6:54 p.m., an hour after Naruto left to search for Madara. Right outside the stadium's entrance, the air began to spin open, which revealed Naruto being shot out and fall on his back. The Jinchuriki didn't bother to get up and decided to just lay there and look straight up at the sky. He couldn't believe what just recently happened back there. Here he is now, back where everyone else is, but this time, he had no power to protect them with. He felt ashamed, neglected, disappointed, you name it. Here he lied on the ground remembering how everyone in his world and this world looked at him as a hero. That was when it hit him, a hero that doesn't think things out all the time, a hero that acts on emotion more than 50% of the time. Tears began to form in his eyes and had already escaped his eyes, as they slid down his cheeks. He clenched his fists and slammed them on the concrete, damn it. Inside, K's and his group were walking with the leader of the group that is taking shelter here in the stadium. You've all been holding up good, Kozlov mentioned to the leader. Yeah. We're all organized for guard duty, going out for supplies, the usual, and please, call me Hizumi. So, I see that you all are safe here and yet, you seem to have fun by the looks of it, K's said, as he looked down at the field and watched the people playing football. Hizumi smiled, yeah. We can't just be feeling all down and gloomy every day. I see what you mean, K's replied. Claire pouted remembering what she hasn't had in quite some time. Where do you take showers? We use the locker rooms. Usually it's like any other locker room showering procedures. All the men will take a shower together and the women take one together as well. It's a huge shower room, so it makes it easier to get more people done with. But there'll be times where someone would like to take one by themselves since some of them tend to be shy. We even have a big selection of clothes down there too if you wish to change after. Claire's eyes sparkled for a split second and smiled. How can I get there? Hizumi pointed back from where they came from. Go back to the entrance and there'll be a stairway that leads downstairs. It's pretty much a one-way path, so you can't miss it. A major dust cloud surrounded everyone, which caused them all to cough. What's going on? Hizumi asked. K's placed his hand over his mouth. She never changes when it comes to taking a shower. With Claire, the American girl was giggling to herself like a little schoolgirl. Hee. It's about time I get a chance to freshen up. I can't wait to feel that water soaking me. Claire could already imagine how satisfied she's going to feel once she reaches her destination. Seeing the stairway just up ahead, a large smile formed on her face. However, that wasn't all she saw. Slowly coming to a stop, she saw Naruto walking very slowly toward her. Her body finally came to a stop and looked at the blonde. Naruto? The countrywoman looked closely at his face and saw that he was hurt. She remained standing there, while the blonde kept making his way to her. As Naruto got closer, Claire was starting to worry. Hey, since he was close enough for her to see his eyes, she saw that they weren't purple anymore, but blue instead. The Jinchuriki didn't say a word. What happened to him? Claire shrugged. If you're not going to speak, she began to pick up her pace again. I'll be. When she found herself next to him and before she passed him, the blonde dropped to his knees. Claire's eyes widened and quickly grabbed his right arm to prevent him from falling. Naruto. She looked at him to see that his eyes are shut. Damn it. Looking around, she saw no one in sight that could help. She kneeled down and put his right arm around her shoulders, as she lifted him up to his feet. Once she got him and herself back up, she slowly began to curse to herself. Where's Kozlov when you need him? Since she didn't feel like going back to the others since she was already right here at the stairs, she decided to bring the blonde with her. The first few steps were a bit hard for her since she usually never had to do this. Time skip. 1 hour later, Konoha Academy. Outside. Okay class. Today, we're going to work on target practice, Iruka stated. 2 boys stepped up, one being a goofy, energetic blonde. The second being quiet and acted as if he was too good for all these other students. All the screeching coming from the girls behind them was annoying the silent boy. You may begin, Iruka said. The girls all went silent once they heard their teacher give them the go, so that their crush could focus, but of course, there was a couple that couldn't keep shut. Come on Sasuke, Ino and Sakura shouted. The Uchiha closed his eyes and locked onto his target without looking at it. Quickly, he drew out a few shurikens from his pouch and fired them at the log. Every single one of them impaled the log, which made a vertical line on it. All the girls squealed in amusement. You're so awesome Sasuke, they all shouted. Very good Sasuke, Iruka said. The blonde chuckled. That was nothing. Watch this. The boy glared at his target and took a deep breath. He then quickly drew out his shuriken and launched them so hard that he ended up facing down at the ground. However, no sound was heard from his shurikens. Laughter stormed the area, which caused the blonde to look up and see that none of his shurikens hit the log. Instead, about 10 feet from his target, his weapons impaled the fence. "You're such an idiot, Naruto," one of the girls said, as they all kept laughing at him. "You'll never be as good as Sasuke-kun," Sakura said. Ino kept laughing and said, "You'll always be dead last." Naruto bowed his head hearing everyone laughing at him. His heart was aching and he could feel the hatred getting to him quick. Now class, there's no need for that. He tried his best and only needs some practice. Then I'm sure he'll. The blonde waited for his teacher to finish, but apparently his teacher didn't continue his comment about the boy. The Jinchuriki turned around and saw all the bodies lying on the ground. His eyes widened in fear and had no clue what just happened. Glancing from here to there, he saw no one in sight that could have attacked them. He looked back at all the bodies and saw blood all over them. What's going? Suddenly, his teacher slowly got back up to his feet. His teacher stood up straight with his head low to hide his face. "Iruka-sensei?" The boy knelt down a bit to look up and try to see his face. That was when his teacher lunged at him. "Ah!" The blonde panicked and quickly avoided him by jumping to the side. He watched his teacher fall to the ground and then heard his classmates getting back up as well. All of them too lunged at him. "What are you all doing?" he shouted, as he avoided every single one of them. Since the boy was a prankster for his entire life, he came up to learn how to avoid such movements from Enbu that were chasing him. Everyone turned back around to face the blonde, which Naruto saw that their eyes were not the same as before. He watched as Tilly and slowly walked towards him. "Stay away." The boy backed away from them every time they took a step toward him. The poor blonde was completely frightened, having no clue what the hell was going on. His heart was racing at a scary rate, and what made it worse was when he felt himself back up to a fence. His classmates lunged at him once again, and just like earlier, he avoided them all. Sadly, it was getting harder and harder for him to avoid them. He spun around the last classmate and bumped into someone taller. Looking up, he saw his teacher, Iruka-sen. His teacher opened his mouth and lunged at him. Naruto's eyes shot open, as his heart was pounding. His breathing was heavy from having such a dream. He quickly looked around to see where he was. In front of him was a path that leads somewhere, but he could hear running water coming from within. Apparently he was leaning against a wall, but he saw that to his left was one long-looking path. On his right, it was a dead end, but he saw a table and racks with all sorts of clothes against the wall. He wavered side to side and used the wall he was leaning on to help him get back on his feet. His attention was dragged to the path where he heard water from, but there was no sound of running water anymore. The Jinchuriki reached into his back pocket to pull out his father's three-pronged kunai and brought it forward. Standing absolutely still, he listened and heard wet footsteps that were coming closer to him. Once the sound came closer and that he saw a familiar someone, he placed the kunai back in his pocket. There he saw Claire, only wearing a towel wrapped around her body and another towel that had her hair wrapped up. The one that was around her body seemed a bit small since it showed off a nice amount of cleavage, and that further down, it only covered the upper half of her thighs. The countrywoman looked at the blonde. "Glad to see you're finally awake." "Where are we?" he asked. "The shower room of the stadium, obviously." The countrywoman eyed the blonde. "What happened back there? You looked like one of those walkers by the way you were moving." "You'll be experiencing a normal human being's life for the next few days." Naruto kept quiet after remembering what transpired with him and Madara. Claire frowned and was starting to get a little annoyed by the blonde's speechless self. She decided to give him a minute, but not a single word came from his mouth. A tick mark appeared on her forehead, as her anger was taking control. "Are you just going to stand there and mope or speak?" Naruto looked at her with a little shock, but didn't give her the answer she was wanting. "I'll explain later," he said, and began to make his way back to the field. Claire sighed and watched the blonde walking away. "Hang on. Let me put some clothes on first." Takashi and the others were all sitting in the stands chatting with each other. "This is the second time that Naruto's left us," Saya mentioned. "But he came back for us. Surely he'll come back again," Koda said. "I'm with Koda. I don't believe we did anything to make him want to leave us," Takashi stated. Saya glared at Takashi. "Does it not bother you all that he just leaves us like that?" Do you all not think that he might just leave us all for good sometime? The rest of Takashi's group remained silent and lost in thought. Didn't he say something about wanting to get back to his world? You all know once he finds that chance, he's going to leave us. Saya continued. Kaze, Kozlov, and Hikari just sat there listening to the younger group. They didn't know much about the blonde, but listening to the others was giving them little information. Eventually, they're going to want to know more about him whenever the time comes of getting him to speak. Rika was in the same position as Kaze and the others. She sat there next to Shizuka just listening. Seiko kept her head down looking down at the ground knowing that Saya's right about Naruto wanting to get home. And you all know no matter how much appreciation we show him, or how close we get to him, he's not going to stay. He won't even stop to think or hesitate about leaving. What are you trying to get at? Kaji asked. Saya looked at the boy that Naruto had saved back at the school and sighed. I'm saying we should part ourselves from Naruto instead of later. Takashi and the others all jumped to Saya's point. What, we can't just leave him, Koda nearly shouted. He's our friend. What kind of friends are we if we were to leave him? Yuki asked. Yuki's right. He's always been there for us, and we've been there for him. He doesn't know much about this world and we've been doing just fine of helping him, just like he helps us with survival. I don't know about you, Saya, but he's my friend and I don't plan on ruining our bond and I'm pretty sure I speak for the rest of us here, Takashi stated. Don't you get it? We all know he's going to leave us. If we decide to stay with him and the closer we get to him, the more it's going to hurt us. Because we all know he'll leave us. This is why I suggest we leave him now and keep us from suffering. Don't get me wrong, this hurts me too, but I'm not just saying it to be crucial or anything. I just can't keep going on like this knowing he's going to leave, Saya said. Seiko leaned forward more, not wanting her face to be seen. Her bangs covered the sides of her face. She's right. Every time we're with him, I can't help but remember what he's focusing on. Takashi stood up. Hey Kozlov. Everyone turned around to see Claire coming out from the hall wearing dark gray sweatpants, a dark red short-sleeved shirt, and the same boots that she always wore. What is it, Claire? The dark Russian asked. Look who I found. The countrywoman stopped, as Naruto came out from the hall. Everyone was a bit shocked from seeing the blonde back so soon. Since he was off in a good distance, they couldn't notice his eyes, but what they did notice was his mood change. The blonde walked towards the others, leaving Claire behind. It took her a while to notice and growled quietly in minor frustration. As Naruto approached everyone, the others finally noticed his eyes. Dude. What? That's what I'm about to tell you all, Naruto said, as he walked down the steps to get to them. Seiko examined him and noticed that he was disappointed in something. The way he cut Koda off so quickly even told her that something big must have happened. She watched as the blonde turned to look at them all. The look he gave them all looked as if he lost someone extremely close to him. Everyone remained quiet and kept their attention on him, waiting to tell them what he wanted, but he remained silent. The other survivors in the stadium were once again playing a game of football, and all you could hear were the players calling out plays and the sounds they made from being tackled. Naruto took a deep breath and exhaled. Okay. You all noticed how my eyes are now back to normal. Most of them nodded, while Koda decided to try to speak again. Yeah, what's up with? Naruto glared at Koda. If you shut up, I'll explain. Koda did exactly as Naruto pretty much told him to do. Naruto looked at Seiko specifically, which had others looking at her as well. You remember how I took off once we got here, right? Yes. Because of some giant fan-like weapon, she answered. That weapon belongs to the guy that's after me. Seiko's eyes widened. As for the others, they were confused as to why he was being chased down. Wait a second, and this guy has been chasing you? Is he someone from our world? Takashi asked. Naruto shook his head. This guy is from my world. He is extremely powerful and... Wait, so there's another one? Saya asked. Yes, his name is Madara. He's... Hold on a second. So you brought a dangerous person to our world? Saya continued. He and I were fighting each other. He was trying to cast a jutsu that would have the whole world under his control. He brought war upon us and I was trying to stop him, but when we collided with one another with a Movis, I guess that's what caused us to end up in this world. So he's in this world now. Great, it's not like we already have a major problem already. Sure, let's bring an insanely powerful criminal into this world where the dead walk the world and eat the living. Saya stated, as she was fuming in frustration. Did this Madara guy have something to do with your eyes? Kozlov asked. Naruto frowned sadly. Yes. He sealed my chakra temporarily, meaning I can't use jutsu. So, you're just a normal human being like us in the meantime? How long will that last? Kaji asked. Yes, and I don't know how long. It could be a couple hours, but the way he made it sound, could be a few days. Kozlov went up to the blonde and wrapped his arm around his shoulders and smiled. Then we'll just have to work harder in surviving. But hey, now I can get a go at those walkers. It was beginning to get boring anyway with you obliterating them all anyway. Claire came down the steps quickly and hugged the blonde from behind. Yeah, now I can actually get a chance to slice some walkers up myself. That's the thing. I won't be able to save everyone if we get put into a dire situation, Naruto mentioned. Like I said, we'll just have to work harder, Kozlov said. Naruto looked at everyone else and saw the smiles they gave him. The blonde smiled slightly knowing that they wouldn't leave him. My new friends, I'll just have to work extra harder to protect you all. I promise none of you will die. Elsewhere, the same man that watched Naruto defeat Shiroi was pacing around in a large room with a group of people. We need to capture that boy. He shouted and punched the wall next to him, which turned out to make a hole in. Calm down, boss. We'll get him, a large shady guy said. The boss turned to him and glared at him. Maybe if you stopped messing with the boy and captured him, then I wouldn't be like this, Eren. Don't worry. We'll get him. That's what you've been telling me several times now. I want the boy now. He will be the ultimate experiment, not to mention, Kozlov and the others betrayed us. I understand. Shall I grab them to come with me? The boss sighed. They're not ready yet, but they will be soon enough. Then how do you suggest we capture him? The boy has immense power, my group and I can't take him on. Also, he has all those other people with him by his side. The space between Eren and his boss began to spin open. Eren took a couple steps back, as did his boss. What's this? I couldn't help but overhear that you're trying to capture Naruto, Madara said, as he came out into full view. Everyone of Eren's group formed a line and aimed their guns at the mysterious man. Who the hell are you? My name is Madara Uchiha. Well, Madara, what do you want? And think before you speak to me, or you'll be shot down where you stand, the boss said. The ancient shinobi looked around at all the people with their weapons aimed at him. Do you honestly think that those weapons will stop me? Kill him. The boss ordered, as him and Eren quickly got out of the line of fire. Every single person started unloading on the mysterious man, but all the bullets were going right through him. Eren and his boss were wide-eyed. What the hell? Eren questioned. Just a few seconds later, everyone ran out of ammo and just stared at Madara just standing there. Are you done? He asked. Stand down. Eren said. Good. Madara said. The boss stepped up. What is it you want? I only came here to tell you that you don't need to worry about Naruto's power. I have disabled him from being able to use them for a few days. What? Eren asked. I've disabled his power, so if anything, you should take advantage and try to capture him now. Eren's boss turned to face him. Eren, first thing tomorrow, take them with you and capture him. In the meantime, go get some training in with everyone. Yes, sir. Eren said and then faced his group. Let's go. The boss turned back to face Madara. How did you find us anyway? That is none of your concern. You know I'm on your side, so don't worry about it. I see. Will you be helping us capturing him? No, I have other business to attend to. I've did you a big favor and now's your chance to take advantage, but don't worry, we'll see each other again. Madara said, as he began to spin into the air until he vanished. The boss remained standing in the rather large room alone with a straight face, but that quickly turned into a grin. Naruto, you will be the one to lead this world to mass destruction. As it was getting late, Hitsumi and the other survivors all called it a night. However, Takashi and the others didn't. Most of them were all standing on the field talking about teams for a game of football. Seiko had her hair up in a ponytail and was no longer wearing her kimono. She wore a pair of short black gym shorts that were pretty tight on her, a white short-sleeved shirt, and a pair of sneakers. Rei was wearing the same clothing as Seiko, but her shorts were red. Claire ended up changing out of her sweatpants and boots to a pair of sneakers and dark green gym shorts as well, but she kept her dark red shirt on. Kozlov, Takashi, Kota, Kaji, and Kase kept their same clothing on since they didn't find it necessary to change yet. Saya and the other girls sat at the bench talking to each other and were going to watch the others play. The dog Zeke was running all around the field enjoying himself. Naruto sat at the lower section of the stands as he watched everyone playing football. He saw the teams came out to a 4 versus 4. Takashi, Kota, Kaze, and Kaji were on a team. Then you got the girls with Kozlov. Out of the times that the blonde has watched people play, he never thought that women could play such a game. He always thought that they would wind up hurt from hits like that. Shockingly to him, he watched how Seiko and Rei would actually avoid tackles so easily. He pictured that Seiko could handle it, but never had he imagined Rei. His attention moved to Kota and Takashi, but mainly Kota. He watched the slightly chubby boy hunched over breathing heavily. Kota, come on man, we can't let Seiko and Rei show us up, Takashi said. Kota waved his arm at Takashi while still taking deep breaths. Go on. Are you going to be okay? Kota nodded, just tired? Takashi sighed. Why don't you just go rest on the bench then? Because what's going on? Kozlov asked as he joined in. Takashi looked at the large Russian. Kota's done. Kota shot straight up. No, I'm not. Kozlov ignored him and went up to the boy. Kota began to quiver as he looked up at him, but before he could do anything, he felt himself being lifted off the ground. Okay boy, I'll take you to the bench. The others joined in and watched Kozlov taking Kota away. What happened? Seiko asked. Kota's tired. So, now what do we do? Claire asked, as she placed her hands on her hips. Seiko grinned, which caught everyone's attention. I'm sure there's a replacement. Takashi knew exactly who she was talking about and looked up at the stands to see Naruto dozing off. He smiled, as Seiko tossed Takashi the ball, which he then instantly launched the ball up at the blonde. Hey Naruto. The blonde opened his eyes and saw the ball coming straight for him, which as it came closer, he easily caught it with one hand. Takashi and the others were shocked. What's up? Naruto asked. Seiko grinned once again. Kota's out. They need you as a replacement. Naruto frowned slightly and threw the ball back at Takashi. Sorry, I don't know how to play fully and I'm about ready to pass out here. Seiko placed her hands on her hips and swayed them to the side. What's wrong Namikaze? Are you afraid of getting hurt? She taunted. The blonde cocked an eyebrow. Afraid? Well, yes, I'm afraid of hurting someone. Oh please Naruto, you take us too lightly, Rei smirked. Naruto placed his hands behind his head and placed his legs on top of the rail. Sorry, but I'm going to sleep, he said, as his eyes closed. Seiko frowned, but then she saw Kozlov approaching the blonde from behind. Last chance, you going to come down here or not? Seiko asked. The Namikaze kept his eyes shut. I said no thanks. Seiko and the others just stood there with smiles on. Okay, we'll see you in just a few seconds. Yeah. Sure. Just, wait, a few seconds? Naruto's eyes shot open, as he felt himself being picked up and tossed over someone's shoulder. What the hell? He thought to himself and knew only one person out of the rest that could manhandle him. Sorry Naruto, but we need another player, Kozlov said, as he jumped over the railing and onto the field. Kozlov placed the blonde down on his feet and saw that he had his arms crossed. Oh cheer up Naruto. Besides, Kozlov knelt down a bit and whispered to his ear. You have 3 lovely women on the other team. Just think about what could happen during this game. The Russian whispered and then began walking to the others. I'm just going to get myself out of this like Kota did. Naruto whispered to himself, as he walked to the others. Seiko smiled seeing him joining in. Okay, let's go, she said, as her and her team separated themselves from the other team. When they were a good distance from the other team, they quickly huddled up. Okay, Kozlov, I need you to do me a favor, Seiko said. Sure, what's that? Seiko grinned. I need you to give their new player a good wake-up call. Kozlov smiled wickedly. I can easily do that. Good. That's all we need done for this play. We're up by 2 touchdowns, so we should be fine, Seiko said and looked to see that the others were ready. Yo, Naruto. The blonde looked at Takashi and saw him holding the ball. You know what to do, right? Naruto scratched the back of his head. I think so. Would rather be sleeping right. Hike. Takashi shouted. Kaji and Kaze immediately darted out, while Claire went for Kaze and Rei after Kaji. Seiko came dashing for Takashi with a grin on her face. Naruto ran past his friend, leaving Seiko to him. Once Seiko was in range to tackle him, Takashi swiftly spun around her and threw the ball at the blonde. Naruto caught the ball, and just as he was about to take off, he saw Kozlov nearly right in front of him. "Wake up call, Naruto." The large Russian held out his arm and delivered a deadly clothesline to him. The impact was so strong that once it made first contact, it literally took him off the ground right off the bat and made him flip backwards. Everyone watched with wide eyes. They couldn't believe that Kozlov went so far with this. Naruto hit the ground face first. As the ball wobbled away, Naruto. Seiko jogged toward him and eyed Kozlov on her way to the blonde. Kozlov rubbed his head. "I think I got carried away." Before Seiko reached him, Naruto picked himself back up and dusted himself off. "Are you okay, Naruto?" Seiko asked. Naruto began to stretch his arms and legs. "I'm fine. That was, rather, a hard blow there, but you got me up." While Naruto wasn't looking, Seiko turned back to Kozlov and gave him a thumbs up along with a smile. Kozlov rubbed his head again. "Guess I didn't get carried away." "So you're going to continue playing?" Seiko asked. "Oh yeah." The blonde answered right back. Seiko smiled. "Good. By the way, don't underestimate us, because that might just cost you." Yeah. I'll have you all tired out here soon." The purple-haired beauty made her way back to her teammates with a smile on her face still. "So he's still going to play, no?" Kozlov asked. "Oh yeah. He's really confident about ending this game." Ray and Claire both grinned, and then they all looked at Kozlov. "Care to tire him out?" Claire asked. The Russian kept glancing to each girl. "You three are just cruel wanting me to do such a thing, but I can do that." Seiko's smile grew. "Good. I have something planned for him if this works." They all began to wonder what she had planned, but Ray began to wonder what was with her personality change lately. She was no longer always so quiet, but now she seems to be hiding something, which left Ray curious what she's thinking is true or not, but she would have to save it for later. They all got into play, as they waited for Naruto to finish his stretching. Even Takashi and the others were waiting for their own teammate. The blonde shook his head, coming back to how that clothesline felt. Man, that was just as strong as the Raikage without his lightning armor. "Yo, Naruto," Takashi called. The blonde snapped out of his thought and looked to see that they were all waiting on him. "Oh, sorry." He ran up to his team and ran up to the right side. Takashi looked around and noticed how no one was in front of Naruto, but Ray and Claire were right there in front of him waiting for him to snap the ball. Kaze was next to Takashi, ready to defend the best he could, but then Kaji decided to come and join to defend. Takashi then looked to see Kozlov behind the two girls and Seiko on the left side. He began to wonder why no one was on Naruto, but he just let it slide. "Hike." Ray and Claire stepped aside, letting Kozlov charge in, which caused Kaji and Kaze to freeze in their spot. "You're going to get mowed down if you don't move," Kozlov stated. Kaji and Kaze shivered and immediately moved aside from getting blown out of the way. Takashi cursed to himself seeing the giant Russian coming after him. He looked to see Naruto was open and quickly threw it towards the blonde. Kozlov came to a stop, nearly came close to knock him down, and turned around to see Naruto open. The blonde was watching the ball come closer and caught it once it was in reach. Looking back out in front, he saw Seiko closing in on him. He attempted to change course and cut left, but Seiko picked up speed and tackled him to the ground. Next thing the blonde knew was that he was lying on his back and his arms stretched out on each side. He still held onto the ball, but felt himself pinned to the ground. Seiko sat on his lap and had his arms pinned. She had that same grin on her face once again. "What's wrong, Naruto? I thought you said you were going to have us quit." Naruto laid there looking up at her with no response, but Seiko lowered herself to where her face was mere inches from his. "Don't underestimate us." A small blush crept upon the blonde's face due to how close she was, and Seiko drew back a little, not recalling ever seeing him blush before. She smiled and hopped off him and back up to her feet, as did Naruto. The blonde dusted himself off, while Seiko went up to him once again. She placed her pointy fingertip on the blonde's neck and slid it up to his chin slowly. "Try not to get too distracted." Ray watched Seiko's little game with the blonde come to an end and saw that she couldn't be wrong. She now knew that Seiko's trying to get with him and began thinking what Saya went on about when they were sitting in the stands earlier. With Saya and the others, oh, Looks like Ms. Busujima has something for Naruto, Shizuka said. Yuriko looked at her daughter and saw a mixture of sadness and anger. Saya, what's wrong? Seiko's not even thinking about what I talked about earlier today. She doesn't realize that when he leaves, it's going to hit her hard. Well, have you thought about how she's trying to spend as much time with him as possible before that time comes? She's trying to get with him before it's too late. She obviously likes him and wants all the time she can get with him. Have you noticed something else though? What do you mean, sweetie? Rei's been watching Seiko a lot lately. She might be getting jealous now, but she was never like this when Naruto first joined us. I'm just now seeing this myself. Oh, then it sounds like Seiko isn't the only one wanting time with him. Saya turned to her mother. They don't get it. Yuriko looked out at Naruto and the two girls. Well, think about it, at least you have a better chance at getting with Takashi. Saya blushed lightly. Mom, Yuriko chuckled. What? Don't you remember how you always came home from school talking about him? Saya's blush darkened. Mom, does LSH on Kamuro-kun? Shizuka asked, as she came to the girl's side. Saya jumped to the opposite side, seeing the busty nurse joining in so quickly. Shizuka-sensei, will you two stop? The next thing Saya knew was that she bumped into someone that came to her other side. She turned to see someone she would never expect. If you have a crush on this guy, why don't you go talk to him? Rika asked. Before Saya could even back away, she felt someone else blocking her. You might want to think about getting to Takashi soon before I make a move myself, Yuki said jokingly. Saya was starting to get annoyed with everyone pressuring her and decided to cover her ears, not wanting to hear anymore. Hikari sat on the opposite side from the others and just watched how they were bugging her about her crush on the boy. She recalled seeing such behavior when Shiroi took her in. At times when he took her out to eat, she would see other groups of girls talk about some guy that the other one likes. She looked out to the field and saw Naruto just standing there, still dazed from Seiko's playing. Naruto. Takashi called. The blonde snapped out of it and turned to look at his team. Sorry, he replied and went to join them. Hikari just sat there watching everyone and was starting to feel lonely. Every time she felt like this, Shiroi would always be there by her side to comfort her. Hikari nearly jumped when she felt someone grab her hand. She looked to her side and saw Lil Alice holding her hand with a smile on her face. The little girl seemed to notice that she was about to cry and caught her. Don't worry. We're all family and we'll always have each other. Hikari just stared at smiling girl and felt a smile slowly forming on her face. Time skip. 1:54 a.m. as the game ended, with the final results being 49-42. Seiko's team managed to keep the lead to the end. Everyone except Naruto ended up going up to the walkways where there were futons and sleeping bags and all went to sleep. Naruto lied on his back enjoying the field's soft grass. He can't believe he couldn't back up his words before playing the game, but it couldn't be helped now. His eyes slowly closed. I guess these next few days can't be all that bad. We have a strong group and at least Madara's not. How was your evening, Naruto? The blonde's eyes snapped open and sat up quickly to see Madara standing in front of him. What are you? I'm not here to hurt you. I'm just here to chat. What more is there to talk about? I got some good news and bad news. Naruto cocked an eyebrow. So what? Why are you telling me this? Well, do you remember when you fought Shiroi back at that household? Wait, how did you know? That's of no concern to you, but anyway, you know his boss, right? I heard things about him, yeah. Why? He's sending a rather large group after you. He plans to capture you and probably turn you into one of those special monsters. Naruto's eyes widened. Shit, I'm in no condition to take on all of them, but why now? The other thing is that I believe that boss of his has something that can get us back to our world. The blonde shot up to his feet and eyed him. Where is he? Calm down. You can't take them on in your state. Yeah, no thanks to you. Anyway, that group of his should be here around morning. How do you know? I overheard one of his pawns near some warehouse. Damn it. I don't have any. Here. Madara held out a sheathed sword to the blonde. Naruto looked at him completely lost as to why he's helping him. Why are you doing this? I don't want you dead yet. If you didn't, you wouldn't have used that seal on me in the first place. I had to shut you up somehow so we could talk. Naruto looked at the sword, then back up Madara. He didn't know if he should accept the weapon or think that this could be a trap. If you're giving me this, why not just take care of them yourself? As I said once before, I have other matters to attend to. The blonde looked back at the sword and took the weapon from the ancient shinobi. Thanks, I guess. Try not to die. Naruto looked at the weapon once more and still didn't quite get why his enemy is helping him. He couldn't figure out if this was a trap, or if he was being serious. Just why? Naruto stopped in mid-question to see that Madara was gone. If what he says is true, then people are going to get hurt or killed. It's like another war's going to break out, but it's about me again. The blonde dropped the sword and lied back down on the soft grass. They're going to be here in the morning according to Madara. Wait, it is morning, so there's no telling when they'll be here exactly. They could be here any minute. Naruto sighed deeply. I'll have to. Naruto cut himself off due to the sound of crackling thunder that just occurred. He began to feel a couple of raindrops hitting him, as he looked up to see that the opened dome roof was still partly opened. Little did the blonde know that from up at the stands, Seiko managed to eavesdrop the conversation that he had with Madara. She felt a little pain coming from her chest. The other thing is that I believe that boss of his has something that can get us back to our world. Where is he? Seiko gripped her shirt. He really does want to get back to his world. She felt tears forming in her eyes. This is probably the last peaceful night we'll get if that guy was right about those people. She closed her eyes and bit her lower lip a little roughly. I have to. We may never get another night like this again. Seiko got a hold of herself, and just as she was about to head down to the field, she felt someone grab hold of her arm. You shouldn't. Recognizing the voice, she turned around to see Saya. What are you talking about? You're about to go down there and tell him how you feel. If you do that, it's just going to make things harder on you. Seiko removed her arm from Saya's grip. I know. I rather have the little time with him than having absolutely no time at all. Listen, you go down there and have your alone time with him. However, when the time comes of him leaving our world, you're going to be hurting too much to where it'll carry on in your memories you have with him. When that happens, it can cost you your life or someone else's. Seiko looked back down at the field to see that Naruto was still down there and then back at Saya. Then I'll just have to go with him back to his world. Saya's eyes widened. Are you crazy? You can't go to his world, she nearly shouted. Seiko narrowed her eyes. I'm sure I can fit in just fine. She turned around again, getting ready to head down to Naruto, but she was stopped when she saw the same guy the blonde was talking to earlier standing right in front of her. You sure are funny, you know that? Madara stated, as Seiko took a couple steps back for some space. Yes. Naruto must have told you and the others about me. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Madara Uchiha. You're the one that's after him, but I am not after him for the time being. I've already talked to the boy and everything's fine. You say that, but once you find whatever it is to get back to your world, you're just going to end up trying to capture him again, Seiko said. Madara laughed in amusement, as the girls had a confused look on their faces. Not only are you funny, but you're smart. You amuse me, girl. As clever as you are, you're still not as smart as you think you may be. What are you saying? Madara grinned. Look into my eyes, girl. Seiko looked at the eyeholes of his mask and soon found herself in a completely different place. She looked around and saw people working on rebuilding some places. What is this? Madara appeared next to her. This is the Hidden Leaf Village, the place Naruto was raised. She kept looking around and noticed that everyone wore unusual clothing that others didn't wear back in her world. There were neither vehicles in sight nor any electronics either. A group of medics were carrying injured people on a stretcher and rushing to the hospital. Haven't seen anything yet. The scene changed to more of a deserted area. They were standing on a high cliff and saw several dead bodies lying throughout the field below them. She saw fireballs being shot at towards some people and watched as they were burnt to a crisp. The next thing she saw was a humanoid decaying giant stomping everyone in its view. Then two people grew just as big as the giant to fight off the giant. Seiko started to shiver seeing this war break out. You see, girl, and this world is completely different. You wouldn't be able to survive in our world. But, the scene changed once more to another deserted area. They stood up on a cliff once again and looked down at the field. There were two people. One was Madara himself and the other one Seiko saw was Naruto. This is when. Yes, this is before we were sent to your world. Down below, Madara called forth his Susanoo, while Naruto held out his Rasengan. The two collided with their attacks, which caused a major explosion. Seiko covered her eyes due to how powerful it was. Once it died down a bit, she looked back down to see a black sphere forming and engulfing the two. You see, girl, this world isn't meant for humans. It's more of a survival of the fittest kind of world. The scene changed one last time, but this time they were back in the stadium. Saya looked at Seiko to see that she was completely lost. She looked at Madara. What did you do? Nothing. All I did was show her what our world is like. Apparently, she couldn't handle it. Saya looked back at Seiko. Are you okay? Not a word came from her. Anyway, I've showed you what it's like and your foolish feelings for the boy need to be erased. Listen to your friend here and forget about loving the boy. Madara said, as he disappeared. Seiko fell to her knees, still not believing what she saw just not too long ago. Saya went to her side. Seiko, come on. Get a hold of yourself. He's right, that world is, Seiko. She blinked a couple times and looked at Saya, sorry. What exactly did you see? That guy showed me what it was like in Naruto's world. Saya cocked an eyebrow, already knowing what he showed her, but not sure how it was. What was it like? She asked. Seiko remembered seeing the destruction of places, people dying, and monsters in her vision. It was like an actual horror movie of the world coming to an end. Saya looked down at the field to see the blonde still just lying there enjoying the little rain pouring down on him. Did you see Naruto in the vision that guy was showing you? Yes. I saw him and Naruto fighting. They collided with one another with some power, which caused a black sphere to send them to our world. Saya sighed and pushed her glasses up slightly. You see? Even he showed you that it wouldn't be smart to go to his world. This time, Seiko didn't bother to try and fight back with her. She was still picturing what she had just seen. I'm sorry, but now you know it's not a good idea. Seiko was ignoring the girl, drawing back to the night when Naruto had her in his arms jumping from roof to roof. The moon she saw above him and how she was beginning to fall for him more that night. The next memory she drew back to was when they were at the Takagi Manor. Then the image skipped to where she had kissed him before he took care of Shiroi. What's going on? Saya looked behind her and saw Rei coming to check on them. Seiko just had a bad vision. What kind of vision? It's nothing to worry about. Rei narrowed her eyes, then looked at Seiko. What did you see? That guy that's after Naruto showed up and showed me. It's nothing to worry about, Saya said once again to keep Seiko from continuing. Rei was starting to get real annoyed with Saya lately. Shut up. These past couple of days, you've been nothing but a pain in the ass. The others began to stir in their sleep, while Takashi, Kaji, and Kozlov woke up. They looked out to see the three girls, but mainly saw Rei getting ready to pounce on Saya. And these past couple days, you've been too stupid to get what I'm trying to tell you, Saya spat back. You want us to leave him? What kind of friend are you? What's going on? Takashi asked, as Kaji and Kozlov joined in with him. Rei turned to Takashi. Apparently that guy that's after Naruto showed up. What? When? It couldn't have been too long ago, Rei answered. Takashi looked at Seiko getting back to her feet. What exactly happened, Seiko? She turned around to look at the others. He showed. A loud thump sound came from on top of the stadium, which everyone immediately looked up. What was that? Kaji asked. More thumping sounds came from above, which was starting to worry everyone. They were all quiet, as the sound was moving. It sounds like it's moving. Seiko widened her eyes and quickly looked down at the field to see Naruto lying there still. Naruto, she yelled. The blonde opened his eyes and got up to his feet to look up toward the others. What is? Before he finished his question, he noticed the rain not pouring on him anymore. He looked up to see several figures above looking down at him. Since there wasn't much light, he couldn't tell who they were. He saw a sparkle above and quickly took a step back, as a spear came piercing the ground of where he once stood. His attention was still fixed to the figures above, not taking them out of his sight. We need to get down there quick, Kozlov said, as he was the first one to dart down the stairs. Kaji, go wake up. See y'all down there, Kaz said, as him and Claire followed Kozlov. Shit. They've decided to come. This isn't going to be good, Kozlov thought. Naruto quickly looked to his side to see his sword and quickly looked up to see them still standing there. It was like they were waiting for him to pick up his weapon. He stepped on the sword and dragged it towards him and prompted it up on his foot to where he kicked it up to catch it. Finally, the figures above jumped down, which Naruto just stood there, watching them. Once they landed, the ground below them turned into a crater, which Naruto knew exactly who one of them was. We meet again, Naruto. Eren said. The blonde chuckled, so it seems. He looked at 4 unknowing people he hasn't seen before, 2 standing on each side of Eren, but knew the other people were just normal pawns. The 4 he was wondering, all wore black robes with the hood covering their faces. I see you brought new friends this time. Yeah. I'm afraid you're going to have to come with us. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. Naruto replied. Eren sighed then chuckled. Then I guess we'll have to roughen you up a bit. The end. Now we will see you in the next video.